killed, as, through prophecy, he was afraid one of them would be Krishna and dethrone him. He kept Krishna's father and mother in prison, who were his cousins, for fear of that prophecy. Q. How did this part of his life terminate? A. He came with his brother Baladeva and Nanda, his foster father, invited by the tyrant to a festival. The tyrant had plotted his destruction. He killed the tyrant and instead of taking the throne placed the nearest heir on it. Himself he never took any fruit of action. Q. Can you give me any dramatic incident of this period? A. This period is full of miracles. He as a baby was once naughty and the cowherd mother tried to tie him with her churning string and found she could not bind him with all the strings she had. Then her eyes opened and she saw that she was going to bind him who had the whole universe in his body. She began to pray and tremble. Immediately the Lord touched her with his Maya and she saw only the child. Brahma, the chief of gods, disbelieving that the Lord had become a cowherd, stole one day all the cows and cowherd boys and put them to sleep in a cave. When he came back, he found the same boys and cows round Krishna. Again he stole the new lot and hid them away. He came back and saw there the same again. Then his eyes opened and began to see numerous worlds and heavens and Brahmans by the thousands, one greater than the preceding, in the body of the Lord. He danced on the serpent Kaliya who had been poisoning the water of the Yamuna, and he held up the Mount Govardhana in defiance of Indra whose worship he had forbidden and who in revenge wanted to kill all the people of Vraja by deluge of rain. They were all sheltered by Krishna under the hill Govardhana which he upheld with a finger on their head. He from his childhood was against snake worship and Indra worship. Indra worship is a Vedic ritual. Throughout the Gita he is not favorable to Vedic ritual. This is the period of his love to gopis. He was 11 years of age. 7. Guru, Avatara, Yoga, Japa, Seva. Q. How can Vedanta be realized? A. By hearing, reflection, and meditation. Hearing must take place from a Sadguru. Even if one is not a regular disciple, but is a fit aspirant and hears the Sadguru's words, he is liberated. Q. Who is a Sadguru? A. A Sadguru is one on whom the spiritual power has descended by Guru Parampara, or an unbroken chain of discipleship. To play the role of a spiritual teacher is a very difficult thing. One has to take on oneself the sins of others. There is every chance of a fall in less advanced men. If merely physical pain ensues, then he should consider himself fortunate. Q. Cannot the spiritual teacher make the aspirant fit? A. An avatara can. Not an ordinary guru. Q. Is there no easy way to liberation? A. There is no royal road to geometry except for those who have been fortunate enough to come in contact with an avatara. Paramahansadeva used to say, one who is having his last birth shall somehow or other see me. Q. Is not yoga an easy path to that? A. Jokingly, you have said well, I see. Yoga an easy path. If your mind be not pure and you try to follow yoga, you will perhaps attain some supernatural power, but that will be a hindrance. Therefore purity of mind is the first thing necessary. Q. How can this be attained? A. By good work. Good work is of two kinds, positive and negative. Do not steal, that is a negative mandate, and do good to others is a positive one. Q. Should not doing good to others be performed in a higher stage, for if performed in a lower stage, it may bind one to the world? A. It should be performed in the first stage. One who has any desire at first gets deluded and becomes bound, but not others. Gradually it will become very natural. Q. Sir, last night you said, in you is everything. Now, if I want to be like Vishnu, shall I have to meditate on the form also, or only on the idea? A. According to capacity one may follow either way. Q. What is the means of realization? A. The guru is the means of realization. There is no knowledge without a teacher. Q. Some say that there is no necessity of practicing meditation in a worship room. How far is it true? A. Those who have already realized the Lord's presence may not require it, but for others it is necessary. One, however, should go beyond the form and meditate on the impersonal aspect of God, for no form can grant liberation. You may get worldly prosperity from the sight of the form. One who ministers to his mother succeeds in this world, one who worships his father goes to heaven, but the worshipper of a sadhu, holy man, gets knowledge and devotion. Q. What is the meaning of etc.? Even a moment's association with the Holy One serves to take one beyond this relative existence. A. A fit person coming in contact with a true sadhu attains to liberation. True sadhus are very rare, but their influence is such that a great writer has said, hypocrisy is the tribute which vice pays to virtue. But avatars are kapalamakannas, that is, they can alter the doom of people. They can stir the whole world. The least dangerous and best form of worship is worshipping man. One who has got the idea of Brahman in a man has realized it in the whole universe. Monasticism and the householder's life are both good, according to different circumstances. Knowledge is the only thing necessary. Q. Where should one meditate, inside the body or outside it? Should the mind be withdrawn inside or held outside? A. We should try to meditate inside. As for the mind being here or there, it will take a long time before we reach the mental plane. Now our struggle is with the body. When one acquires a perfect steadiness in posture, then and then alone one begins to struggle with the mind. Asana, posture, being conquered, one's limbs remain motionless, and one can sit as long as one pleases. Q. Sometimes one gets tired of japa, repetition of the mantra. Should one continue it or read some good book instead? A. One gets tired of japa for two reasons. Sometimes one's brain is fatigued, sometimes it is the result of idleness. If the former, then one should give up japa for the time being, for persistence in it at the time results in seeing hallucinations, or in lunacy etc. But if the latter, the mind should be forced to continue japa. Q. Sometimes sitting at japa one gets joy at first, but then one seems to be disinclined to continue the japa owing to that joy. Should it be continued then? A. Yes, that joy is a hindrance to spiritual practice, its name being rasasvadana, tasting of the sweetness. One must rise above that. Q. Is it good to practice japa for a long time, though the mind may be wandering? A. Yes. As some people break a wild horse by always keeping his seat on his back. Q. You have written in your Bhakti Yoga that if a weak-bodied man tries to practice yoga, a tremendous reaction comes. Then what to do? A. What fear if you die in the attempt to realize the self? Man is not afraid of dying for the sake of learning and many other things, and why should you fear to die for religion? Q. Can Jivaseva, service to beings, alone give mukti? A. Jivaseva can give mukti not directly but indirectly, through the purification of the mind. But if you wish to do a thing properly, you must, for the time being, think that that is all sufficient. The danger in any sect is want of zeal. There must be constancy, nishtha, or there will be no growth. At present it has become necessary to lay stress on karma. Q. What should be our motive in work, compassion, or any other motive? A. Doing good to others out of compassion is good, but the seva, service, of all beings in the spirit of the Lord is better. Q. What is the efficacy of prayer? A. By prayer one's subtle powers are easily roused, and if consciously done, all desires may be fulfilled by it, but done unconsciously, one perhaps in 10 is fulfilled. Such prayer, however, is selfish and should therefore be discarded. Q. How to recognize God when he has assumed a human form? A. One who can alter the doom of people is the Lord. No sadhu, however advanced, can claim this unique position. I do not see anyone who realizes Raman Krishna as God. We sometimes feel it hazily, that is all. To realize him as God and yet be attached to the world is inconsistent. I. Translated from Bengali. Think of death always and new life will come within. Work for others, God the last refuge. Sri Surendranath Dasgupta. One day, with some of my young friends belonging to different colleges, I went to the Belur Math to see Swamiji. We sat round him, talks on various subjects were going on. No sooner was any question put to him than he gave the most conclusive answer to it. Suddenly he exclaimed, pointing to us, "You are all studying different schools of European philosophy and metaphysics and learning new facts about nationalities and countries. Can you tell me what is the grandest of all the truths in life?" We began to think, but could not make out what he wanted us to say. As none put forth any reply, he exclaimed in his inspiring language, "Look here, we shall all die. Bear this in mind always, and then the spirit within will wake up. Then only, meanness will vanish from you, practicality in work will come, you will get new vigor in mind and body, and those who come in contact with you will also feel that they have really got something uplifting from you." Then the following conversation took place between him and myself. Myself, but, Swamiji, will not the spirit break down at the thought of death and the heart be overpowered by despondency? Swamiji, quite so. At first, the heart will break down, and despondency and gloomy thoughts will occupy your mind. But persist, let days pass like that, and then you will see that new strength has come into the heart, that the constant thought of death is giving you a new life and is making you more and more thoughtful by bringing every moment before your mind's eye the truth of the saying, "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity." Wait. Let days, months, and years pass, and you will feel that the spirit within is waking up with the strength of a lion, that the little power within has transformed itself into a mighty power. Think of death always, and you will realize the truth of every word I say. What more shall I say in words? One of my friends praised Swamiji in a low voice. "Swamiji, do not praise me. Praise and censure have no value in this world of ours. They only rock a man as if in a swing. Praise I have had enough of, showers of censure I have also had to bear, but what avails thinking of them? Let everyone go on doing his own duty unconcerned. When the last moment arrives, praise and blame will be the same to you, to me, and to others. We are here to work, and will have to leave all when the call comes. Myself, how little we are, Swamiji." Swamiji, true. You have well said. Think of this infinite universe with its millions and millions of solar systems, and think with what an infinite, incomprehensible power they are impelled, running as if to touch the feet of the one unknown, and how little we are. Where then is room here to allow ourselves to indulge in vileness and mean-mindedness? What should we gain here by fostering mutual enmity and party spirit? Take my advice, set yourselves wholly to the service of others, when you come from your colleges. Believe me, far greater happiness would then be yours than if you had had a whole treasury full of money and other valuables at your command. As you go on your way, serving others, you will advance accordingly in the path of knowledge. Myself, but we are so very poor, Swamiji. Swamiji, leave aside your thoughts of poverty. In what respect are you poor? Do you feel regret because you have not a coach and pair or a retinue of servants at your beck and call? What of that? You little know how nothing would be impossible for you in life if you labor day and night for others with your heart's blood. And lo and behold! The other side of the hallowed river of life stands revealed before your eyes. The screen of death has vanished, and you are the inheritors of the wondrous realm of immortality. Myself, oh, how we enjoy sitting before you, Swamiji, and hearing your life-giving words. Swamiji, you see, in my travels throughout India all these years, I have come across many a great soul, many a heart overflowing with loving kindness, sitting at whose feet I used to feel a mighty current of strength coursing into my heart, and the few words I speak to you are only through the force of that current gained by coming in contact with them. Do not think I am myself something great. Myself, but we look upon you, Swamiji, as one who has realized God. No sooner did I say these words than those fascinating eyes of his were filled with tears. Oh, how vividly I see that scene before my eyes even now, and he with a heart overflowing with love, softly and gently spoke, at those blessed feet is the perfection of knowledge, sought by the Jnanis. At those blessed feet also is the fulfillment of love sought by the lovers. Oh, say, where else will men and women go for refuge but to those blessed feet? After a while he again said, alas! What folly for men in this world to spend their days fighting and quarreling with one another as they do. But how long can they go in that way? In the evening of life, at the end of one's whole course of transmigratory existence, they must all come home, to the arms of the mother. 2. Translated from Bengali. The loss of Shraddha in India and need of its revival. Men, we want real social reform. Sri Surendranath Sen from Private Diary. Saturday, the January 22nd, 1898. Early in the morning I came to Swamiji, who was then staying in the house of Balaram Babu at 57 Ramkantabose Street, Calcutta. The room was packed full with listeners. Swamiji was saying, we want Shraddha, we want faith in our own selves. Strength is life, weakness is death. We are the Atman, deathless and free, pure by nature. Can we ever commit any sin? Impossible. Such a faith is needed. Such a faith makes men of us, makes gods of us. It is by losing this idea of Shraddha that the country has gone to ruin. Question: how did we come to lose the Shraddha? Swamiji, we have had a negative education all along from our boyhood. We have only learnt that we are nobodies. Seldom are we given to understand that great men were ever born in our country. Nothing positive has been taught to us. We do not even know how to use our hands and feet. We master all the facts and figures concerning the ancestors of the English, but we are sadly unmindful about our own. We have learned only weakness. Being a conquered race, we have brought ourselves to believe that we are weak and have no independence in anything. So, how can it be but that the Shraddha is lost? The idea of true Shraddha must be brought back once more to us, the faith in our own selves must be reawakened, and, then only, all the problems which face our country will gradually be solved by ourselves. Q. How can that ever be? How will Shraddha alone remedy the innumerable evils with which our society is beset? Besides, there are so many crying evils in the country, to remove which the Indian National Congress and other patriotic associations are carrying on a strenuous agitation and petitioning the British government. How better can their wants be made known? What has Shraddha to do with the matter? Swamiji, tell me, whose wants are those, yours or the rulers? If yours, will the ruler supply them for you, or will you have to do that for yourselves? Q. But it is the ruler's duty to see to the wants of the subject people. Whom should we look up to for everything, if not to the king? Swamiji, never are the wants of a beggar fulfilled. Suppose the government give you all you need, where are the men who are able to keep up the things demanded? So make men first. Men we want, and how can men be made unless Shraddha is there? Q. But such is not the view of the majority, sir. Swamiji, what you call majority is mainly composed of fools and men of common intellect. Men who have brains to think for themselves are few, everywhere. These few men with brains are the real leaders in everything and in every department of work. The majority are guided by them as with a string, and that is good, for everything goes all right when they follow in the footsteps of these leaders. Those are only fools who think themselves too high to bend their heads to anyone, and they bring on their own ruin by acting on their own judgment. You talk of social reform. But what do you do? All that you mean by your social reform is either widow remarriage, or female emancipation, or something of that sort. do you not? And these again are directed within the confines of a few of the castes only. Such a scheme of reform may do good to a few no doubt, but of what avail is that to the whole nation? Is that reform or only a form of selfishness somehow to cleanse your own room and keep it tidy and let others go from bad to worse? Q. Then, you mean to say that there is no need of social reform at all? Swamiji, who says so? Of course there is need of it. Most of what you talk of as social reform does not touch the poor masses, they have already those things, the widow remarriage, female emancipation, etc. which you cry for. For this reason they will not think of those things as reforms at all. What I mean to say is that want of Shraddha has brought in all the evils among us, and is bringing in more and more. My method of treatment is to take out by the roots the very causes of the disease and not to keep them merely suppressed. Reforms we should have in many ways, who will be so foolish as to deny it? There is, for example, a good reason for intermarriage in India, in the absence of which the race is becoming physically weaker day by day. Since it was a day of a solar eclipse, the gentleman who was asking these questions saluted Swamiji and left, saying, I must go now for a bath in the Ganga. I shall, however, come another day. 3. Reconciliation of Jnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. God in good and in evil to use makes a thing good or evil. Karma creation God Maya. Sri Surendranath Sen from Private Diary. Sunday, the January 23rd, 1898. It was evening and the occasion of the weekly meeting of the Ramakrishna Mission, at the house of Balaram Babu of Bagh Bazar. Swami Turiyananda, Swami Yogananda, Swami Premananda and others had come from the math. Swamiji was seated in the veranda to the east, which was now full of people, as were the northern and the southern sections of the veranda. But such used to be the case every day when Swamiji stayed in Calcutta. Many of the people who came to the meeting had heard that Swamiji could sing well, and so were desirous of hearing him. Knowing this, Master Mahashaya, M., whispered to a few gentlemen near him to request Swamiji to sing, but he saw through their intention and playfully asked, Master Mahashaya, what are you talking about among yourselves in whispers? Do speak out. At the request of Master Mahashaya, Swamiji now began in his charming voice the song Keep with Loving Care the Darling Mother Shyama in Thy Heart. It seemed as if a veena was playing. At its close, he said to Master Mahashaya, well, are you now satisfied? But no more singing. Otherwise, being in the swing of it, I shall be carried away by its intoxication. Moreover, my voice is now spoiled by frequent lecturing in the West. My voice trembles a great deal. Swamiji then asked one of his Brahmacharan disciples to speak on the real nature of mukti. So, the Brahmacharan stood up and spoke at some length. A few others followed him. Swamiji then invited discussion on the subject of the discourse, and called upon one of his householder disciples to lead it, but as the latter tried to advocate the Advaita and Jnana and assign a lower place to dualism and bhakti, he met with a protest from one of the audience. As each of the two opponents tried to establish his own viewpoint, a lively word fight ensued. Swamiji watched them for a while but, seeing that they were getting excited, silenced them with the following words. Why do you get excited in argument and spoil everything? Listen. Sri Ramakrishna used to say that pure knowledge and pure bhakti are one and the same. According to the doctrine of bhakti, God is held to be all love. One cannot even say, I love him, for the reason that he is all love. There is no love outside of himself, the love that is in the heart with which you love him is even he himself. In a similar way, whatever attractions or inclinations one feels drawn by, are all he himself. The thief steals, the harlot sells her body to prostitution, the mother loves her child, in each of these two is he. One world system attracts another, there also is he. Everywhere is he. According to the doctrine of Jnana also, he is realized by one everywhere. Here lies the reconciliation of Jnana and Bhakti. When one is immersed in the highest ecstasy of divine vision, bhava, or is in the state of samadhi, then alone the idea of duality ceases, and the distinction between the devotee and his God vanishes. In the scriptures on bhakti, 5 different paths of relationship are mentioned, by any of which one can attain to God, but another one can very well be added to them, viz. the path of meditation on the non-separateness, or oneness with God. Thus the bhakta can call the Advaitins bhaktas as well, but of the non-differentiating type. As long as one is within the region of Maya, so long the idea of duality will no doubt remain. Space-time causation, or name and form, is what is called Maya. When one goes beyond this Maya, then only the oneness is realized, and then man is neither a dualist nor an Advaitist, to him all is one. All this difference that you notice between a bhakta and a jnani is in the preparatory stage. One sees God outside, and the other sees him within. But there is another point. Sri Ramakrishna used to say that there is another stage of bhakti which is called the supreme devotion, parabhakti, i.e. to love him after becoming established in the consciousness of Advaita and after having attained mukti. It may seem paradoxical, and the question may be raised here, why such a one who has already attained mukti should be desirous of retaining the spirit of bhakti? The answer is, the mukta or the free is beyond all law, no law applies in his case, and hence no question can be asked regarding him. Even becoming mukta, some, out of their own free will, retain bhakti to taste of its sweetness. Q. God may be in the love of the mother for her child, but, sir, this idea is really perplexing, that God is even in thieves and the harlots in the form of their natural inclinations to sin. It follows then that God is as responsible for the sin as for all the virtue in this world. Swamiji, that consciousness comes in a stage of highest realization, when one sees that whatever is of the nature of love or attraction is God. But one has to reach that state to see and realize that idea for oneself in actual life. Q. But still one has to admit that God is also in the sin. Swamiji, you see, there are, in reality, no such different things as good and evil. They are mere conventional terms. The same thing we call bad, and again another time we call good, according to the way we make use of it. Take for example this lamplight. Because of its burning, we are able to see and do various works of utility. This is one mode of using the light. Again, if you put your fingers in it, they will be burnt. That is another mode of using the same light. So we should know that a thing becomes good or bad according to the way we use it. Similarly with virtue and vice. Broadly speaking, the proper use of any of the faculties of our mind and body is termed virtue, and its improper application or waste is called vice. Thus questions after questions were put and answered. Someone remarked, the theory that God is even there, where one heavenly body attracts another, may or may not be true as a fact, but there is no denying the exquisite poetry the idea conveys. Swamiji, no, my dear sir, that is not poetry. One can see for oneself its truth when one attains knowledge. From what Swamiji further said on this point, I understood him to mean that matter and spirit, though to all appearances they seem to be two distinct things, are really two different forms of one substance, and similarly, all the different forces that are known to us, whether in the material or in the internal world, are but varying forms of the manifestation of one force. We call a thing matter, where that spirit force is manifested less, and living, where it shows itself more, but there is nothing which is absolutely matter at all times and in all conditions. The same force which presents itself in the material world as attraction or gravitation is felt in its finer and subtler state as love and the like in the higher spiritual stages of realization. Q. Why should there be even this difference relating to individual use? Why should there be at all this tendency in man to make bad or improper use of any of his faculties? Swamiji, that tendency comes as a result of one's own past actions, karma. Everything one has is of his own doing. Hence it follows that it is solely in the hands of every individual to control his tendencies and to guide them properly. Q. Even if everything is the result of our karma, still it must have had a beginning, and why should our tendencies have been good or bad at the beginning? Swamiji, How do you know that there is a beginning? The Srishti, creation, is without beginning. This is the doctrine of the Vedas. So long as there is God, there is creation as well. Q. Well, sir, why is this Maya here, and whence has it come? Swamiji, it is a mistake to ask why with respect to God. We can only do so regarding one who has wants or imperfections. How can there be an why concerning him who has no wants and who is the one whole? No such question as whence has Maya come can be asked. Time-space causation is what is called Maya. You, I, and everyone else are within this Maya, and you are asking about what is beyond Maya. How can you do so while living within Maya? Again, many questions followed. The conversation turned on the philosophies of Mill, Hamilton, Herbert Spencer, etc., and Swamiji dwelt on them to the satisfaction of all. Everyone wondered at the vastness of his Western philosophical scholarship and the promptness of his replies. The meeting dispersed after a short conversation on miscellaneous subjects. 4. Intermarriage among subdivisions of Avarna against early marriage. The education that Indians need. Brahmacharya. Sri Surendranath Sen from Private Diary. Monday, the January 24, 1898. The same gentleman who was asking questions of Swamiji on Saturday last came again. He raised again the topic of intermarriage and inquired, how should intermarriage be introduced between different nationalities? Swamiji, I do not advise our intermarriage with nations professing an alien religion. At least for the present, that will, of a certainty, slacken the ties of society and be a cause of manifold mischief. It is the intermarriage between people of the same religion that I advocate. Q. Even then, it will involve much perplexity. Suppose I have a daughter who is born and brought up in Bengal, and I marry her to a Marathi or a Madrasi. Neither will the girl understand her husband's language nor the husband the girl's. Again, the difference in their individual habits and customs is so great. Such are a few of the troubles in the case of the married couple. Then as regards society, it will make confusion worse confounded. Swamiji, the time is yet very long in coming when marriages of that kind will be widely possible. Besides, it is not judicious now to go in for that all of a sudden. One of the secrets of work is to go along the line of least resistance. So, first of all, let there be marriages within the sphere of one's own caste people. Take for instance, the Kayasthats of Bengal. They have several subdivisions amongst them, such as, the Uttar Rarai, Dakshin Rarai, Bangaja, etc., and they do not intermarry with each other. Now, let there be intermarriages between the Uttar Raris and the Dakshin Raris, and if that is not possible at present, let it be between the Bangayas and the Dakshin Raris. Thus we are to build up that which is already existing, and which is in our hands to reduce into practice. Reform does not mean wholesale breaking down. Q. Very well, let it be as you say, but what corresponding good can come of it? Swamiji, don't you see how in our society, marriage, being restricted for several hundreds of years within the same subdivisions of each caste, has come to such a pass nowadays as virtually to mean marital alliance between cousins and near relations, and how for this very reason the race is getting deteriorated physically, and consequently all sorts of disease and other evils are finding a ready entrance into it? The blood having had to circulate within the narrow circle of a limited number of individuals has become vitiated, so the newborn children inherit from their very birth the constitutional diseases of their fathers. Thus, born with poor blood, their bodies have very little power to resist the microbes of any disease, which are ever ready to prey upon them. It is only by widening the circle of marriage that we can infuse a new and a different kind of blood into our progeny, so that they may be saved from the clutches of many of our present-day diseases and other consequent evils. Q. May I ask you, sir, what is your opinion about early marriage? Swamiji, amongst the educated classes in Bengal, the custom of marrying their boys too early is dying out gradually. The girls are also given in marriage a year or two older than before, but that has been under compulsion from pecuniary want. Whatever might be the reason for it, the age of marrying girls should be raised still higher. But what will the poor father do? As soon as the girl grows up a little, every one of the female sex, beginning with the mother down to the relatives and neighbors even, will begin to cry out that he must find a bridegroom for her, and will not leave him in peace until he does so. And, about your religious hypocrites, the less said the better. In these days no one hears them, but still they will take up the role of leaders themselves. The rulers passed the age of consent bill prohibiting a man under the threat of penalty to live with a girl of 12 years, and at once all these so-called leaders of your religion raised a tremendous hue and cry against it, sounding the alarm, alas, our religion is lost. As if religion consisted in making a girl a mother at the age of 12 or 13. So the rulers also naturally think, goodness gracious. What a religion is theirs. And these people lead political agitations and demand political rights. Q. Then, in your opinion, both men and women should be married at an advanced age? Swamiji, certainly. But education should be imparted along with it, otherwise irregularity and corruption will ensue. By education I do not mean the present system, but something in the line of positive teaching. Mere book learning won't do. We want that education by which character is formed, strength of mind is increased, the intellect is expanded, and by which one can stand on one's own feet. Q. We have to reform our women in many ways. Swamiji, with such an education women will solve their own problems. They have all the time been trained in helplessness, servile dependence on others, and so they are good only to weep their eyes out at the slightest approach of a mishap or danger. Along with other things they should acquire the spirit of valor and heroism. In the present day it has become necessary for them also to learn self-defense. See how grand was the Queen of Jiangxi. Q. What you advise is quite a new departure, and it will, I am afraid, take a very long time yet to train our women in that way. Swamiji, anyhow, we have to try our best. We have not only to teach them but to teach ourselves also. Mere begetting children does not make a father, a great many responsibilities have to be taken upon one's shoulders as well. To make a beginning in women's education, our Hindu women easily understand what chastity means, because it is their heritage. Now, first of all, intensify that ideal within them above everything else, so that they may develop a strong character by the force of which, in every stage of their life, whether married or single if they prefer to remain so, they will not be in the least afraid even to give up their lives rather than flinch an inch from their chastity. Is it little heroism to be able to sacrifice one's life for the sake of one's ideal, whatever that ideal may be? Studying the present needs of the age, it seems imperative to train some women up in the ideal of renunciation, so that they will take up the vow of lifelong virginity, fired with the strength of that virtue of chastity which is innate in their lifeblood from hoary antiquity. Along with that they should be taught sciences and other things which would be of benefit, not only to them but to others as well, and knowing this they would easily learn these things and feel pleasure in doing so. Our motherland requires for her well-being some of her children to become such pure-souled Brahmacarins and Brahmacarinis. Q. In what way will that conduce to her well-being? Swamiji, by their example and through their endeavors to hold the national ideal before the eyes of the people, a revolution in thoughts and aspirations will take place. How do matters stand now? Somehow, the parents must dispose of a girl in marriage, if she be 9 or 10 years of age. And what a rejoicing of the whole family if a child is born to her at the age of 13. If the trend of such ideas is reversed, then only there is some hope for the ancient Shraddha to return. And what to talk of those who will practice Brahmacharya as defined above? Think how much faith in themselves will be theirs. And what a power for good they will be. The questioner now saluted Swamiji and was ready to take leave. Swamiji asked him to come now and then. Certainly, sir, replied the gentleman, I feel so much benefited. I have heard from you many new things, which I have not been told anywhere before. I also went home as it was about time for dinner. V. Madhurabhava Prema Namakirtana, its danger bhakti tempered with Jnana, a curious dream. Sri Surendra Nath Sen from private diary. Monday, the January 24th, 1898. In the afternoon I came again to Swamiji and saw quite a good gathering round him. The topic was the Madhurabhava, or the way of worshipping God as husband, as in vogue with some followers of Sri Chaitanya. His occasional bons mots were raising laughter, when someone remarked, "What is there to make so much fun of about the Lord's doings? Do you think that he was not a great saint, and that he did not do everything for the good of humanity?" Swamiji, who is that? Should I poke fun at you then, my dear sir? You only see the fun of it, do you? And you, sir, do not see the lifelong struggle through which I have passed to mold this life after his burning ideal of renunciation of wealth and lust, and my endeavors to infuse that ideal into the people at large. Sri Chaitanya was a man of tremendous renunciation and had nothing to do with woman and carnal appetites. But, in later times, his disciples admitted women into their order, mixed indiscriminately with them in his name, and made an awful mess of the whole thing. And the ideal of love which the Lord exemplified in his life was perfectly selfless and bereft of any vestige of lust, that sexless love can never be the property of the masses. But the subsequent Vaishnava gurus, instead of laying particular stress first on the aspect of renunciation in the master's life, bestowed all their zeal on preaching and infusing his ideal of love among the masses, and the consequence was that the common people could not grasp and assimilate that high ideal of divine love, and naturally made of it the worst form of love between man and woman. Q. But, sir, he preached the name of the Lord Hari to all, even to the Chandalas, so why should not the common masses have a right to it? Swamiji, I am talking not of his preaching, but of his great ideal of love, the Radha Prema, the divine love which Radha had towards Sri Krishna, with which he used to remain intoxicated day and night, losing his individuality in Radha. Q. Why may not that be made the common property of all? Swamiji, look at this nation and see what has been the outcome of such an attempt. Through the preaching of that love broadcast, the whole nation has become effeminate, a race of women. The whole of Orissa has been turned into a land of cowards, and Bengal, running after the Radha Prema, these past 400 years, has almost lost all sense of manliness. The people are very good only at crying and weeping, that has become their national trait. Look at their literature, the sure index of a nation's thoughts and ideas. Why, the refrain of the Bengali literature for these 400 years is strung to that same tune of moaning and crying. It has failed to give birth to any poetry which breathes a true heroic spirit. Q. Who are then truly entitled to possess that prema, love? Swamiji, there can be no love so long as there is lust, even as speck of it, as it were, in the heart. None but men of great renunciation, none but mighty giants among men, have a right to that love divine. If that highest ideal of love is held out to the masses, it will indirectly tend to stimulate its worldly prototype which dominates the heart of man, for, meditating on love to God by thinking of oneself as his wife or beloved, one would very likely be thinking most of the time of one's own wife. The result is too obvious to point out. Q. Then is it impossible for householders to realize God through that path of love, worshipping God as one's husband or lover and considering oneself as his spouse? Swamiji, with a few exceptions, for ordinary householders it is impossible, no doubt. And why lay so much stress on this delicate path, above all others? Are there no other relationships by which to worship God, except this Madhura idea of love? Why not follow the 4 other paths, and take the name of the Lord with all your heart? Let the heart be opened first, and all else will follow of itself. But know this for certain, that prema cannot come while there is lust. Why not try first to get rid of carnal desires? You will say, how is that possible? I am a householder. Nonsense. Because one is a householder, does it mean that one should be a personification of incontinence, or that one has to live in marital relations all one's life? And, after all, How unbecoming of a man to make of himself a woman, so that he may practice this Mithra love. Q. True, sir. Singing God's name in a party, name a kirtana, is an excellent help and gives one a joyous feeling. So say our scriptures, and so did Sri Chaitanya Deva also preach to the masses. When the kali, drum, is played upon, it makes the heart leap with such a transport that one feels inclined to dance. Swamiji, that is all right, but don't think that kirtana means dancing only. It means singing the glories of God, in whatever way that suits you. That vehement stirring up of feeling and that dancing of the Vaishnavas are good and very catching, no doubt, but there is also a danger in practicing them, from which you must save yourself. The danger lies here in the reaction. On the one hand, the feelings are at once roused to the highest pitch, tears flow from the eyes, the head reels as it were under intoxication. On the other hand, as soon as the Sankirtan stops, that mass of feeling sinks down as precipitately as it rose. The higher the wave rises on the ocean, the lower it falls, with equal force. It is very difficult at that stage to contain oneself against the shock of reaction. Unless one has proper discrimination, one is likely to succumb to the lower propensities of lust, etc. I have noticed the same thing in America also. Many would go to church, pray with much devotion, sing with great feeling, and even burst into tears when hearing the sermons, but after coming out of church, they would have a great reaction and succumb to carnal tendencies. Q. Then, sir, do instruct us which of the ideas preached by Sri Chaitanya we should take up as well suited to us, so that we may not fall into errors. Swamiji, worship God with bhakti tempered with jnana. Keep the spirit of discrimination along with bhakti. Besides this, gather from Sri Chaitanya, his heart, his loving kindness to all beings, his burning passion for God, and make his renunciation the ideal of your life. The questioner now addressed the Swamiji with folded hands. I beg your pardon, sir. Now I come to see you are right. Seeing you criticize in a playful mood the Mithra love of the Vaishnavas, I could not at first understand the drift of your remarks, hence I took exception to them. Swamiji, well, look here, if we are to criticize at all, it is better to criticize God or God-men. If you abuse me I shall very likely get angry with you, and if I abuse you, you will try to retaliate. Isn't it so? But God or God-men will never return evil for evil. The gentleman now left, after bowing down at the feet of Swamiji. I have already said that such a gathering was an everyday occurrence when Swamiji used to stay in Calcutta. From early in the morning till 8 or 9 at night, men would flock to him at every hour of the day. This naturally occasioned much irregularity in the time of his taking his meals, so, many desiring to put a stop to this state of things, strongly advised Swamiji not to receive visitors except at appointed hours. But the loving heart of Swamiji, ever ready to go to any length to help others, was so melted with compassion at the sight of such a thirst for religion in the people, that in spite of ill health, he did not comply with any request of the kind. His only reply was, "They take so much trouble to come walking all the way from their homes, and can I, for the consideration of risking my health a little, sit here and not speak a few words to them?" At about 4 p.m. the general conversation came to a close, and the gathering dispersed, except for a few gentlemen with whom Swamiji continued his talk on different subjects, such as England and America, and so on. In the course of conversation he said, "I had a curious dream on my return voyage from England. While our ship was passing through the Mediterranean Sea, in my sleep, a very old and venerable-looking person, rishi-like in appearance, stood before me and said, 'Do ye come and effect our restoration? I am one of that ancient order of Theraputas, Therapudi, which had its origin in the teachings of the Indian rishis. The truths and ideals preached by us have been given out by Christians as taught by Jesus, but for the matter of that, there was no such personality by the name of Jesus ever born. Various evidences testifying to this fact will be brought to light by excavating here. By excavating which place can those proofs and relics you speak of be found? I asked. The hoary-headed one, pointing to a locality in the vicinity of Turkey, said, "See here." Immediately after, I woke up, and at once rushed to the upper deck and asked the captain, "What neighborhood is the ship in just now?" "Look yonder," the captain replied, "there is Turkey and the island of Crete." Was it but a dream, or is there anything in the above vision? Who knows? 6. Translated from Bengali. Reminiscences. The problem of famines in India and self-sacrificing workers east and west is it Sattva or Tamas, a nation of mendicants. The give and take policy. Tell a man his defects directly but praise his virtues before others. Vivekananda. Everyone may become unbroken. Brahmacharya is the secret of power, samadhi and work. Shri Priya Nath Sinha. Our house was very close to Swamiji's, and since we were boys of the same section of the town, I often used to play with him. From my boyhood I had a special attraction for him, and I had a sincere belief that he would become a great man. When he became a sannyasin, we thought that the promise of a brilliant career for such a man was all in vain. Afterwards, when he went to America, I read in newspapers reports of his lectures at the Chicago Parliament of Religions and others delivered in various places of America, and I thought that fire can never remain hidden under a cloth. The fire that was within Swamiji had now burst into a flame, the bud after so many years had blossomed. After a time I came to know that he had returned to India, and had been delivering fiery lectures at Madras. I read them and wondered that such sublime truths existed in the Hindu religion and that they could be explained so lucidly. What an extraordinary power he had! Was he a man or a god? A great enthusiasm prevailed when Swamiji came to Calcutta, and we followed him to the Sills Garden House, on the Ganga, at Kasipur. A few days later, at the residence of Raja Radhakanta Dev, the Calcutta boy delivered an inspiring lecture to a huge concourse of people in reply to an address of welcome, and Calcutta heard him for the first time and was lost in admiration. But these are facts known to all. After his coming to Calcutta, I was very anxious to see him once alone and be able to talk freely with him as in our boyhood. But there was always a gathering of eager inquirers about him, and conversations were going on without a break, so I did not get an opportunity for some time, until one day when we went out for a walk in the garden on the Ganga side. He at once began to talk, as of old, to me, the playmate of his boyhood. No sooner had a few words passed between us than repeated calls came, informing him that many gentlemen had come to see him. He became a little impatient at last and told the messenger, "Give me a little respite, my son, let me speak a few words with this companion of my boyhood, let me stay in the open air for a while. Go and give a welcome to those who have come, ask them to sit down, offer them tobacco, and request them to wait a little." When we were alone again, I asked him, "Well, Swamiji, you are a sadhu, holy man. Money was raised by subscription for your reception here, and I thought, in view of the famine in this country, that you would wire, before arriving in Calcutta, saying, 'Don't spend a single piece on my reception, rather contribute the whole sum to the famine relief fund,' but I found that you did nothing of the kind. How was that?" "Swamiji, why, I wished rather that a great enthusiasm should be stirred up. Don't you see, without some such thing how would the people be drawn towards Sri Ramakrishna and be fired in his name? Was this ovation done for me personally, or was not his name glorified by this? See how much thirst has been created in the minds of men to know about him. Now they will come to know of him gradually, and will not that be conducive to the good of the country? If the people do not know him who came for the welfare of the country, how can good befall them? When they know what he really was, then real men will be made, and when will be such men, how long will it take to drive away famines etc. from the land? So I say that I rather desired that there should be some bustle and stir in Calcutta, so that the public might be inclined to believe in the mission of Sri Ramakrishna, otherwise what was the use of making so much fuss for my sake? What do I care for it? Have I become any greater now than when I used to play with you at your house? I am the same now as I was before. Tell me, do you find any change in me?" Though I said, No, I do not find much change to speak of, yet in my mind I thought, you have now, indeed, become a god. Swamiji continued, famine has come to be a constant quantity in our country, and now it is, as it were, a sort of blight upon us. Do you find in any other country such frequent ravages of famine? No, because there are men in other countries, while in ours, men have become akin to dead matter, quite inert. Let the people first learn to renounce their selfish nature by studying Sri Ramakrishna, by knowing him as he really was, and then will proceed from them real efforts trying to stop the frequently recurring famines. By and by I shall make efforts in that direction too, you will see. Myself, that will be good. Then you are going to deliver many lectures here, I presume, otherwise, how will his name be preached? Swamiji, what nonsense! Nothing of the kind. Has anything left undone by which his name can be known? Enough has been done in that line. Lectures won't do any good in this country. Our educated countrymen would hear them and, at best, would cheer and clap their hands, saying, well done, that is all. Then they would go home and digest, as we say, everything they had heard, with their meal. What good will hammering do on a piece of rusty old iron? It will only crumble into pieces. First, it should be made red hot, and then it can be molded into any shape by hammering. Nothing will avail in our country without setting a glowing and living example before the people. What we want are some young men who will renounce everything and sacrifice their lives for their country's sake. We should first form their lives and then some real work can be expected. Myself, well, Swamiji, it has always puzzled me that, while men of our country, unable to understand their own religion, were embracing alien religions, such as Christianity, Mohammedanism, etc., you, instead of doing anything for them, went over to England and America to preach Hinduism. Swamiji, don't you see that circumstances have changed now? Have the men of our country the power left in them to take up and practice true religion? What they have is only pride in themselves that they are very sattvika. Time was when they were sattvika, no doubt, but now they have fallen very low. The fall from sattva brings one down headlong into tamas. That is what has happened to them. Do you think that a man who does not exert himself at all, who only takes the name of Hari, shutting himself up in a room, who remains quiet and indifferent even when seeing a huge amount of wrong and violence done to others before his very eyes, possesses the quality of sattva? Nothing of the kind, he is only enshrouded in dark tamas. How can the people of a country practice religion who do not get even sufficient food to appease their hunger? How can renunciation come to the people of a country in whose minds the desires for bhaga, enjoyment, have not been in the least satisfied? For this reason, find out, first of all, the ways and means by which men may get enough to eat and have enough luxuries to enable them to enjoy life a little, and then gradually, true vairagya, dispassion, will come, and they will be fit and ready to realize religion in life. The people of England and America, how full of rajas they are! They have become satiated with all sorts of worldly enjoyment. Moreover, Christianity, being a religion of faith and superstition, occupies the same rank as our religion of the Puranas. With the spread of education and culture, the people of the West can no more find peace in that. Their present condition is such that, giving them one lift will make them reach the sattva. Then again, in these days, would you accept the words of a sannyasin clad in rags, in the same degree as you would the words of a white-face, Westerner, who might come and speak to you on your own religion? Myself, just so, Swamiji. Mr. N. Ghosh, a celebrated barrister, journalist, and educationist of Calcutta, also speaks exactly to the same effect. Swamiji, yes, when my Western disciples after acquiring proper training and illumination will come in numbers here and ask you, what are you all doing? Why are you of so little faith? How are your rites and religion, manners, customs, and morals in any way inferior? We even regard your religion to be the highest. Then you will see that lots of our big and influential folk will hear them. Thus they will be able to do immense good to this country. Do not think for a moment that they will come to take up the position of teachers of religion to you. They will, no doubt, be your guru regarding practical sciences etc., for the improvement of material conditions, and the people of our country will be their guru in everything pertaining to religion. This relation of guru and disciple in the domain of religion will forever exist between India and the rest of the world. Myself, how can that be, Swamiji? Considering the feeling of hatred with which they look upon us, it does not seem probable that they will ever do good to us, purely from an unselfish motive. Swamiji, they find many reasons to hate us, and so they may justify themselves in doing so. In the first place, we are a conquered race, and moreover there is nowhere in the world such a nation of mendicants as we are. The masses who comprise the lowest castes, through ages of constant tyranny of the higher castes and by being treated by them with blows and kicks at every step they took, have totally lost their manliness and become like professional beggars, and those who are removed one stage higher than these, having read a few pages of English, hang about the thresholds of public offices with petitions in their hands. In the case of a post of 20 or 30 rupees falling vacant, 500 B.A.S and M.A.S will apply for it. And, dear me, how curiously worded these petitions are. I have nothing to eat at home, sir, my wife and children are starving, I most humbly implore you, sir, to give me some means to provide for myself and my family, or we shall die of starvation. Even when they enter into service, they cast all self-respect to the winds, and servitude in its worst form is what they practice. Such is the condition, then, of the masses. The highly educated, prominent men among you form themselves into societies and clamour at the top of their voices, alas, India is going to ruin, day by day. O English rulers, admit our countrymen to the higher offices of the state, relieve us from famines and so on, thus rending the air, day and night, with the eternal cry of give and give. The burden of all their speech is, give to us, give more to us, O Englishmen. Dear me! What more will they give to you? They have given railways, telegraphs, well-ordered administration to the country, have almost entirely suppressed robbers, have given education in science. What more will they give? What does anyone give to others with perfect unselfishness? Well, they have given you so much, let me ask, what have you given to them in return? Myself, what have we to give, Swamiji? We pay taxes. Swamiji, do you, really? Do you give taxes to them of your own will, or do they exact them by compulsion because they keep peace in the country? Tell me plainly, what do you give them in return for all that they have done for you? You also have something to give them that they have not. You go to England, but that is also in the garb of a beggar praying for education. Some go, and what they do there at the most is, perchance, to applaud the Westerners' religion in some speeches and then come back. What an achievement, indeed! Why, have you nothing to give them? An inestimable treasure you have, which you can give them your religion, give them your philosophy. Study the history of the whole world, and you will see that every high ideal you meet with anywhere had its origin in India. From time immemorial India has been the mine of precious ideas to human society, giving birth to high ideas herself. She has freely distributed them broadcast over the whole world. The English are in India today, to gather those higher ideals, to acquire a knowledge of the Vedanta, to penetrate into the deep mysteries of that eternal religion which is yours. Give those invaluable gems in exchange for what you receive from them. The Lord took me to their country to remove this opprobrium of the beggar that is attributed by them to us. It is not right to go to England for the purpose of begging only. Why should they always give us alms? Does anyone do so forever? It is not the law of nature to be always taking gifts with outstretched hands like beggars. To give and take is the law of nature. Any individual or class or nation that does not obey this law never prospers in life. We also must follow that law. That is why I went to America. So great is now the thirst for religion in the people there that there is room enough even if thousands of men like me go. They have been for a long time giving you of what wealth they possess, and now is the time for you to share your priceless treasure with them. And you will see how their feelings of hatred will be quickly replaced by those of faith, devotion, and reverence towards you, and how they will do good to your country even unasked. They are a nation of heroes, never do they forget any good done to them. Myself, well, Swamiji, in your lectures in the West you have frequently and eloquently dwelt on our characteristic talents and virtues, and many convincing proofs you have put forward to show our whole-souled love of religion, but now you say that we have become full of tamas, and at the same time you are accrediting us as the teachers of the eternal religion of the rishis to the world. How is that? Swamiji, do you mean to say that I should go about from country to country, expatiating on your failings before the public? Should I not rather hold up before them the characteristic virtues that mark you as a nation? It is always good to tell a man his defects in a direct way and in a friendly spirit to make him convinced of them, so that he may correct himself, but you should trumpet forth his virtues before others. Sri Ramakrishna used to say that if you repeatedly tell a bad man that he is good, he turns in time to be good. Similarly, a good man becomes bad if he is incessantly called so. There, in the West, I have said enough to the people of their shortcomings. Mind, up to my time, all who went over to the West from our country have sung paeans to them in praise of their virtues and have trumpeted out only our blemishes to their ears. Consequently, it is no wonder that they have learned to hate us. For this reason I have laid before them your virtues, and pointed out to them their vices, just as I am now telling you of your weaknesses and their good points. However full of tamas you may have become, something of the nature of the ancient rishis, however little it may be, is undoubtedly in you still, at least the framework of it. But that does not show that one should be in a hurry to take up at once the role of a teacher of religion and go over to the West to preach it. First of all, one must completely mold one's religious life in solitude, must be perfect in renunciation, and must preserve Brahmacharya without a break. The tamas has entered into you, what of that? Cannot the tamas be destroyed? It can be done in less than no time. It was for the destruction of this tamas that Bhagwan Sri Ramakrishna came to us. Myself, but who can aspire to be like you, Swamiji? Swamiji, do you think that there will be no more Vivekanandas after I die? That batch of young men who came and played music before me a little while ago, whom you all despise for being addicted to intoxicating drugs and look upon as worthless fellows, if the Lord wishes, each and every one of them may become a Vivekananda. There will be no lack of Vivekanandas. If the world needs them, thousands and millions of Vivekanandas will appear from where, who knows? Know for certain that the work done by me is not the work of Vivekananda, it is his work, the Lord's own work. If one governor general retires, another is sure to be sent in his place by the emperor. Enveloped in tamas, however much you may be, know all that will clear away if you take refuge in him by being sincere to the core of your heart. The time is opportune now, as the physician of the world disease has come. Taking his name, if you set yourself to work, he will accomplish everything himself through you. Tamas itself will be transformed into the highest sattva. Myself, whatever you may say, I cannot bring myself to believe in these words. Who can come by that oratorical power of expounding philosophy which you have? Swamiji, you don't know. That power may come to all. That power comes to him who observes unbroken Brahmacharya for a period of 12 years, with the sole object of realizing God. I have practiced that kind of Brahmacharya myself, and so a screen has been removed, as it were, from my brain. For that reason, I need not any more think over or prepare myself for any lectures on such a subtle subject as philosophy. Suppose I have to lecture tomorrow, all that I shall speak about will pass tonight before my eyes like so many pictures, and the next day I put into words during my lecture all those things that I saw. So you will understand now that it is not any power which is exclusively my own. Whoever will practice unbroken Brahmacharya for 12 years will surely have it. If you do so, you too will get it? Our Shastras do not say that only such and such a person will get it and not others. Myself, do you remember, Swamiji, one day, before you took sannyasa, we were sitting in the house of, and you were trying to explain the mystery of samadhi to us. And when I called in question the truth of your words, saying that samadhi was not possible in this Kali Yuga, you emphatically demanded, do you want to see samadhi or to have it yourself? I get samadhi myself, and I can make you have it. No sooner had you finished saying so than a stranger came up and we did not pursue that subject any further. Swamiji, yes, I remember the occasion. Later, on my pressing him to make me get samadhi, he said, you see, having continually lectured and worked hard for several years, the quality of rajas has become too predominant in me. Hence that power is lying covered, as it were, in me now. If I leave all work and go to the Himalayas and meditate in solitude for some time, then that power will again come out in me. 7. Translated from Bengali. Reminiscences Pranayama thought reading knowledge of previous births. Sri Priya Nath Sinha. A day or two later, as I was coming out of my house intending to pay a visit to Swamiji, I met two of my friends who expressed a wish to accompany me, for they wanted to ask Swamiji something about pranayama. I had heard that one should not visit a temple or a sannyasin without taking something as an offering, so we took some fruits and sweets with us and placed them before him. Swamiji took them in his hands, raised them to his head, and bowed to us before even we made our obeisance to him. One of the two friends with me had been a fellow student of his. Swamiji recognized him at once and asked about his health and welfare, then he made us sit down by him. There were many others there who had come to see and hear him. After replying to a few questions put by some of the gentlemen, Swamiji, in the course of his conversation, began to speak about pranayama. First of all, he explained through modern science the origin of matter from the mind, and then went on to show what pranayama is. All three of us had carefully read beforehand his book called Raja Yoga. But from what we heard from him that day about pranayama, it seemed to me that very little of the knowledge that was in him had been recorded in that book. I understand also that what he said was not mere book learning, for who could explain so lucidly and elaborately all the intricate problems of religion, even with the help of science, without himself realizing the truth? His conversation on pranayama went on from 3:30 till 7:30 in the evening. When the meeting dissolved and we came away, my companions asked me how Swamiji could have known the questions that were in their hearts, and whether I had communicated to him their desire for asking those questions. A few days after this occasion, I saw Swamiji in the house of the late Priya Nath Mukherjee at Bagh Bazar. There were present Swami Brahmananda, Swami Yogananda, Mr. G. C. Ghosh, Atul Babu, and one or two other friends. I said, well, Swamiji, the two gentlemen who went to see you the other day wanted to ask you some questions about pranayama, which had been raised in their minds by reading your book on Raja Yoga some time before you returned to this country, and they had then told me of them. But that day, before they asked you anything, you yourself raised those doubts that had occurred to them and solved them. They were very much surprised and inquired of me if I had let you know their doubts beforehand. Swamiji replied, similar occurrences having come to pass many times in the West, people often used to ask me, how could you know the questions that were agitating our minds? This knowledge does not happen to me so often, but with Sri Ramakrishna it was almost always there. In this connection Atul Babu asked him, you have said in Raja Yoga that one can come to know all about one's previous births. Do you know them yourself? Swamiji, yes, I do. Atul Babu, what do you know? Have you any objection to tell? Swamiji, I can know them, I do know them, but I prefer not to say anything in detail. 8. Translated from Bengali. The Art and Science of Music, Eastern and Western. Sri Priya Nath Sinha. It was an evening in July 1898, at the Math, in Nilambar Mukherjee's garden house, Belur. Swamiji with all his disciples had been meditating, and at the close of the meditation came out and sat in one of the rooms. As it was raining hard and a cold wind was blowing, he shut the door and began to sing to the accompaniment of tanpura. The singing being over, a long conversation on music followed. Swami Shivananda asked him, "What is Western music like?" Swamiji, "Oh, it is very good, there is in it a perfection of harmony, which we have not attained. Only, to our untrained ears, it does not sound well, hence we do not like it, and think that the singers howl like jackals." I also had the same sort of impression, but when I began to listen to the music with attention and study it minutely, I came more and more to understand it, and I was lost in admiration. Such is the case with every art. In glancing at a highly finished painting we cannot understand where its beauty lies. Moreover, unless the eye is, to a certain extent, trained, one cannot appreciate the subtle touches and blendings, the inner genius of a work of art. What real music we have lies in Kirtana and Drupada, the rest has been spoiled by being modulated according to the Islamic methods. Do you think that singing the short and light airs of tapa songs in a nasal voice and flitting like lightning from one note to another by fits and starts are the best things in the world of music? Not so. Unless each note is given full play in every scale, all the science of music is marred. In painting, by keeping in touch with nature, you can make it as artistic as you like, there is no harm in doing that, and the result will be nothing but good. Similarly, in music, you can display any amount of skill by keeping to science, and it will be pleasing to the ear. The Mohammedans took up the different ragas and raganis after coming into India. But they put such a stamp of their own coloring on the art of tapa songs that all the science in music was destroyed. Q. Why, Maharaj, sir? Who has not a liking for music in tapa? Swamiji, the chirping of crickets sounds very good to some. The Santals think their music also to be the best of all. You do not seem to understand that when one note comes upon another in such quick succession, it not only robs music of all grace, but, on the other hand, creates discordance rather. Do not the permutation and combination of the 7 keynotes form one or other of the different melodies of music, known as ragas and raganis? Now, in tapa, if one slurs over a whole melody, raga, and creates a new tune, and over and above that, if the voice is raised to the highest pitch by tremulous modulation, say, how can the raga be kept intact? Again, the poetry of music is completely destroyed if there be in it such profuse use of light and short strains just for effect. To sing by keeping to the idea, meant to be conveyed by a song, totally disappeared from our country when tapas came into vogue. Nowadays, it seems, the true art is reviving a little with the improvement in theatres, but, on the other hand, all regard for ragas and raganis is being more and more flung to the winds. Accordingly, to those who are past masters in the art of singing Drupada, it is painful to hear tapas. But in our music the cadence, or a duly regulated rise and fall of voice or sound, is very good. The French detected and appreciated this trait first, and tried to adapt and introduce it in their music. After their doing this, the whole of Europe has now thoroughly mastered it. Q. Maharaj, their music seems to be preeminently martial, whereas that element appears to be altogether absent in ours. Swamiji, oh, no, we have it also. In martial music, harmony is greatly needed. We sadly lack harmony, hence it does not show itself so much. Our music had been improving steadily. But when the Mohammedans came, they took possession of it in such a way that the tree of music could grow no further. The music of the Westerners is much advanced. They have the sentiment of pathos as well as of heroism in their music, which is as it should be. But our antique musical instrument made from the gourd has been improved no further. Q. Which of the ragas and raganis are martial in tune? Swamiji, every raga may be made martial if it is set in harmony and the instruments are tuned accordingly. Some of the raganis can also become martial. The conversation was then closed, as it was time for supper. After supper, Swamiji inquired as to the sleeping arrangements for the guests who had come from Calcutta to the math to pass the night, and he then retired to his bedroom. 9. Translated from Bengali. The old institution of living with the Guru, the present university system, lack of Shraddha. We have a national history, Western science coupled with Vedanta, the so-called higher education, the need of technical education and education on national lines, the story of Satyakama, mere book learning and education under Tyagis Sri Ramakrishna and the Pandits, establishment of maths with sadhus in charge of colleges, textbooks for boys to be compiled, stop early marriage. Plan of sending unmarried graduates to Japan, the secret of Japan's greatness, art, Asian and European art and utility styles of dress, the food question and poverty. Sri Priya Nath Sinha. It was about 2 years after the new math had been constructed and while all the swamis were living there that I came one morning to pay a visit to my guru. Seeing me, Swamiji smiled and after inquiring of my welfare etc., said, "You are going to stay today, are you not?" "Certainly," I said, and after various inquiries I asked, "Well, Maharaj, what is your idea of educating our boys?" "Swamiji, Guru Grihavasa, living with the Guru." Q. How? Swamiji, in the same way as of old. But with this education has to be combined modern Western science. Both these are necessary. Q. Why? What is the defect in the present university system? Swamiji, it is almost wholly one of defects. Why, it is nothing but a perfect machine for turning out clerks. I would even thank my stars if that were all. But no. See how men are becoming destitute of Shraddha and faith. They assert that the Gita is only an interpolation, and that the Vedas are but rustic songs. They like to master every detail concerning things and nations outside of India, but if you ask them, they do not know even the names of their own forefathers up to the 7th generation, not to speak of the 14th. Q. But what does that matter? What if they do not know the names of their forefathers? Swamiji, don't think so. A nation that has no history of its own has nothing in this world. Do you believe that one who has such faith and pride as to feel, "I come of noble descent," can ever turn out to be bad? How could that be? That faith in himself would curb his actions and feelings, so much so that he would rather die than commit wrong. So a national history keeps a nation well restrained and does not allow it to sink so low. Oh, I know you will say, but we have not such a history. No, there is not any, according to those who think like you. Neither is there any, according to your big university scholars, and so also think those who, having traveled through the West in one great rush, come back dressed in European style and assert, "We have nothing, we are barbarians." Of course, we have no history exactly like that of other countries. Suppose we take rice, and the Englishmen do not. Would you for that reason imagine that they all die of starvation, and are going to be exterminated? They live quite well on what they can easily procure or produce in their own country and what is suited to them. Similarly, we have our own history exactly as it ought to have been for us. Will that history be made extinct by shutting your eyes and crying, "Alas! We have no history"? Those who have eyes to see, find a luminous history there, and on the strength of that they know the nation is still alive. But that history has to be rewritten. It should be restated and suited to the understanding and ways of thinking which our men have acquired in the present age through Western education. Q. How has that to be done? Swamiji, that is too big a subject for a talk now. However, to bring that about, the old institution of living with the Guru and similar systems of imparting education are needed. What we want are Western science coupled with Vedanta, Brahmacharya as the guiding motto, and also Shraddha and faith in one's own self. Another thing that we want is the abolition of that system which aims at educating our boys in the same manner as that of the man who battered his ass, being advised that it could thereby be turned into a horse. Q. What do you mean by that? Swamiji, you see, no one can teach anybody. The teacher spoils everything by thinking that he is teaching. Thus Vedanta says that within man is all knowledge, even in a boy it is so, and it requires only an awakening, and that much is the work of a teacher. We have to do only so much for the boys that they may learn to apply their own intellect to the proper use of their hands, legs, ears, eyes, etc., and finally everything will become easy. But the root is religion. Religion is as the rice, and everything else, like the curries. Taking only curries causes indigestion, and so is the case with taking rice alone. Our pedagogues are making parrots of our boys and ruining their brains by cramming a lot of subjects into them. Looking from one standpoint, you should rather be grateful to the Viceroy I for his proposal of reforming the university system, which means practically abolishing higher education. The country will, at least, feel some relief by having breathing time. Goodness gracious! What a fuss and fury about graduating, and after a few days all cools down. And after all that, what is it they learn but that what religion and customs we have are all bad, and what the Westerners have are all good? At last, they cannot keep the wolf from the door. What does it matter if this higher education remains or goes? It would be better if the people got a little technical education, so that they might find work and earn their bread, instead of dawdling about and crying for service. Q. Yes, the Marwaris are wiser, since they do not accept service and most of them engage themselves in some trade. Swamiji, nonsense. They are on the way to bringing ruin on the country. They have little understanding of their own interests. You are much better, because you have more of an eye towards manufactures. If the money that they lay out in their business and with which they make only a small percentage of profit were utilized in conducting a few factories and workshops, instead of filling the pockets of Europeans by letting them reap the benefit of most of the transactions, then it would not only conduce to the well-being of the country but bring by far the greater amount of profit to them, as well. It is only the Kabulis who do not care for service. The spirit of independence is in their very bone and marrow. Propose to any one of them to take service, and you will see what follows. Q. Well, Maharaj, in case higher education is abolished, will not the men become as stupid as cows, as they were before? Swamiji, what nonsense! Can ever a lion become a jackal? What do you mean? Is it ever possible for the sons of the land that has nourished the whole world with knowledge from time immemorial to turn as stupid as cows, because of the abolition of higher education by Lord Curzon? Q. But think what our people were before the advent of the English, and what they are now. Swamiji, does higher education mean mere study of material sciences and turning out things of everyday use by machinery? The use of higher education is to find out how to solve the problems of life, and this is what is engaging the profound thought of the modern civilized world, but it was solved in our country thousands of years ago. Q. But your Vedanta also was about to disappear? Swamiji, it might be so. In the efflux of time the light of Vedanta now and then seems as if about to be extinguished, and when that happens, the Lord has to incarnate himself in the human body. He then infuses such life and strength into religion that it goes on again for some time with irresistible vigor. That life and strength has come into it again. Q. What proof is there, Maharaj, that India has freely contributed her knowledge to the rest of the world? Swamiji, history itself bears testimony to the fact. All the soul-elevating ideas and the different branches of knowledge that exist in the world are found on proper investigation to have their roots in India. Aglow with enthusiasm, Swamiji dwelt at length on this topic. His health was very bad at the time, and moreover owing to the intense heat of summer, he was feeling thirsty and drinking water too often. At last he said, "Dear Sinki, get a glass of iced water for me please, I shall explain everything to you clearly." After drinking the iced water he began afresh. Swamiji, what we need, you know, is to study, independent of foreign control, different branches of the knowledge that is our own, and with it the English language and Western science. We need technical education and all else that may develop industries so that men, instead of seeking for service, may earn enough to provide for themselves, and save something against a rainy day. Q. What were you going to say the other day about the toll, Sanskrit boarding school, system? Swamiji, haven't you read the stories from the Upanishads? I will tell you one. Satyakama went to live the life of a brahmacharin with his guru. The guru gave into his charge some cows and sent him away to the forest with them. Many months passed by, and when Satyakama saw that the number of cows was doubled, he thought of returning to his guru. On his way back, one of the bulls, the fire, and some other animals gave him instructions about the highest Brahman. When the disciple came back, the guru at once saw by a mere glance at his face that the disciple had learnt the knowledge of the Supreme Brahman, Chandogya, 4:9. 2. Now, the moral this story is meant to teach is that true education is gained by constant living in communion with nature. Knowledge should be acquired in that way, otherwise by educating yourself in the toll of a pundit you will be only a human ape all your life. One should live from his very boyhood with one whose character is like a blazing fire and should have before him a living example of the highest teaching. Mere reading that it is a sin to tell a lie will be of no use. Every boy should be trained to practice absolute brahmacharya, and then only, faith shraddha will come. Otherwise, why will not one who has no shraddha speak an untruth? In our country, the imparting of knowledge has always been through men of renunciation. Later, the pundits, by monopolizing all knowledge and restricting it to the tolls, have only brought the country to the brink of ruin. India had all good prospects so long as Tyagis, men of renunciation, used to impart knowledge. Q. What do you mean, Maharaj? There are no sannyasins in other countries, but see how by dint of their knowledge India is laid prostrate at their feet. Swamiji, don't talk nonsense, my dear, hear what I say. India will have to carry others' shoes forever on her head if the charge of imparting knowledge to her sons does not again fall upon the shoulders of Tyagis. Don't you know how an illiterate boy, possessed of renunciation, turned the heads of your great old pundits? Once at the Dakshineshvar temple the Brahmana who was in charge of the worship of Vishnu broke a leg of the image. Pundits were brought together at a meeting to give their opinions, and they, after consulting old books and manuscripts, declared that the worship of this broken image could not be sanctioned according to the Shastras and a new image would have to be consecrated. There was, consequently, a great stir. Sri Ramakrishna was called at last. He heard and asked, does a wife forsake her husband in case he becomes lame? What followed? The pundits were struck dumb. All their shastric commentaries and erudition could not withstand the force of this simple statement. If what you say was true, why should Sri Ramakrishna come down to this earth, and why should he discourage mere book learning so much? That new life force which he brought with him has to be instilled into learning and education, and then the real work will be done. Q. But that is easier said than done. Swamiji, had it been easy, it would not have been necessary for him to come. What you have to do now is to establish a math in every town and in every village. Can you do that? Do something at least. Start a big math in the heart of Calcutta. A well-educated sadhu should be at the head of that center, and under him there should be departments for teaching practical science and arts, with a specialist sannyasin in charge of each of these departments. Q. Where will you get such sadhus? Swamiji, we shall have to manufacture them. Therefore, I always say that some young men with burning patriotism and renunciation are needed. None can master a thing perfectly in so short a time as the Tyagis will. After a short silence Swamiji said, Sinki, there are so many things left to be done for our country that thousands like you and me are needed. What will mere talk do? See to what a miserable condition the country is reduced, now do something. We haven't even got a single book well suited for the little boys. Q. Why, there are so many books of Ishvarchandra Vidyasagar for the boys. No sooner had I said this than he laughed out and said, yes, there you read Ishvar Nirakar Chaitanya Svarup, God is without form and of the essence of pure knowledge, Subal Ati Subodh Balak, Subal is a very good boy, and so on. That won't do. We must compose some books in Bengali as also in English with short stories from the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, the Upanishads, etc., in very easy and simple language, and these are to be given to our little boys to read. It was about 11 o'clock by this time. The sky became suddenly overcast, and a cool breeze began to blow. Swamiji was greatly delighted at the prospect of rain. He got up and said, "Let us, Sinki, have a stroll by the side of the Ganga." We did so, and he recited many stanzas from the Meghaduta of Kalidasa, but the one undercurrent of thought that was all the time running through his mind was the good of India. He exclaimed, "Look here, Sinki, can you do one thing? Can you put a stop to the marriage of our boys for some time?" I said, "Well, Maharaj, how can we think of that when the Babus are trying, on the other hand, all sorts of means to make marriage cheaper?" "Swamiji, don't trouble your head on that score, who can stem the tide of time? All such agitations will end in empty sound, that is all. The dearer the marriages become, the better for the country. What a hurry-scurry of passing examinations and marrying right off. It seems as if no one was to be left a bachelor, but it is just the same thing again, next year." After a short silence, Swamiji again said, "If I can get some unmarried graduates, I may try to send them over to Japan and make arrangements for their technical education there, so that when they come back, they may turn their knowledge to the best account for India. What a good thing that would be. Q. Why, Maharaj, is it better for us to go to Japan than to England? Swamiji, certainly. In my opinion, if all our rich and educated men once go and see Japan, their eyes will be opened. Q. How? Swamiji, there, in Japan, you find a fine assimilation of knowledge, and not its indigestion, as we have here. They have taken everything from the Europeans, but they remain Japanese all the same, and have not turned European, while in our country, the terrible mania of becoming Westernist has seized upon us like a plague. I said, Maharaj, I have seen some Japanese paintings, one cannot but marvel at their art. Its inspiration seems to be something which is their own and beyond imitation. Swamiji, quite so. They are great as a nation because of their art. Don't you see they are Asians, as we are? And though we have lost almost everything, yet what we still have is wonderful. The very soul of the Asian is interwoven with art. The Asian never uses a thing unless there be art in it. Don't you know that art is, with us, a part of religion? How greatly is a lady admired, among us, who can nicely paint the floors and walls, on auspicious occasions, with the paste of rice powder. How great an artist was Sri Ramakrishna himself. Q. The English art is also good, is it not? Swamiji, what a stupid fool you are. But what is the use of blaming you when that seems to be the prevailing way of thinking? Alas, to such a state is our country reduced. The people will look upon their own gold as brass, while the brass of the foreigner is gold to them. This is, indeed, the magic wrought by modern education. Know that since the time the Europeans have come into contact with Asia, they are trying to infuse art into their own life. Myself, if others hear you talk like this, Maharaj, they will think that you take a pessimistic view of things. Swamiji, naturally. What else can they think who move in a rut? How I wish I could show you everything through my eyes. Look at their buildings, how commonplace, how meaningless, they are. Look at those big government buildings, can you, just by seeing their outside, make out any meaning for which each of them stands? No, because they are all so unsymbolical. Take again the dress of Westerners, their stiff coats and straight pants fitting almost tightly to the body, are, in our estimation, hardly decent. Is it not so? And, oh, what beauty indeed, in that! Now, go all over our motherland and see if you cannot read aright, from their very appearance, the meaning for which our buildings stand, and how much art there is in them. The glass is their drinking vessel, and ours is the metalgadi, pitcher-shaped. Which of the two is artistic? Have you seen the farmers' homes in our villages? Myself, yes, I have, of course. Swamiji, what have you seen of them? I did not know what to say. However, I replied, Maharaj, they are faultlessly neat and clean, the yards and floors being daily well plastered over. Swamiji, have you seen their granaries for keeping paddy? What an art is there in them! What a variety of paintings even on their mud walls! And then, if you go and see how the lower classes live in the West, you would at once mark the difference. Their ideal is utility, ours art. The Westerner looks for utility in everything, whereas with us art is everywhere. With the Western education, those beautiful gadis of ours have been discarded, and enamel glasses have usurped their place in our homes. Thus the ideal of utility has been imbibed by us to such an extent as to make it look little short of the ridiculous. Now what we need is the combination of art and utility. Japan has done that very quickly, and so she has advanced by giant strides. Now, in their turn, the Japanese are going to teach the Westerners. Q. Maharaj, which nation in the world dresses best? Swamiji, the Aryans do, even the Europeans admit that. How picturesquely their dresses hang in folds. The royal costumes of most nations are, to some extent, a sort of imitation of the Aryans. The same attempt is made there to keep them in folds, and those costumes bear a marked difference to their national style. By the by, Singhi, leave off that wretched habit of wearing those European shirts. Q. Why, Maharaj? Swamiji, for the reason that they are used by the Westerners only as underwear. They never like to see them worn outside. How mistaken of the Bengalis to do so. As if one should wear anything and everything, as if there was no unwritten law about dress, as if there was no ancestral style to follow. Our people are outcast by taking the food touched by the lower classes. It would have been very well if the same law applied to their wearing any irregular style of dress. Why can't you adapt your dress in some way to our own style? What sense is there in your adopting European shirts and coats? It began to rain now, and the dinner bell also rang. So we went in to partake of the prasada, consecrated food, with others. During the meal, Swamiji said, addressing me, concentrated food should be taken. To fill the stomach with a large quantity of rice is the root of laziness. A little while after he said again, look at the Japanese, they take rice with the soup of split peas, twice or thrice a day. But even the strongly built take a little at a time, though the number of meals may be more. Those who are well-to-do among them take meat daily. While we stuff ourselves twice a day up to the throat, as it were, and the whole of our energy is exhausted in digesting such a quantity of rice. Q. Is it feasible for us Bengalis, poor as we are, to take meat? Swamiji, why not? You can afford to have it in small quantities. Half a pound a day is quite enough. The real evil is idleness, which is the principal cause of our poverty. Suppose the head of a firm gets displeased with someone and decreases his pay, or out of 3 or 4 bread-winning sons in a family one suddenly dies, what do? Why, they at once curtail the quantity of milk for the children, or live on 1 meal a day, having a little popped rice or so at night. Q. But what else can they do under the circumstances? Swamiji, why can't they exert themselves and earn more to keep up their standard of food? But no. They must go to their local addas, rendezvous, and idle hours away. Oh, if they only knew how they wasted their time. X. Translated from Bengali. The discrimination of the 4 castes according to Jati and Guna Brahmanas and Kshatriyas in the West. The Kula Guru system in Bengal. Shri Priya Nath Sinha. Once I went to see Swamiji while he was staying in Calcutta at the house of the late Balaram Basu. After a long conversation about Japan and America, I asked him, well, Swamiji, how many disciples have you in the West? Swamiji, a good many. Q. 2 or 3 thousands. Swamiji, maybe more than that. Q. Are they all initiated by you with mantras? Swamiji, yes. Q. Did you give them permission to utter pranav, Om? Swamiji, yes. Q. How did you, Maharaj? They say that the Shudras have no right to pranav, and none has except the Brahmins. Moreover, the Westerners are mlechchas, not even Shudras. Swamiji, how do you know that those whom I have initiated are not Brahmins? Myself, where could you get Brahmins outside India, in the lands of the Yavnas and mlechchas? Swamiji, my disciples are all Brahmins. I quite admit the truth of the words that none except the Brahmins has the right to pranav. But the son of a Brahmin is not necessarily always a Brahmin, though there is every possibility of his being one, he may not become so. Did you not hear that the nephew of Aghari Chakravarti of Baghbazar became a sweeper and actually used to do all the menial services of his adopted caste? Was he not the son of a Brahmin? The Brahmin caste and the Brahmanya qualities are two distinct things. In India, one is held to be a Brahmin by one's caste, but in the West, one should be known as such by one's Brahmanya qualities. As there are three gunas sattva, rajas, and tamas, so there are gunas which show a man to be a Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya or Shudra. The qualities of being a Brahmin or a Kshatriya are dying out from the country, but in the West they have now attained to Kshatriyahood, from which the next step is Brahminhood, and many there are who have qualified themselves for that. Q. Then you call those Brahmins who are sattvika by nature? Swamiji, quite so. As there are sattva, rajas, and tamas, one or other of these gunas more or less in every man, so the qualities which make a Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Shudra are inherent in every man, more or less. But at times one or other of these qualities predominates in him in varying degrees, and it is manifested accordingly. Take a man in his different pursuits, for example, when he is engaged in serving another for pay, he is in Shudrahood; when he is busy transacting some piece of business for profit, on his own account, he is a Vaishya; when he fights to right wrongs, then the qualities of a Kshatriya come out in him, and when he meditates on God or passes his time in conversation about him, then he is a Brahmin. Naturally, it is quite possible for one to be changed from one caste into another. Otherwise, how did Vishvamitra become a Brahmin and Parshurama a Kshatriya? Q. What you say seems to be quite right, but why then do not our pundits and family gurus teach us the same thing? Swamiji, that is one of the great evils of our country. But let the matter rest now. Swamiji here spoke highly of the Westerners' spirit of practicality, and how, when they take up religion also, that spirit shows itself. Myself, true, Maharaj, I have heard that their spiritual and psychic powers are very quickly developed when they practice religion. The other day Swami Saradananda showed me a letter written by one of his Western disciples, describing the spiritual powers highly developed in the writer through the sadhanas practiced for only 4 months. Swamiji, so you see. Now you understand whether there are Brahmins in the West or not. You have Brahmins here also, but they are bringing the country down to the verge of ruin by their awful tyranny, and consequently what they have naturally is vanishing away by degrees. The Guru initiates his disciple with a mantra, but that has come to be a trade with him. And then, how wonderful is the relation nowadays between a Guru and his disciple. Perchance, the Guru has nothing to eat at home, and his wife brings the matter to his notice and says, "Pray, go once again to your disciples, dear. Will your playing at dice all day long save us from hunger?" The Brahmin in reply says, "Very well, remind me of it tomorrow morning. I have come to hear that my disciple so and so is having a run of luck, and, moreover, I have not been to him for a long time." This is what your Kula Guru system has come to in Bengal. Priestcraft in the West is not so degenerated, as yet, it is on the whole better than your kind. 11. Translated from Bengali. India wants not lecturing but work. The crying problem in India is poverty. Young sannyasins to be trained both as secular and spiritual teachers and workers for the masses. Exhortations to young men to work for others. From the Diary of a Disciple. The disciple in this and the following conversations is Sharat Chandra Chakravarti. Disciple: how is it, Swamiji, that you do not lecture in this country? You have stirred Europe and America with your lectures, but coming back here you have kept silence. Swamiji: in this country, the ground should be prepared first, then if the seed is sown, the plant will come out best. The ground in the West, in Europe and America is very fertile and fit for sowing seeds. There they have reached the climax of bhaga, enjoyment. Being satiated with bhaga to the full, their minds are not getting peace now even in those enjoyments, and they feel as if they wanted something else. In this country you have neither bhaga nor yoga, renunciation. When one is satiated with bhaga, then it is that one will listen to and understand the teachings on yoga. What good will lectures do in a country like India, which has become the birthplace of disease, sorrow and affliction, and where men are emaciated through starvation, and weak in mind? Disciple: how is that? Do you not say that ours is the land of religion and that here the people understand religion as they do nowhere else? Why then will not this country be animated by your inspiring eloquence and reap to the full the fruits thereof? Swamiji: now understand what religion means. The first thing required is the worship of the kurm, tortoise, incarnation, and the belly god is this kurm, as it were. Until you pacify this, no one will welcome your words about religion. India is restless with the thought of how to face the specter of hunger. The draining of the best resources of the country by the foreigners, the unrestricted exports of merchandise, and, above all, the abominable jealousy natural to slaves are eating into the vitals of India. First of all, you must remove this evil of hunger and starvation, this constant anxiety for bare existence, from those to whom you want to preach religion, otherwise, lectures and such things will be of no benefit. Disciple: what should we do then to remove that evil? Swamiji: first, some young men full of the spirit of renunciation are needed, those who will be ready to sacrifice their lives for others, instead of devoting themselves to their own happiness. With this object in view I shall establish a math to train young sannyasins, who will go from door to door and make the people realize their pitiable condition by means of facts and reasoning, and instruct them in the ways and means for their welfare, and at the same time will explain to them as clearly as possible, in very simple and easy language, the higher truths of religion. The masses in our country are like the sleeping Leviathan. The education imparted by the present university system reaches 1 or 2% of the masses only. And even those who get that do not succeed in their endeavors of doing any good to their country. But it is not their fault, poor fellows. As soon as they come out of their college, they find themselves fathers of several children. Somehow or other they manage to secure the position of a clerk, or at the most, a deputy magistrate. This is the finale of education. With the burden of a family on their backs, they find no time to do anything great or think anything high. They do not find means enough to fulfill their personal wants and interests, so what can be expected of them in the way of doing anything for others? Disciple: is there then no way out for us? Swamiji: certainly there is. This is the land of religion eternal. The country has fallen, no doubt, but will as surely rise again, and that upheaval will astound the world. The lower the hollows the billows make, the higher and with greater force will they rise again. Disciple: how will India rise again? Swamiji: do you not see? The dawn has already appeared in the eastern sky, and there is little delay in the sun's rising. You all set your shoulders to the wheel. What is there in making the world all in all, and thinking of my samsara, family and property, my samsara? Your duty at present is to go from one part of the country to another, from village to village, and make the people understand that mere sitting idly won't do any more. Make them understand their real condition and say, "Oh yeah brothers, arise. Awake. How much longer would you remain asleep? Go and advise them how to improve their own condition, and make them comprehend the sublime truths of the Shastras, scriptures, by presenting them in a lucid and popular way. So long the Brahmins have monopolized religion, but since they cannot hold their ground against the strong tide of time, go and take steps so that one and all in the land may get that religion. Impress upon their minds that they have the same right to religion as the Brahmins. Initiate all, even down to the Chandalas, people of the lowest castes, in these fiery mantras. Also instruct them, in simple words, about the necessities of life, and in trade, commerce, agriculture, etc. If you cannot do this, then fie upon your education and culture, and fie upon your studying the Vedas and Vedanta. Disciple, but where is that strength in us? I should have felt myself blessed if I had 100th part of your powers, Swamiji. Swamiji, how foolish! Power and things like that will come by themselves. Put yourself to work, and you will find such tremendous power coming to you that you will feel it hard to bear. Even the least work done for others awakens the power within, even thinking the least good of others gradually instills into the heart the strength of a lion. I love you all ever so much, but I wish you all to die working for others. I should rather be glad to see you do that. Disciple, what will become of those, then, who depend on me? Swamiji, if you are ready to sacrifice your life for others, God will certainly provide some means for them. Have you not read in the Gita, 640, the words of Sri Krishna, never does a doer of good, O my beloved, come to grief? Disciple, I see, sir. Swamiji, the essential thing is renunciation. Without renunciation none can pour out his whole heart in working for others. The man of renunciation sees all with an equal eye and devotes himself to the service of all. Does not our Vedanta also teach us to see all with an equal eye? Why then do you cherish the idea that the wife and children are your own, more than others? At your very threshold, Narayana himself in the form of a poor beggar is dying of starvation. Instead of giving him anything, would you only satisfy the appetites of your wife and children with delicacies? Why, that is beastly. Disciple, to work for others requires a good deal of money at times, and where shall I get that? Swamiji, why not do as much as lies within your power? Even if you cannot give to others for want of money, surely you can at least breathe into their ears some good words or impart some good instruction, can't you? Or does that also require money? Disciple, yes, sir, that I can do. Swamiji, but saying, I can, won't do. Show me through action what you can do, and then only I shall know that your coming to me is turned to some good account. Get up, and put your shoulders to the wheel. How long is this life for? As you have come into this world, leave some mark behind. Otherwise, where is the difference between you and the trees and stones? They, too, come into existence, decay, and die. If you like to be born and to die like them, you are at liberty to do so. Show me by your actions that your reading the Vedanta has been fruitful of the highest good. Go and tell all, in every one of you lies that eternal power, and try to wake it up. What will you do with individual salvation? That is sheer selfishness. Throw aside your meditation, throw away your salvation and such things. Put your whole heart and soul in the work to which I have consecrated myself. With bated breath the disciple heard these inspiring words, and Swamiji went on with his usual fire and eloquence. Swamiji, first of all, make the soil ready, and thousands of vivekanandas will in time be born into this world to deliver lectures on religion. You needn't worry yourself about that. Don't you see why I am starting orphanages, famine relief works, etc.? Don't you see how Sister Nivedita, a British lady, has learned to serve Indians so well, by doing even menial work for them? And can't you, being Indians, similarly serve your own fellow countrymen? Go, all of you, wherever there is an outbreak of plague or famine, or wherever the people are in distress, and mitigate their sufferings. At the most you may die in the attempt. What of that? How many like you are being born and dying like worms every day? What difference does that make to the world at large? Die you must, but have a great ideal to die for, and it is better to die with a great ideal in life. Preach this ideal from door to door, and you will yourselves be benefited by it at the same time that you are doing good to your country. On you lie the future hopes of our country. I feel extreme pain to see you leading a life of inaction. Set yourselves to work to work. Do not tarry, the time of death is approaching day by day. Do not sit idle, thinking that everything will be done in time, later on. Mind nothing will be done that way. 12. Translated from Bengali. Reconciliation of Jnana and Bhakti. Satchidananda. How sectarianism originates. Bring in Shraddha and the worship of Shakti and Avataras, the ideal of the hero we want now, not the Madhurabhava Sri Ramakrishna Avataras. Disciple, pray, Swamiji, how can Jnana and Bhakti be reconciled? We see the followers of the path of devotion, Bhaktas, close their ears at the name of Shankara, and again, the followers of the path of knowledge, Jnanis, call the Bhaktas fanatics, seeing them weep in torrents, or sing and dance in ecstasy, in the name of the Lord. Swamiji, the thing is, all this conflict is in the preliminary, preparatory, stages of Jnana and Bhakti. Have you not heard Sri Ramakrishna's story about Shiva's demons and Rama's monkeys? 1. Disciple, yes, sir, I have. Swamiji, but there is no difference between the Supreme Bhakti and the Supreme Jnana. The Supreme Bhakti is to realize God as the form of prema, love, itself. If you see the loving form of God manifest everywhere and in everything, how can you hate or injure others? That realization of love can never come so long as there is the least desire in the heart, or what Sri Ramakrishna used to say, attachment for kamakanchana, sense pleasure and wealth. In the perfect realization of love, even the consciousness of one's own body does not exist. Also, the supreme Jnana is to realize the oneness everywhere, to see one's own self as the self in everything. That too cannot come so long as there is the least consciousness of the ego, aham. Disciple, then what you call love is the same as supreme knowledge. Swamiji, exactly so. Realization of love comes to none unless one becomes a perfect Jnani. Does not the Vedanta say that Brahman is Satchidananda, the absolute existence, knowledge, bliss? Disciple, yes, sir. Swamiji, the phrase Satchidananda means Sat, i.e. existence, Chit, i.e. consciousness or knowledge, and Ananda, i.e. bliss, which is the same as love. There is no controversy between the Bhakta and the Jnani regarding the Sat aspect of Brahman. Only, the Jnanis lay greater stress on his aspect of Chit or knowledge, while the Bhaktas keep the aspect of Ananda or love more in view. But no sooner is the essence of Chit realized than the essence of Ananda is also realized. Because what is Chit is verily the same as Ananda. Disciple, why then is so much sectarianism prevalent in India? And why is there so much controversy between the scriptures on Bhakti and Jnana? Swamiji, the thing is, all this waging of war and controversy is concerning the preliminary ideals, i.e. those ideals which men take up to attain the real Jnana or real Bhakti. But which do you think is the higher, the end or the means? Surely, the means can never be higher than the end, because the means to realize the same end must be numerous, as they vary according to the temperament or mental capacities of individual followers. The counting of beads, meditation, worship, offering oblations in the sacred fire, all these and such other things are the limbs of religion, they are but means, and to attain to supreme devotion, parabhakti, or to the highest realization of Brahman is the preeminent end. If you look a little deeper, you will understand what they are fighting about. One says, if you pray to God facing the east, then you will reach him. No, says another, you will have to sit facing the west, and then only you will see him. Perhaps someone realized God in meditation, ages ago, by sitting with his face to the east, and his disciples at once began to preach this attitude, asserting that none can ever see God unless he assumes this position. Another party comes forward and inquires, how is that? Such and such a person realized God while facing the West, and we have seen this ourselves. In this way all these sects have originated. Someone might have attained supreme devotion by repeating the name of the Lord as Hari, and at once it entered into the composition of the Shastra as the name of the Lord Hari, the name of the Lord Hari, the name of the Lord Hari alone. Verily, there is no other path than this in the age of Kali. Someone, again, let us suppose, might have attained perfection with the name of Allah, and immediately another creed originated by him began to spread, and so on. But we have to see what is the end to which all these forms of worship and other religious practices are intended to lead. The end is Shraddha. We have not any synonym in our Bengali language to express the Sanskrit word Shraddha. The Katha Upanishad says that Shraddha entered into the heart of Nachiketa. Even with the word ekagrata, one-pointedness, we cannot express the whole significance of the word Shraddha. The word ekagranishta, one-pointed devotion, conveys, to a certain extent, the meaning of the word Shraddha. If you meditate on any truth with steadfast devotion and concentration, you will see that the mind is more and more tending onwards to oneness, i.e. taking you towards the realization of the absolute existence knowledge bliss. The scriptures on bhakti or jnana give special advice to men to take up in life the one or the other of such nishthas, scrupulous persistence, and make it their own. With the lapse of ages, these great truths become distorted and gradually transform themselves into deshacharas or the prevailing customs of a country. It has happened, not only in India, but in every nation and every society in the world. And the common people, lacking in discrimination, make these the bone of contention and fight among themselves. They have lost sight of the end, and hence sectarianism, quarrels, and fights continue. Disciple, what then is the saving means, Swamiji? Swamiji, that true Shraddha, as of old, has to be brought back again. The weeds have to be taken up by the roots. In every faith and in every path, there are, no doubt, truths which transcend time and space, but a good deal of rubbish has accumulated over them. This has to be cleared away, and the true eternal principles have to be held before the people, and then only, our religion and our country will be really benefited. Disciple, how will that be effected? Swamiji, why, first of all, we have to introduce the worship of the great saints. Those great souled ones who have realized the eternal truths are to be presented before the people as the ideas to be followed, as in the case of India Sri Ramachandra, Sri Krishna, Mahavira and Sri Ramankrishna, among others. Can you bring in the worship of Sri Ramachandra and Mahavira in this country? Keep aside for the present the Vrindavan aspect of Sri Krishna, and spread far and wide the worship of Sri Krishna roaring the Gita out, with the voice of a lion. And bring into daily use the worship of Shakti the Divine Mother, the source of all power. Disciple, is the divine play of Sri Krishna with the gopis of Vrindavan not good, then? Swamiji, under the present circumstances, that worship is of no good to you. Playing on the flute and so on will not regenerate the country. We now mostly need the ideal of a hero with the tremendous spirit of Rajas thrilling through his veins from head to foot, the hero who will dare and die to know the truth, the hero whose armor is renunciation, whose sword is wisdom. We want now the spirit of the brave warrior in the battlefield of life, and not of the wooing lover who looks upon life as a pleasure garden. Disciple, is then the path of love, as depicted in the ideal of the gopis, false? Swamiji, who says so? Not I. That is a very superior form of worship, sadhana. In this age of tremendous attachment to sense pleasure and wealth, very few are able even to comprehend those higher ideals. Disciple, then are not those who are worshipping God as husband or lover, Madhura, following the proper path? Swamiji, I dare say not. There may be a few honorable exceptions among them, but no, that the greater part of them are possessed of dark tamasika nature. Most of them are full of morbidity and affected with exceptional weakness. The country must be raised. The worship of Mahavira must be introduced, the Shakti Puja must form a part of our daily practice, Sri Ramachandra must be worshipped in every home. Therein lies your welfare, therein lies the good of the country, there is no other way. Disciple, but I have heard that Bhagwan Sri Ramakrishna used to sing the name of God very much. Swamiji, quite so, but his was a different case. What comparison can there be between him and ordinary men? He practiced in his life all the different ideals of religion to show that each of them leads but to the one truth. Shall you or I ever be able to do all that he has done? None of us has understood him fully. So, I do not venture to speak about him anywhere and everywhere. He only knows what he himself really was, his frame was a human one only, but everything else about him was entirely different from others. Disciple, do you, may I ask, believe him to be an avatara, incarnation of God? Swamiji, tell me first, what do you mean by an avatara? Disciple, why, I mean one like Sri Ramachandra, Sri Krishna, Sri Gauranga, Buddha, Jesus, and others. Swamiji, I know Bhagwan Sri Ramakrishna to be even greater than those you have just named. What to speak of believing, which is a petty thing, I know. Let us, however, drop the subject now, more of it another time. After a pause, Swamiji continued, to re-establish the Dharma, there come Mahapurushas, great teachers of humanity, suited to the needs of the times and society. Call them what you will, either Mahapurushas or Avataras, it matters little. They reveal, each in his life, the ideal. Then, by degrees, shapes are molded in their matrices, men are made. Gradually, sects arise and spread. As time goes on, these sects degenerate, and similar reformers come again. This has been the law, flowing in uninterrupted succession, like a current, down the ages. Disciple, why do you not preach Sri Ramakrishna as an avatara? You have, indeed, power, eloquence, and everything else needed to do it. Swamiji, truly, I tell you, I have understood him very little. He appears to me to have been so great that, whenever I have to speak anything of him, I am afraid lest I ignore or explain away the truth, lest my little power does not suffice, lest in trying to extol him I present his picture by painting him according to my lights and belittle him thereby. Disciple, but many are now preaching him as an avatara. Swamiji, let them do so if they like. They are doing it in the light in which they have understood him. You too can go and do the same, if you have understood him. Disciple, I cannot even grasp you, what to say of Sri Ramakrishna. I should consider myself blessed in this life if I get a little of your grace. 13. Translated from Bengali. Brahman and differentiation. Personal realization of oneness, supreme bliss is the goal of all. Think always, I am Brahman. Discrimination and renunciation are the means. Be fearless. Disciple, pray, Swamiji, if the one Brahman is the only reality, why then exists all this differentiation in the world? Swamiji, are you not considering this question from the point of view of phenomenal existence? Looking from the phenomenal side of existence, one can, through reasoning and discrimination, gradually arrive at the very root of unity. But if you were firmly established in that unity, how from that standpoint, tell me, could you see this differentiation? Disciple, true, if I had existed in the unity, how should I be able to raise this question of why? As I put this question, it is already taken for granted that I do so by seeing this diversity. Swamiji, very well. To inquire about the root of oneness through the diversity of phenomenal existence is named by the Shastras as Vyatarki reasoning, or the process of arguing by the indirect method, that is, adhyaropa and apavada, first taking for granted something that is non-existent or unreal as existing or real, and then showing through the course of reasoning that that is not a substance existing or real. You are talking of the process of arriving at the truth through assuming that which is not true as true, are you not? Disciple, to my mind, the state of the existing or the seen seems to be self-evident, and hence true, and that which is opposite to it seems, on the other hand, to be unreal. Swamiji, but the Vedas say, one only without a second. And if in reality there is the one only that exists, the Brahman, then your differentiation is false. You believe in the Vedas, I suppose? Disciple: oh, yes, for myself I hold the Vedas as the highest authority, but if, in argument, one does not accept them to be so, one must, in that case, have to be refuted by other means. Swamiji, that also can be done. Look here, a time comes when what you call differentiation vanishes, and we cannot perceive it at all. I have experienced that state in my own life. Disciple: when have you done so? Swamiji: one day in the temple garden at Dakshineshvar, Sri Ramakrishna touched me over the heart, and first of all I began to see that the houses, rooms, doors, windows, verandas, the trees, the sun, the moon, all were flying off, shattering to pieces, as it were reduced to atoms and molecules, and ultimately became merged in the Akasha. Gradually again, the Akasha also vanished, and after that, my consciousness of the ego with it. What happened next I do not recollect. I was at first frightened. Coming back from that state, again I began to see the houses, doors, windows, verandas, and other things. On another occasion, I had exactly the same realization by the side of a lake in America. Disciple: might not this state as well be brought about by a derangement of the brain? And I do not understand what happiness there can be in realizing such a state. Swamiji: a derangement of the brain. How can you call it so, when it comes neither as the result of delirium from any disease, nor of intoxication from drinking, nor as an illusion produced by various sorts of queer breathing exercises, but when it comes to a normal man in full possession of his health and wits? Then again, this experience is in perfect harmony with the Vedas. It also coincides with the words of realization of the inspired rishis and acharyas of old. Do you take me, at last, to be a crack-brained man? Smiling. Disciple: oh, no, I did not mean that, of course. When there are to be found hundreds of illustrations about such realization of oneness in the Shastras, and when you say that it can be as directly realized as a fruit in the palm of one's hand, and when it has been your own personal experience in life, perfectly coinciding with the words of the Vedas and other Shastras, how dare I say that it is false? Sri Shankaracharya, also realizing that state, has said, where is the universe vanished? And so on. Swamiji: no, this knowledge of oneness is what the Shastras speak of as realization of the Brahman, by knowing which, one gets rid of fear, and the shackles of birth and death break forever. Having once realized that supreme bliss, one is no more overwhelmed by pleasure and pain of this world. Men being fettered by base lust and wealth cannot enjoy that bliss of Brahman. Disciple: if it is so, and if we are really of the essence of the supreme Brahman, then why do we not exert ourselves to gain that bliss? Why do we again and again run into the jaws of death, being decoyed by this worthless snare of lust and wealth? Swamiji: you speak as if man does not desire to have that bliss. Ponder over it, and you will see that whatever anyone is doing, he is doing in the hope of gaining that supreme bliss. Only, not everyone is conscious of it and so cannot understand it. That supreme bliss fully exists in all, from Brahma down to the blade of grass. You are also that undivided Brahman. This very moment you can realize if you think yourself truly and absolutely to be so. It is all mere want of direct perception. That you have taken service and work so hard for the sake of your wife also shows that the aim is ultimately to attain to that supreme bliss of Brahman. Being again and again entangled in the intricate maze of delusion and hard hit by sorrows and afflictions, the eye will turn of itself to one's own real nature, the inner self. It is owing to the presence of this desire for bliss in the heart, that man, getting hard shocks one after another, turns his eye inwards to his own self. A time is sure to come to everyone, without exception, when he will do so to one, it may be in this life, to another, after thousands of incarnations. Disciple: it all depends upon the blessings of the Guru and the grace of the Lord. Swamiji, the wind of grace of the Lord is blowing on, forever and ever. Do you spread your sail? Whenever you do anything, do it with your whole heart concentrated on it. Think day and night, I am of the essence of that supreme existence knowledge bliss. What fear and anxiety have I? This body, mind, and intellect are all transient, and that which is beyond these is myself. Disciple, thoughts like these come only for a while now and then, but quickly vanish, and I think all sorts of trash and nonsense. Swamiji, it happens like that in the initial stage, but gradually it is overcome. But from the beginning, intensity of desire in the mind is needed. Think always, I am ever pure, ever knowing, and ever free. How can I do anything evil? Can I ever be befooled like ordinary men with the insignificant charms of lust and wealth? Strengthen the mind with such thoughts. This will surely bring real good. Disciple, once in a while strength of mind comes. But then again I think that if I would appear at the deputy magistrateship examination, wealth, and name and fame would come and I should live well and happy. Swamiji, whenever such thoughts come in the mind, discriminate within yourself between the real and the unreal. Have you not read the Vedanta? Even when you sleep, keep the sword of discrimination at the head of your bed, so that covetousness cannot approach you even in dream. Practicing such strength, renunciation will gradually come, and then you will see the portals of heaven are wide open to you. Disciple, if it is so, Swamiji, how is it then that the texts on bhakti say that too much of renunciation kills the feelings that make for tenderness? Swamiji, throw away, I say, texts which teach things like that. Without renunciation, without burning dispassion for sense objects, without turning away from wealth and lust as from filthy abomination, never can one attain salvation even in hundreds of Brahma's cycles. Repeating the names of the Lord, meditation, worship, offering libations in sacred fire, penance, all these are for bringing forth renunciation. One who has not gained renunciation, know his efforts to be like unto those of the man who is pulling at the oars all the while that the boat is at anchor. Neither by progeny nor by wealth, but by renunciation alone some, rare ones, attained immortality. Kaivalya Upanishad, 3. Disciple, will mere renouncing of wealth and lust accomplish everything? Swamiji, there are other hindrances on the path even after renouncing those two. Then, for example, comes name and fame. Very few men, unless of exceptional strength, can keep their balance under that. People shower honors upon them, and various enjoyments creep in by degrees. It is owing to this that 3/4 of the Tyagis are debarred from further progress. For establishing this math and other things, who knows but that I may have to come back again? Disciple, if you say things like that, then we are undone. Swamiji, what fear? Be fearless, be fearless, be fearless. You have seen Nag Mahashaya how even while living the life of a householder, he is more than a sannyasin. This is very uncommon, I have rarely seen one like him. If anyone wants to be a householder, let him be like Nag Mahashaya. He shines like a brilliant luminary in the spiritual firmament of East Bengal. Ask the people of that part of the country to visit him often, that will do much good to them. Disciple, Nag Mahashaya, it seems, is the living personification of humility in the play of Sri Ramakrishna's divine drama on earth. Swamiji, decidedly so, without a shadow of doubt. I have a wish to go and see him once. Will you go with me? I love to see fields flooded over with water in the rains. Will you write to him? Disciple, certainly I will. He is always mad with joy when he hears about you, and says that East Bengal will be sanctified into a place of pilgrimage by the dust of your feet. Swamiji, do you know, Sri Ramakrishna used to speak of Nag Mahashaya as a flaming fire? Disciple, yes, so I have heard. At the request of Swamiji, the disciple partook of some prasada, consecrated food, and left for Calcutta late in the evening. He was deeply thinking over the message of fearlessness that he had heard from the lips of the inspired teacher. I am free. I am free. 14. Translated from Bengali. Renunciation of Kamakanchana. God's mercy falls on those who struggle for realization. Unconditional mercy and Brahman are one. Disciple, Sri Ramakrishna used to say, Swamiji, that a man cannot progress far towards religious realization unless he first relinquishes Kamakanchana, lust and greed. If so, what will become of householders? For their whole minds are set on these two things. Swamiji, it is true that the mind can never turn to God until the desire for lust and wealth has gone from it, be the man a householder or a sannyasin. Know this for a fact, that as long as the mind is caught in these, so long true devotion, firmness, and shraddha, faith, can never come. Disciple, where will the householders be, then? What way are they to follow? Swamiji, to satisfy our smaller desires and have done with them forever, and to relinquish the greater ones by discrimination, that is the way. Without renunciation God can never be realized even if Brahma himself enjoined otherwise. Disciple, but does renunciation of everything come as soon as one becomes a monk? Swamiji, sannyasins are at least struggling to make themselves ready for renunciation, whereas householders are in this matter like boatmen who work at their oars while the boat lies at anchor. Is the desire for enjoyment ever appeased? It increases ever and ever. Bhagavata, 9:19-14. Disciple, why may not world weariness come, after enjoying the objects of the senses over and over for a long time? Swamiji, to how many does that come? The mind becomes tarnished by constant contact with the objects of the senses and receives a permanent molding and impress from them. Renunciation, and renunciation alone, is the real secret, the mula mantra, of all realization. Disciple, but there are such injunctions of the seers in the scriptures as these, to restrain the five senses while living with one's wife and children is tapas. For him whose desires are under control, living in the midst of his family is the same as retiring into a forest for tapasya. Swamiji. Blessed indeed are those who can renounce kamakanchana, living in their homes with their family. But how many can do that? Disciple, but then, what about the sannyasins? Are they all able to relinquish lust and love for riches fully? Swamiji, as I said just now, sannyasins are on the path of renunciation, they have taken the field, at least, to fight for the goal, but householders, on the other hand, having no knowledge as yet of the danger that comes through lust and greed, do not even attempt to realize the self. That they must struggle to get rid of these is an idea that has not yet entered their minds. Disciple, but many of them are struggling for it. Swamiji, oh, yes, and those who are doing so will surely renounce by degrees, their inordinate attachment for kamakanchana will diminish gradually. But for those who procrastinate, saying, oh, not so soon. I shall do it when the time comes, self-realization is very far off. Let me realize the truth this moment. In this very life. These are the words of a hero. Such heroes are ever ready to renounce the very next moment, and to such the scripture, Jabala Upanishad, 3, says, the moment you feel disgust for the vanities of the world, leave it all and take to the life of a monk. Disciple, but was not Sri Ramakrishna want to say, all these attachments vanish through the grace of God when one prays to him? Swamiji, yes, it is so, no doubt, through his mercy, but one needs to be pure first before one can receive this mercy, pure in thought, word, and deed, then it is that his grace descends on one. Disciple, but of what necessity is grace to him who can control himself in thought, word, and deed? For then he would be able to develop himself in the path of spirituality by means of his own exertions. Swamiji, the Lord is very merciful to him whom he sees struggling heart and soul for realization. But remain idle, without any struggle, and you will see that his grace will never come. Disciple, everyone longs to be good, yet the mind for some inscrutable reasons, turns to evil. Does not everyone wish to be good, to be perfect, to realize God? Swamiji, know them to be already struggling who desire this. God bestows his mercy when this struggle is maintained. Disciple, in the history of the incarnations, we find many persons who, we should say, had led very dissipated lives and yet were able to realize God without much trouble and without performing any sadhana or devotion. How is this accounted for? Swamiji: yes, but a great restlessness must already have come upon them, long enjoyment of the objects of the senses must already have created in them deep disgust. Want of peace must have been consuming their very hearts. So deeply they had already felt this void in their hearts that life even for a moment had seemed unbearable to them unless they could gain that peace which follows in the train of the Lord's mercy. So God was kind to them. This development took place in them direct from tamas to sattva. Disciple: then, whatever was the path, they may be said to have realized God truly in that way? Swamiji: yes, why not? But is it not better to enter into a mansion by the main entrance than by its doorway of disyanur? Disciple: no doubt that is true. Yet, the point is established that through mercy alone one can realize God. Swamiji: oh, yes, that one can, but few indeed are there who do so. Disciple: it appears to me that those who seek to realize God by restraining their senses and renouncing lust and wealth hold to the free will theory of self-exertion and self-help, and that those who take the name of the Lord and depend on Him are made free by the Lord Himself of all worldly attachments, and led by Him to the supreme stage of realization. Swamiji: true, those are the two different standpoints, the former held by the Jnanis, and the latter by the Bhaktas. But the ideal of renunciation is the keynote of both. Disciple: no doubt about that. But Sri Girish Chandra Ghosh, the great Bengali actor-dramatist, a staunch devotee of Sri Ramakrishna, once said to me that there could be no condition in God's mercy, there could be no law for it. If there were, then it could no longer be termed mercy. The realm of grace or mercy must transcend all law. Swamiji: but there must be some higher law at work in the sphere alluded to by GC of which we are ignorant. Those are words, indeed, for the last stage of development, which alone is beyond time, space, and causation. But, when we get there, who will be merciful, and to whom, where there is no law of causation? There the worshipper and the worshipped, the meditator and the object of meditation, the knower and the known, all become one. Call that grace or Brahman, if you will. It is all one uniform homogeneous entity. Disciple: hearing these words from you, Swamiji, I have come to understand the essence of all philosophy and religion, Vedas and Vedanta. It seems as if I had hitherto been living in the midst of high-sounding words without any meaning. 15. Translated from Bengali. Doctrine of ahimsa and meat-eating sattva, rajas, tamas in man. Food and spirituality. Ahara. 3 defects in food. Danti Tukhism and caste prejudices. Restoring the old Chaturvarnya and the laws of the rishis. Disciple: pray, Swamiji, do tell me if there is any relation between the discrimination of food taken and the development of spirituality in man. Swamiji: yes, there is, more or less. Disciple: is it proper or necessary to take fish and meat? Swamiji: I take them, my boy. And if there be any harm in doing so, I will take care of that. Look at the masses of our country. What a look of sadness on their faces and want of courage and enthusiasm in their hearts, with large stomachs and no strength in their hands and feet, a set of cowards frightened at every trifle. Disciple: does the taking of fish and meat give strength? Why do Buddhism and Vaishnavism preach non-killing is the highest virtue? Swamiji: Buddhism and Vaishnavism are not two different things. During the decline of Buddhism in India, Hinduism took from her a few cardinal tenets of conduct and made them her own, and these have now come to be known as Vaishnavism. The Buddhist tenet, non-killing is supreme virtue, is very good, but in trying to enforce it upon all by legislation without paying any heed to the capacities of the people at large, Buddhism has brought ruin upon India. I have come across many a religious heron, too, in India, who fed ants with sugar, and at the same time would not hesitate to bring ruin on his own brother for the sake of filthy lucre. Disciple: but in the Vedas as well as in the laws of Manu, there are injunctions to take fish and meat. Swamiji, and injunctions to abstain from killing as well. For the Vedas enjoin, cause no injury to any being. Manu also says, cessation of desire brings great results. Killing and non-killing have both been enjoined, according to the individual capacity or fitness and adaptability on those who will observe the one practice or the other. Disciple, it is the fashion here nowadays to give up fish and meat as soon as one takes to religion, and to many it is more sinful not to do so than to commit such great sins as adultery. How, do you think, such notions came into existence? Swamiji, what's the use of your knowing how they came, when you see clearly, do you not, that such notions are working ruin to our country and our society? Just see the people of East Bengal eat much fish, meat, and turtle, and they are much healthier than those of this part of Bengal. Even the rich men of East Bengal have not yet taken tulchis or chapatis at night, and they do not suffer from acidity and dyspepsia like us. I have heard that in the villages of East Bengal the people have not the slightest idea of what dyspepsia means. Disciple, quite so, Swamiji. We never complain of dyspepsia in our part of the country. I first heard of it after coming to these parts. We take fish with rice, mornings and evenings. Swamiji, yes, take as much of that as you can, without fearing criticism. The country has been flooded with dyspeptic Babajis living on vegetables only. That is no sign of sattva, but of deep tamas, the shadow of death. Brightness in the face, undaunted enthusiasm in the heart, and tremendous activity, these result from sattva, whereas idleness, lethargy, inordinate attachment, and sleep are the signs of tamas. Disciple, but do not fish and meat increase rajas in man? Swamiji, that is what I want you to have. Rajas is badly needed just now. More than 90% of those whom you now take to be men with the sattva quality are only steeped in the deepest tamas. Enough, if you find 1/16 of them to be really sattvika. What we want now is an immense awakening of rajasika energy, for the whole country is wrapped in the shroud of tamas. The people of this land must be fed and clothed, must be awakened, must be made more fully active. Otherwise they will become inert as trees and stones. So, I say, eat large quantities of fish and meat, my boy. Disciple, does a liking for fish and meat remain when one has fully developed the sattva quality? Swamiji, no, it does not. All liking for fish and meat disappears when pure sattva is highly developed, and these are the signs of its manifestation in a soul: sacrifice of everything for others, perfect non-attachment to lust and wealth, want of pride and egotism. The desire for animal food goes when these things are seen in a man. And where such indications are absent, and yet you find men siding with the non-killing party, know it for a certainty that herein, there is either hypocrisy or a show of religion. When you yourself come to that stage of pure sattva, give up fish and meat, by all means. Disciple, in the Chandogya Upanishad, 7xxvi2, there is this passage, through pure food the sattva quality in a man becomes pure. Swamiji, yes, I know. Shankaracharya has said that the word ahara there means objects of the senses, whereas Sri Ramanuj has taken the meaning of ahara to be food. In my opinion we should take that meaning of the word which reconciles both these points of view. Are we to pass our lives discussing all the time about the purity and impurity of food only, or are we to practice the restraining of our senses? Surely, the restraining of the senses is the main object, and the discrimination of good and bad, pure and impure foods, only helps one, to a certain extent, in gaining that end. There are, according to our scriptures, 3 things which make food impure: 1. Jatidasa or natural defects of a certain class of food, like onions, garlic, etc. 2. Nimitadasa or defects arising from the presence of external impurities in it, such as dead insects, dust, etc. that attach to sweetmeats bought from shops. 3. Ashrayadasa or defects that arise by the food coming from evil sources, as when it has been touched and handled by wicked persons. Special care should be taken to avoid the first and second classes of defects. But in this country men pay no regard just to these two, and go on fighting for the third alone, the very one that none but a yogi could really discriminate. The country from end to end is being bored to extinction by the cry, don't touch, of the non-touchéism party. In that exclusive circle of theirs, too, there is no discrimination of good and bad men, for their food may be taken from the hands of anyone who wears a thread round his neck and calls himself a Brahmin. Sri Ramakrishna was quite unable to take food in this indiscriminate way from the hands of any and all. It happened many a time that he would not accept food touched by a certain person or persons, and on rigorous investigation it would turn out that these had some particular stain to hide. Your religion seems nowadays to be confined to the cooking pot alone. You put on one side the sublime truths of religion and fight, as they say, for the skin of the fruit and not for the fruit itself. Disciple, do you mean, then, that we should eat the food handled by anyone and everyone? Swamiji, why so? Look here. You being Brahmin of a certain class, say, of the Bhattacharya class, why should you not eat rice cooked by Brahmins of all classes? Why should you, who belong to the Rarai section, object to taking rice cooked by a Brahmin of the Barendra section, or why should a Barendra object to taking your rice? Again, why should not the other subcastes in the west and south of India, e.g. the Marathi, Telangi, Kanuji, do the same? Do you not see that hundreds of Brahmins and Kayasthas in Bengal now go secretly to eat dainties in public restaurants, and when they come out of those places pose as leaders of society and frame rules to support Danti-Dushaism? Must our society really be guided by laws dictated by such hypocrites? No, I say. On the contrary, we must turn them out. The laws laid down by the great rishis of old must be brought back and be made to rule supreme once more. Then alone can national well-being be ours. Disciple, then, do not the laws laid down by the rishis rule and guide our present society? Swamiji, vain delusion. Where indeed is that the case nowadays? Nowhere have I found the laws of the rishis current in India, even when during my travels I searched carefully and thoroughly. The blind and not unoften meaningless customs sanctioned by the people, local prejudices and ideas, and the usages and ceremonials prevalent amongst women, are what really govern society everywhere. How many care to read the Shastras or to lead society according to their ordinances after careful study? Disciple, what are we to do, then? Swamiji, we must revive the old laws of the rishis. We must initiate the whole people into the codes of our old Manu and Yajnavalkya, with a few modifications here and there to adjust them to the changed circumstances of the time. Do you not see that nowhere in India now are the original four castes, Chaturvarnya, to be found? We have to redivide the whole Hindu population, grouping it under the four main castes of Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, as of old. The numberless modern subdivisions of the Brahmins that split them up into so many castes, as it were, have to be abolished and a single Brahmin caste to be made by uniting them all. Each of the three remaining castes also will have to be brought similarly into single groups, as was the case in Vedic times. Without this, will the motherland be really benefited by your simply crying as you do nowadays, "We won't touch you, we won't take him back into our caste"? Never, my boy. Sayings and utterances. One man is born to conquer nature and not to follow it. 2. When you think you are a body, are apart from the universe, when you think you are a soul, you are a spark from the great eternal fire, when you think you are the Atman, self, you are all. 3. The will is not free, it is a phenomenon bound by cause and effect, but there is something behind the will which is free. 4. Strength is in goodness, in purity. 5. The universe is objectified God. 6. You cannot believe in God until you believe in yourself. 7. The root of evil is in the illusion that we are bodies. This, if any, is the original sin. 8. One party says thought is caused by matter, and the other says matter is caused by thought. Both statements are wrong, matter and thought are coexistent. there is a third something of which both matter and thought are products. 9. As particles of matter combine in space, so mind waves combine in time. 10. To define God is grinding the already ground, for he is the only being we know. 11. Religion is the idea which is raising the brute unto man, and man unto God. 12. External nature is only internal nature writ large. 13. The motive is the measure of your work. What motive can be higher than that you are God, and that the lowest man is also God? 14. The observer in the psychic world needs to be very strong and scientifically trained. 15. To believe that mind is all, that thought is all is only a higher materialism. 16. This world is the great gymnasium where we come to make ourselves strong. 17. You cannot teach a child any more than you can grow a plant. All you can do is on the negative side you can only help. It is a manifestation from within, it develops its own nature, you can only take away obstructions. 18. As soon as you make a sect, you protest against universal brotherhood. Those who really feel universal brotherhood do not talk much, but their very actions speak aloud. 19. Truth can be stated in 1,000 different ways, yet each one can be true. 20. You have to grow from inside out. None can teach you, none can make you spiritual. There is no other teacher but your own soul. 21. If in an infinite chain a few links can be explained, by the same method all can be explained. 22. That man has reached immortality who is disturbed by nothing material. 23. Everything can be sacrificed for truth, but truth cannot be sacrificed for anything. 24. The search for truth is the expression of strength, not the groping of a weak, blind man. 25. God has become man, man will become God again. 26. It is child's talk that a man dies and goes to heaven. We never come nor go. We are where we are. All the souls that have been, are, and will be, are on one geometrical point. 27. He whose book of the heart has been opened needs no other books. Their only value is to create desire in us. They are merely the experiences of others. 28. Have charity towards all beings. Pity those who are in distress. Love all creatures. Do not be jealous of anyone. Look not to the faults of others. 29. Man never dies, nor is he ever born, bodies die, but he never dies. 30. No one is born into a religion, but each one is born for a religion. 31. There is really but one self in the universe, all else is but its manifestations. 32. All the worshippers are divided into the common masses and the brave few. 33. If it is impossible to attain perfection here and now, there is no proof that we can attain perfection in any other life. 34. If I know one lump of clay perfectly, I know all the clay there is. This is the knowledge of principles, but their adaptations are various. When you know yourself, you know all. 35. Personally, I take as much of the Vedas as agrees with reason. Parts of the Vedas are apparently contradictory. They are not considered as inspired in the Western sense of the word, but as the sum total of the knowledge of God, omniscience. This knowledge comes out at the beginning of a cycle and manifests itself, and when the cycle ends, it goes down into minute form. When the cycle is projected again, that knowledge is projected again with it. So far the theory is all right. But that only these books which are called the Vedas are his knowledge is mere sophistry. Manu says in one place that that part of the Vedas which agrees with reason is the Vedas and nothing else. Many of our philosophers have taken this view. 36. Of all the scriptures of the world, it is the Vedas alone that declare that even the study of the Vedas is secondary. The real study is that by which we realize the unchangeable. And that is neither reading, for believing, nor reasoning, but superconscious perception, or samadhi. 37. We have been low animals once. We think they are something different from us. I hear Western people say, the world was created for us. If tigers could write books, they would say, man was created for them, and that man is a most sinful animal, because he does not allow him, the tiger, to catch him easily. The worm that crawls under your feet today is a god to be. 38 I should very much like our women to have your intellectuality, but not if it must be at the cost of purity, said Swami Vivekananda in New York. I admire you for all that you know, but I dislike the way that you cover what is bad with roses and call it good. Intellectuality is not the highest good. Morality and spirituality are the things for which we strive. Our women are not so learned, but they are more pure. To all women every man save her husband should be as her son. To all men every woman save his own wife should be as his mother. When I look about me and see what you call gallantry, my soul is filled with disgust. Not until you learn to ignore the question of sex and to meet on a ground of common humanity will your women really develop. Until then they are playthings, nothing more. All this is the cause of divorce. Your men bow low and offer a chair, but in another breath they offer compliments. They say, "Oh, madam, how beautiful are your eyes." What right have they to do this? How dare a man venture so far, and how can you women permit it? Such things develop the less noble side of humanity. They do not tend to nobler ideals. We should not think that we are men and women, but only that we are human beings, born to cherish and to help one another. No sooner are a young man and a young woman left alone than he pays compliments to her, and perhaps before he takes a wife, he has courted 200 women. Bah! If I belonged to the marrying set, I could find a woman to love without all that. When I was in India and saw these things from the outside, I was told it was all right, it was mere pleasantry and I believed it. But I have traveled since then, and I know it is not right. It is wrong, only you of the West shut your eyes and call it good. The trouble with the nations of the West is that they are young, foolish, fickle, and wealthy. What mischief can come of one of these qualities, but when all three, all four, are combined beware. But severe as the Swami was upon all, Boston received the hardest blow. Of all, Boston is the worst. There the women are all faddists, all fickle, merely bent on following something new and strange. 39 Where is the spirituality one would expect in a country, he said in America, that is so boastful of its civilization? 40 Here and hereafter are words to frighten children. It is all here. To live and move in God even here, even in this body, all self should go out, all superstition should be banished. Such persons live in India. Where are such in this country, America? Your preachers speak against dreamers. The people of this country would be better off if there were more dreamers. There is a good deal of difference between dreaming and the brag of the 19th century. The whole world is full of God and not of sin. Let us help one another, let us love one another. 41 Let me die a true sannyasin as my master did, heedless of money, of women, and of fame. And of these the most insidious is the love of fame. 42 I have never spoken of revenge, I have always spoken of strength. Do we dream of revenging ourselves on this drop of sea spray? But it is a great thing to a mosquito. 43 This is a great land, said Swamiji on one occasion in America, but I would not like to live here. Americans think too much of money. They give it preference over anything else. Your people have much to learn. When your nation is as old as ours, you will be wiser. 44 It may be that I shall find it good to get outside of my body to cast it off like a disused garment. But I shall not cease to work. I shall inspire men everywhere, until the world shall know that it is one with God. 45 All that I am, all that the world itself will someday be, is owing to my master, Sri Ramakrishna, who incarnated and experienced and taught this wonderful unity which underlies everything, having discovered it alike in Hinduism, in Islam, and in Christianity. 46 Give the organ of taste a free rein, and the other organs will also run on unbridled. 47 Jnana, Bhakti, Yoga, and Karma These are the four paths which lead to salvation. One must follow the path for which one is best suited, but in this age special stress should be laid on Karma Yoga. 48 Religion is not a thing of imagination but of direct perception. He who has seen even a single spirit is greater than many a book-learned pundit. 49. Once Swamiji was praising someone very much. At this, one sitting nearby said to him, "But he does not believe in you." Hearing this, Swamiji at once replied, "Is there any legal affidavit that he should have to do so? He is doing good work, and so he is worthy of praise." 50. In the domain of true religion, book learning has no right to enter. 51. The downfall of a religious sect begins from the day that the worship of the rich enters into it. 52. If you want to do anything evil, do it before the eyes of your superiors. 53. By the grace of the Guru, a disciple becomes a pundit, scholar, even without reading books. 54. There is no sin nor virtue, there is only ignorance. By realization of non-duality this ignorance is dispelled. 55. Religious movements come in groups. Each one of them tries to rear itself above the rest. But as a rule only one of them really grows in strength, and this, in the long run, swallows up all the contemporary movements. 56. When Swamiji was at Ramad, he said in the course of a conversation that Sri Rama was the Paramatman and that Sita was the Jivatman, and each man's or woman's body was the Lanka, Ceylon. The Jivatman which was enclosed in the body, or captured in the island of Lanka, always desired to be in affinity with the Paramatman, or Sri Rama. But the Rakshasas would not allow it, and Rakshasas represented certain traits of character. For instance, Vibhishana represented Sattva Guna, Ravana, Rajas, and Kumbhakarna, Tamas. Sattva Guna means goodness, Rajas means lust and passions, and Tamas darkness, stupor, avarice, malice, and its concomitants. These gunas keep back Sita, or Jivatman, which is in the body, or Lanka, from joining Paramatman, or Rama. Sita, thus imprisoned and trying to unite with her Lord, receives a visit from Hanuman, the Guru or divine teacher, who shows her the Lord's ring, which is Brahmajanana, the supreme wisdom that destroys all illusions, and thus Sita finds the way to be at one with Sri Rama, or, in other words, the Jivatman finds itself one with the Paramatman. 57. A true Christian is a true Hindu, and a true Hindu is a true Christian. 58. All healthy social changes are the manifestations of the spiritual forces working within, and if these are strong and well adjusted, society will arrange itself accordingly. Each individual has to work out his own salvation, there is no other way, and so also with nations. Again, the great institutions of every nation are the conditions of its very existence and cannot be transformed by the mold of any other race. Until higher institutions have been evolved, any attempt to break the old ones will be disastrous. Growth is always gradual. It is very easy to point out the defects of institutions, all being more or less imperfect, but he is the real benefactor of humanity who helps the individual to overcome his imperfections under whatever institutions he may live. The individuals being raised, the nation and its institutions are bound to rise. Bad customs and laws are ignored by the virtuous, and unwritten but mightier laws of love, sympathy, and integrity take their place. Happy is the nation which can rise to the necessity of but few law books, and needs no longer to bother its head about this or that institution. Good men rise beyond all laws, and will help their fellows to rise under whatever conditions they live. The salvation of India, therefore, depends on the strength of the individual, and the realization by each man of the divinity within. 59. Spirituality can never be attained until materiality is gone. 60. The first discourse in the Gita can be taken allegorically. 61. Swami, you have no idea of time, remarked an impatient American devotee, afraid of missing a steamer. No, retorted Swamiji calmly, you live in time, we live in eternity. 62. We are always letting sentiment usurp the place of duty and flatter ourselves that we are acting in response to true love. 63. We must get beyond emotionalism if we want the power to renounce. Emotion belongs to the animals. They are creatures of emotion entirely. 64. It is not sacrifice of a high order to die for one's young. The animals do that, and just as readily as any human mother ever did. It is no sign of real love to do that, it is merely blind emotion. 65 We are forever trying to make our weakness look like strength, our sentiment like love, our cowardice like courage, and so on. 66 Say to your soul in regard to vanities, weakness, etc., this does not befit thee. This does not befit thee. 67 Never love the husband the wife for the wife's sake or the wife the husband for the husband's sake. It is God in the wife the husband loves, and God in the husband the wife loves. It is God in everyone that draws us to the one we love, God in everything and in everybody that makes us love. God is the only love. 68 Oh, if only you knew yourselves. You are souls, you are gods. If ever I feel like blaspheming, it is when I call you man. 69 In everyone is God, the Atman, all else is but dream, an illusion. 70 If I do not find bliss in the life of the spirit, shall I seek satisfaction in the life of the senses? If I cannot get nectar, shall I fall back upon ditch water? The bird called Shataka drinks from the clouds only, ever calling as it soars, pure water. Pure water. And no storms or tempests make it falter on wing or descend to drink from the earth. 71 Any sect that may help you to realize God is welcome. Religion is the realizing of God. 72 An atheist can be charitable but not religious. But the religious man must be charitable. 73 Everyone makes shipwreck on the rock of would-be guruism, except those souls that were born to be gurus. 74 Man is a compound of animality, humanity, and divinity. 75 The term social progress has as much meaning as hot ice or dark light. There is no such thing, ultimately, as social progress. 76 Things are not bettered, but we are bettered, by making changes in them. 77 Let me help my fellow man, that is all I seek. 78 No, said the Swami, very softly, in answer to a question in New York, I do not believe in the occult. If a thing be unreal, it is not. What is unreal does not exist. Strange things are natural phenomena. I know them to be matters of science. Then they are not occult to me. I do not believe in occult societies. They do no good, and can never do good. 79 There are four general types of men: the rational, the emotional, the mystical, and the worker. For each of these we must provide suitable forms of worship. There comes the rational man, who says, I care not for this form of worship. Give me the philosophical, the rational that I can appreciate. So for the rational man is the rational philosophic worship. There comes the worker. He says, I care not for the worship of the philosopher. Give me work to do for my fellow men. So for him is provided work as the path of worship. As for the mystical and the emotional, we have their respective modes of devotion. All these men have, in religion, the elements of their faith. 80 I stand for truth. Truth will never ally itself with falsehood. Even if all the world should be against me, truth must prevail in the end. 81 Wherever you see the most humanitarian ideas fall into the hands of the multitude, the first result you notice is degradation. It is learning and intellect that help to keep things safe. It is the cultured among a community that are the real custodians of religion and philosophy in their purest form. It is that form which serves as the index for the intellectual and social condition of a community. 82 I do not come, said Swamiji on one occasion in America, to convert you to a new belief. I want you to keep your own belief. I want to make the Methodist a better Methodist, the Presbyterian a better Presbyterian, the Unitarian a better Unitarian. I want to teach you to live the truth, to reveal the light within your own soul. 83 Happiness presents itself before man, wearing the crown of sorrow on its head. He who welcomes it must also welcome sorrow. 84 He is free, he is great, who turns his back upon the world, who has renounced everything, who has controlled his passion, and who thirsts for peace. One may gain political and social independence, but if one is a slave to his passions and desires, one cannot feel the pure joy of real freedom. 85. Doing good to others is virtue, dharma, injuring others is sin. Strength and manliness are virtue, weakness and cowardice are sin. Independence is virtue, dependence is sin. Loving others is virtue, hating others is sin. Faith in God and in one's own self is virtue, doubt is sin. Knowledge of oneness is virtue, seeing diversity is sin. The different scriptures only show the means of attaining virtue. 86. When, by reasoning, truth is comprehended by the intellect, then it is realized in the heart, the fountainhead of feeling. Thus the head and the heart become illumined at the same moment, and then only, as says the Upanishad, the knot of the heart is rent asunder, and all doubts cease. Mundaka Upanishad, 2.2.8. When in ancient times this knowledge, jnana, and this feeling, bhava, thus blossomed forth simultaneously in the heart of the rishi, then the highest truth became poetic, and then the Vedas and other scriptures were composed. It is for this reason that one finds, in studying them, that the two parallel lines of bhava and jnana have at last met, as it were, in the plane of the Vedas and become combined and inseparable. 87. The scriptures of different religions point out different means to attain the ideals of universal love, freedom, manliness, and selfless benevolence. Every religious sect is generally at variance as to its idea of what is virtue and what is vice, and fights with others over the means of attaining virtue and eschewing vice, instead of aiming at realizing the end. Every means is helpful more or less, and the Gita, 18.48, says, every undertaking is attended with defects as fire with smoke, so the means will no doubt appear more or less defective. But as we are to attain the highest virtue through the means laid down in our respective scriptures, we should try our best to follow them. Moreover, they should be tempered with reason and discrimination. Thus, as we progress, the riddle of virtue and vice will be solved by itself. 88. How many in our country truly understand the Shastras nowadays? They have only learned such words as Brahman, Maya, Prakriti, and so on, and confuse their heads with them. Setting aside the real meaning and purpose of the Shastras, they fight over the words only. If the Shastras cannot help all men in all conditions at all times, of what use, then, are such Shastras? If the Shastras show the way to the sannyasins only and not to the householders, then what need has a householder for such one-sided Shastras? If the Shastras can only help men when they give up all work and retire into the forests, and cannot show the way of lighting the lamp of hope in the hearts of men of the workaday world in the midst of their daily toil, disease, misery, and poverty, in the despondency of the penitent, in the self-reproach of the downtrodden, in the terror of the battlefield, in lust, anger, and pleasure, in the joy of victory, in the darkness of defeat, and finally, in the dreaded night of death, then weak. Humanity has no need of such Shastras, and such Shastras will be no Shastras at all. 89. Through bhaga, enjoyment, yoga will come in time. But alas, such is the lot of my countrymen that, not to speak of possessing yoga, they cannot even have a little bhaga. Suffering all sorts of indignities, they can with the utmost difficulty only meet the barest needs of the body, and even that everyone cannot do. It is strange that such a state of affairs does not disturb our sleep and rouse us to our immediate duties. 90. Agitate ever so much for your rights and privileges, but remember that so long as we do not truly elevate ourselves by rousing intensely the feeling of self-respect in the nation, so long our hope of gaining rights and privileges is like the daydream of Al-Naskar. 91. When a genius of a man with some special great power is born, all the best and the most creative faculties of his whole heredity are drawn towards the making up of his personality and squeezed dry, as it were. It is for this reason that we find that all those who are subsequently born in such a family are either idiots or men of very ordinary caliber, and that in time such a family in many cases becomes extinct. 92. If you cannot attain salvation in this life, what proof is there that you can attain it in the life or lives to come? 93. While visiting the Taj at Agra, he remarked, if you squeeze a bit of this marble, it will drip drops of royal love and its sorrow. Further he observed, It takes really 6 months to study a square inch of its interior works of beauty. 94 When the real history of India will be unearthed, it will be proved that, as in matters of religion, so in fine arts, India is the primal guru of the whole world. 95 Speaking of architecture he said, people say Calcutta is a city of palaces, but the houses look much like so many boxes placed one upon the other. They convey no idea whatever. In Rajputana you can still find much pure Hindu architecture. If you look at a dharmashala, you will feel as if it calls you with open arms to take shelter within and partake of its unqualified hospitableness. If you look at a temple, you are sure to find a divine presence in and about it. If you look about a rural cottage, you will at once be able to comprehend the special meanings of its different portions, and that the whole structure bears evidence to the predominant nature and ideal of the owner thereof. This sort of expressive architecture I have seen nowhere else except in Italy. Reason, faith, and love. Swamiji had made the home of the Hale family his headquarters during almost all of 1894 before the pivot of his activities moved eastward to the Atlantic coast. It was on George W. Hale's letter paper and thus, presumably, during one of his stays in the latter's home, that Swamiji jotted down in pencil a series of notes on the subjects of reason, faith, and love, which have recently come to light. Unfortunately, the date of the manuscript cannot be accurately determined. Reason has its limits, its base, its degeneration, the walls round it, agnosticism, atheism. But must not stop. The beyond is acting upon, influencing us every moment, the sky, the stars acting upon us even those not seen. Therefore must go beyond reason. Alone can't go, finite cannot get at the infinite. Faith, its degeneration when alone, bigotry, fanaticism, sectarianism, narrowing. Finite therefore cannot get to the infinite. Sometimes gain in intensity but loses in extensity, and in bigots and fanatics become worship of his own pride and vanity. Is there no other way? There is love. It never degenerates, peaceful, softening, ever widening. The universe is too small for its expansiveness. We cannot define it, we can only trace it through its development and describe its surroundings. It is at first what the gravitation is to the external world, a tendency to unification. Forms and conventionalities are its death. Worship through forms, methods, services. Forms up to then no love. When love comes, method dies. Human language and human forms, God as Father, God as Mother, God as the lover, Suratavardhanam, etc. Solomon's Song of Songs, dependence and independence. Love, love. Love the chaste wife, Ansuyasita. Not as hard dry duty but as ever pleasing. Love, Siddha worship. The madness of love, God intoxicated man. The allegory of Radha misunderstood. The restriction more increase. Lust is the death of love. Self is the death of love. Individual to general. Concrete to abstract to absolute. The praying Mohammedan and the girl. The sympathy Kabir. The Christian nun from whose hands blood came. The Mohammedan saint. Every particle seeking its own complement. When it finds that it is at rest. Every man seeking happiness and stability. The search is real but the objects are themselves. But happiness is coming to them, momentary at least. Through the search of these objects. The only object unchangeable and the only complement of character and aspirations of the human soul is God. Love is struggle of a human soul to find its complement, its stable equilibrium, its infinite rest. 6 Sanskrit mottos. Reproduced from Swami Vivekananda in America, New Discoveries. These, together with the English translations, were transcribed by Swamiji in 6 of his photographs. 1 Ajaramaravat Prajana Vidyam. Artham cha chintayat. Grayata eva keshashumratayuna. Dharmamakarad. When in search of knowledge or prosperity, think that thou would never have death or disease, and when worshipping God, think that death's hand is in your hair. 2 Eka eve suhrid dharma. Nidhain yada ya. Virtue is the only friend which follows us even beyond the grave. Everything else ends with death. Vivekananda. 3-1 Infinite pure and holy beyond thought, beyond qualities I bow down to thee. Swami Vivekananda. 4 Samatas Sarvabhuteshu Aitan Mutajya Lakshanam. Equality in all beings, this is the sign of the free. Vivekananda. 5 Thou art the only treasure in this world. Vivekananda. 6 Thou art the Father, the Lord, the Mother, the Husband and Love. The message of divine wisdom. The following 3 chapters were discovered among Swami Vivekananda's papers. He evidently intended to write a book and jotted down some points for the work. I. Bondage. 2 The law. 3 The absolute and the attainment of freedom. I. Bondage. 1 Desire is infinite, its fulfillment limited. Desire is unlimited in everyone, the power of fulfillment varies. Thus some are more successful than others in life. 2 This limitation is the bondage we are struggling against all our lives. 3 We desire only the pleasurable, not the painful. 4 The objects of desire are all complex, pleasure-giving and pain-bringing mixed up. 5 We do not or cannot see the painful parts in objects, we are charmed with only the pleasurable portion, and, thus grasping the pleasurable, we unwittingly draw in the painful. 6 At times we vainly hope that in our case only the pleasurable will come, leaving the painful aside, which never happens. 7 Our desires also are constantly changing. What we would prize today we would reject tomorrow. The pleasure of the present will be the pain of the future, the loved hated, and so on. 8 We vainly hope that in the future life we shall be able to gather in only the pleasurable, to the exclusion of the painful. 9 The future is only the extension of the present. Such a thing cannot be. 10 Whosoever seeks pleasure in objects will get it, but he must take the pain with it. 11 All objective pleasure in the long run must bring pain, because of the fact of change or death. 12 Death is the goal of all objects, change is the nature of all objective things. 13 As desire increases, so increases the power of pleasure, so the power of pain. 14 The finer the organism, the higher the culture, the greater is the power to enjoy pleasure and the sharper are the pangs of pain. 15 Mental pleasures are greatly superior to physical joys. Mental pains are more poignant than physical tortures. 16 The power of thought, of looking far away into the future, and the power of memory, of recalling the past to the present, make us live in heaven, they make us live in hell also. 17 The man who can collect the largest amount of pleasurable objects around him is as a rule too unimaginative to enjoy them. The man of great imagination is thwarted by the intensity of his feeling of loss, or fear of loss, or perception of defects. 18 We are struggling hard to conquer pain, succeeding in the attempt, and yet creating new pains at the same time. 19 We achieve success, and we are overthrown by failure, we pursue pleasure and we are pursued by pain. 20 We say we do, we are made to do. We say we work, we are made to labor. We say we live, we are made to die every moment. We are in the crowd, we cannot stop, must go on, it deserves no cheering. Had it not been so, no amount of cheering would make us undertake all this pain and misery for a grain of pleasure which, alas, in most cases is only a hope. 21 Our pessimism is a dread reality, our optimism is a faint cheering, making the best of a bad job. 2. The law. 1 The law is never separate from the phenomena, the principle from the person. 2 The law is the method of action or poise of every single phenomenon within its scope. 3 We get our knowledge of law from the massing and welding of changes that occur. We never see law beyond these changes. The idea of law as something separate from phenomena is a mental abstraction, a convenient use of words and nothing more. Law is a part of every change within its range, a manner which resides in the things governed by the law. The power resides in the things, is a part of our idea of that thing, its action upon something else is in a certain manner, this is our law. For law is in the actual state of things, it is in how they act towards each other, and not in how they should. It might have been better if fire did not burn or water wet, but that they do this is the law, and if it is a true law, a fire that does not burn or water that does not wet is neither fire nor water. 5. Spiritual laws, ethical laws, social laws, national laws are laws if they are parts of existing spiritual and human units and the unfailing experience of the action of every unit said to be bound by such laws. 6. We, by turn, are made by law and make it. A generalization of what man does invariably in certain circumstances is a law with regard to man in that particular aspect. It is the invariable, universal human action that is law for man and which no individual can escape, and yet the summation of the action of each individual is the universal law. The sum total, or the universal, or the infinite is fashioning the individual, while the individual is keeping by its action the law alive. Law in this sense is another name for the universal. The universal is dependent upon the individual dependent upon the universal. It is an infinite made up of finite parts, an infinite of number, though involving the difficulty of assuming an infinity summed up of finites, yet for all practical purposes, it is a fact before us. And as the law, or whole, or the infinite cannot be destroyed, and the destruction of a part of an infinite is an impossibility, as we cannot either add anything to or subtract anything from the infinite, each part persists forever. 7 laws regarding the materials of which the body of man is composed have been found out, and also the persistence of these materials through time has been shown. The elements which composed the body of a man 100,000 years ago have been proved to be still existing in some place or other. The thoughts which have been projected also are living in other minds. 8. But the difficulty is to find a law about the man beyond the body. 9. The spiritual and ethical laws are not the method of action of every human being. The systems of ethics, of morality, even of national laws, are honored more in the breach than in the observance. If they were laws, how could they be broken? 10. No man is able to go against the laws of nature. How is it that we always complain of his breaking the moral laws, national laws? 11. The national laws at best are the embodied will of a majority of the nation, always a state of things wished for, not actually existing. 12. The ideal law may be that no man should covet the belongings of others, but the actual law is that a very large number do. 13. Thus the word law used in regard to laws of nature has a very different interpretation when applied to ethics and human actions generally. 14. Analyzing the ethical laws of the world and comparing them with the actual state of things, 2 laws stand out supreme. The one, that of repelling everything from us, separating ourselves from everyone, which leads to self-aggrandizement even at the cost of everyone else's happiness. The other, that of self-sacrifice, of taking no thought of ourselves, only of others. Both spring from the search for happiness, one, of finding happiness in injuring others and the ability of feeling that happiness only in our own senses. The other, of finding happiness in doing good to others, the ability of feeling happy, as it were, through the senses of others. The great and good of the world are those who have the latter power predominating. Yet both these are working side by side conjointly. In almost everyone they are found in mixture, one or the other predominating. The thief steals, perhaps, for someone he loves. 3. The absolute and the attainment of freedom. 1. Om Tat Sat, that being knowing bliss. A. The only real existence, which alone is everything else, exists inasmuch as it reflects that real existence. B. It is the only knower, the only self-luminous, the light of consciousness. Everything else shines by light borrowed from it. Everything else knows inasmuch as it reflects its knowing. C. It is the only blessedness, as in it there is no want. It comprehends all, is the essence of all. It is Sat Chit Ananda. D. It has no parts, no attributes, neither pleasure, nor pain, nor is it matter nor mind. It is the supreme, infinite, impersonal self in everything, the infinite ego of the universe. E. It is the reality in me, in thee, and in everything, therefore. That thou art Tatvamasi. 2. The same impersonal is conceived by the mind as the creator, the ruler, and the dissolver of this universe, its material as well as its efficient cause, the supreme ruler, the living, the loving, the beautiful, in the highest sense. A. the absolute being is manifested in its highest in Isvara, or the supreme ruler, as the highest and omnipotent life or energy. B. The absolute knowledge is manifesting itself in its highest as infinite love, in the Supreme Lord. C. The absolute bliss is manifested as the infinite beautiful, in the Supreme Lord. He is the greatest attraction of the soul. Satyam Shivam Sundaram. The absolute or Brahman, the Sat Chit Ananda, is impersonal and the real infinite. Every existence from the highest to the lowest, all manifest according to their degree as energy, in the higher life, attraction, in the higher love, and struggle for equilibrium, in the higher happiness. This highest energy love beauty is a person, an individual, the infinite mother of this universe, the God of gods, the Lord of lords, omnipresent yet separate from the universe, the soul of souls, yet separate from every soul, the mother of this universe, because she has produced it, its ruler, because she guides it with the greatest love and in the long run brings everything back to herself. Through her command the sun and moon shine, the clouds rain, and death stalks upon the earth. She is the power of all causation. She energizes every cause unmistakably to produce the effect. Her will is the only law, and as she cannot make a mistake, nature's laws, her will can never be changed. She is the life of the law of karma or causation. She is the fructifier of every action. Under her guidance we are manufacturing our lives through our deeds or karma. Freedom is the motive of the universe, freedom its goal. The laws of nature are the methods through which we are struggling to reach that freedom, under the guidance of Mother. This universal struggle for freedom attains its highest expression in man in the conscious desire to be free. This freedom is attained by the threefold means of work, worship, and knowledge. A. Work, constant, unceasing effort to help others and love others. B. Worship consists in prayer, praise, and meditation. C. Knowledge that follows meditation. The Belur Math, an appeal. Translated from Bengali. The success which attended the labors of the disciples of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa in diffusing the principles of Hindu religion and obtaining some respect for our much abused faith in the West, gave rise to the hope of training a number of young sannyasins to carry on the propaganda, both in and out of India. And an attempt is being made to educate a number of young men according to the Vedic principle of students living in touch with the Guru. A math has already been started on the Ganga near Calcutta, through the kindness of some European and American friends. The work, to produce any visible results in a short time, requires funds, and hence this appeal to those who are in sympathy with our efforts. It is intended to extend the operations of the math, by educating in the math as many young men as the funds can afford, in both Western science and Indian spirituality, so that in addition to the advantages of a university education, they will acquire a manly discipline by living in contact with their teachers. The central math near Calcutta will gradually start branches in other parts of the country as men become ready and the means are forthcoming. It is a work which will take time to bring forth any permanent result and requires a great deal of sacrifice on the part of our young men and on those who have the means of helping this work. We believe the men are ready, and our appeal therefore is to those who really love their religion and their country and have the means to show their sympathy practically by helping the cause. Vivekananda. The Advaita Ashrama, Himalayas. These lines were sent in a letter, March, 1899, by Swamiji, for embodying in the prospectus of the Advaita Ashrama, Mayavati, Almora, Himalayas. In whom is the universe, who is in the universe, who is the universe, in whom is the soul, who is in the soul, who is the soul of man, knowing him and therefore the universe as ourself, alone extinguishes all fear, brings an end to misery and leads to infinite freedom. Wherever there has been expansion in love or progress in well-being, of individuals or numbers, it has been through the perception, realization, and the practicalization of the eternal truth, the oneness of all beings. Dependence is misery. Independence is happiness. The Advaita is the only system which gives unto man complete possession of himself, takes off all dependence and its associated superstitions, thus making us brave to suffer, brave to do, and in the long run attain to absolute freedom. Hitherto it has not been possible to preach this noble truth entirely free from the settings of dualistic weakness. This alone, we are convinced, explains why it has not been more operative and useful to mankind at large. To give this one truth a freer and fuller scope in elevating the lives of individuals and leavening the mass of mankind, we start this Advaita ashrama on the Himalayan heights, the land of its first expiration. Here it is hoped to keep Advaita free from all superstitions and weakening contaminations. Here will be taught and practiced nothing but the doctrine of unity, pure and simple, and though in entire sympathy with all other systems, this ashrama is dedicated to Advaita and Advaita alone. The Ramakrishna Home of Service, Varanasi, an appeal. Translated from Bengali. Letter written by Swamiji, to accompany the first report of the Ramakrishna Home of Service, Varanasi, February, 1902. Dear. We beg your acceptance of the past year's report of the Ramakrishna Home of Service, Varanasi, embodying a short statement of our humble efforts towards the amelioration, however little, of the miserable state into which a good many of our fellow beings, generally old men and women, are cast in this city. In these days of intellectual awakening and steadily asserting public opinion, the holy places of the Hindus, their condition and method of work have not escaped the keen eye of criticism, and this city, being the holy of holies to all Hindus, has not failed to attract its full share of censure. In other sacred places people go to purify themselves from sin, and their connection with these places is casual, and of a few days' duration. In this, the nicest ancient and living center of Aryan religious activity, there come men and women, and as a rule, old and decrepit, waiting to pass unto eternal freedom, through the greatest of all sanctifications, death under the shadow of the temple of the Lord of the universe. And then there are those who have renounced everything for the good of the world and have forever lost the helping hands of their own flesh and blood and childhood's associations. They too are overtaken by the common lot of humanity, physical evil in the form of disease. It may be true that some blame attaches to the management of the place. It may be true that the priests deserve a good part of the sweeping criticism generally heaped upon them, yet we must not forget the great truth: like people, like priests. If the people stand by with folded hands and watch the swift current of misery rushing past their doors, dragging men, women, and children, the sannyasin and the householder into one common whirlpool of helpless suffering, and make not the least effort to save any from the current, only waxing eloquent at the misdoings of the priests of the holy places, not one particle of suffering can ever be lessened, not one ever be helped. Do we want to keep up the faith of our forefathers in the efficacy of the eternal city of Shiva towards salvation? If we do, we ought to be glad to see the number of those increase from year to year who come here to die. And blessed be the name of the Lord that the poor have this eager desire for salvation, the same as ever. The poor who come here to die have voluntarily cut themselves off from any help they could have received in the places of their birth, and when disease overtakes them, their condition we leave to your imagination and to your conscience as a Hindu to feel and to rectify. Brother, does it not make you pause and think of the marvelous attraction of this wonderful place of preparation for final rest? Does it not strike you with a mysterious sense of awe, this age-old and never-ending stream of pilgrims marching to salvation through death? If it does, come and lend us a helping hand. Never mind if your contribution is only a mite, your help only a little. Blades of grass united into a rope will hold in confinement the maddest of elephants, says the old proverb. Ever yours in the Lord of the universe. Vivekananda. Who knows how mother plays? Perchance a prophet thou. Who knows? Who dares touch the depths where mother hides her silent failless bolts? Perchance the child had glimpse of shades, behind the scenes, with eager eyes and strained, quivering forms ready to jump in front and be events, resistless, strong. Who knows but mother, how, and where, and when, they come? Perchance the shining sage saw more than he could tell. Who knows, what soul, and when the mother makes her throne? What law would freedom bind? What merit guide her will? Whose freak is greatest order? Whose will resistless law to child may glories ope, which father never dreamt, may thousandfold in daughter, her powers mother store. To the 4th of July. It is well known that Swami Vivekananda's death, or resurrection, as some of us would prefer to call it, took place on the 4th of July, 1902. On the 4th of July, 1898, he was traveling with some American disciples in Kashmir, and as part of a domestic conspiracy for the celebration of the day, the anniversary of the American Declaration of Independence, he prepared the following poem, to be read aloud at the early breakfast. The poem itself fell to the keeping of Dhiramata. Behold, the dark clouds melt away, that gathered thick at night, and hung so like a gloomy pall above the earth. Before thy magic touch, the world awakes. The birds in chorus sing. The flowers raise their star-like crowns. Dew set, and wave thee welcome fair. The lakes are opening wide in love their 100,000 lotus eyes, to welcome thee, with all their depth. All hail to thee, thou Lord of light. A welcome new to thee, today. O Sun, today thou sheddest liberty. Bethink thee how the world did wait and search for thee, through time and clime. Some gave up home and love of friends, and went in quest of thee, self-banished. Through dreary oceans, through primeval forests. Each step a struggle for their life or death. Then came the day when work bore fruit, and worship, love, and sacrifice. Fulfilled, accepted, and complete. Then thou, propitious, rose to shed the light of freedom on mankind. Move on, O Lord, in thy resistless path, till thy high noon o'er spreads the world, till every land reflects thy light, till men and women, with uplifted head, behold their shackles broken, and know, in springing joy, their life renewed. The East and the West. Translated from Bengali. Introduction, Bengali. 2 Customs, Eastern and Western, Bengali. 3 Food and Cooking, Bengali. 4 Civilization in Dress, Bengali. V Etiquette and Manners, Bengali. 6 France Paris, Bengali. 7 Progress of Civilization, Bengali. Introduction. Bengali. Vast and deep rivers swelling and impetuous charming pleasure gardens by the river banks, putting to shame the celestial Nandanakanana. Amidst these pleasure gardens rise, towering to the sky, beautiful marble palaces, decorated with the most exquisite workmanship of fine art. On the sides, in front, and behind, clusters of huts, with crumbling mud walls and dilapidated roofs, the bamboos of which, forming their skeletons, as it were, are exposed to view, moving about here and there. Emaciated figures of young and old in tattered rags, whose faces bear deep-cut lines of the despair and poverty of hundreds of years, cows, bullocks, buffaloes everywhere, the same melancholy look in their eyes, the same feeble physique, on the wayside refuse and dirt. This is our present-day India. Worn-out huts by the very side of palaces, piles of refuse in the near proximity of temples, the sannyasin clad with only a little loincloth, walking by the gorgeously dressed, the pitiful gaze of lustreless eyes of the hunger-stricken at the well-fed and the amply provided. This is our native land. Devastation by violent plague and cholera, malaria eating into the very vitals of the nation, starvation and semi-starvation as second nature, death-like famine often dancing its tragic dance, the Kurukshetra, battlefield, of malady and misery, the huge cremation ground, strewn with the dead bones of lost hope, activity, joy, and courage, and in the midst of that, sitting in august silence, the yogi, absorbed in deep communion with the spirit, with no other goal in life than moksha. This is what meets the eye of the European traveler in India. A conglomeration of 300 million souls, resembling men only in appearance, crushed out of life by being downtrodden by their own people and foreign nations, by people professing their own religion and by others of foreign faiths, patient in labor and suffering and devoid of initiative like the slave, without any hope, without any past, without any future, desirous only of maintaining the present life anyhow, however precarious, of malicious nature befitting a slave, to whom the prosperity of their fellow men is unbearable, bereft of shraddha, like one with whom all hope is dead, faithless, whose weapon of defense is base trickery, treachery, and slyness like that of a fox, the embodiment of selfishness, licking the dust of the feet of the strong, withal dealing a death blow to those who are comparatively weak, full of ugly, diabolical superstitions which come naturally to those who are weak and hopeless of the future, without any standard of morality as their backbone. 300 millions of souls such as these are swarming on the body of India like so many worms on a rotten, stinking carcass. This is the picture concerning us, which naturally presents itself to the English official. Maddened with the wine of newly acquired powers, devoid of discrimination between right and wrong, fierce like wild beasts, henpecked, lustful, drenched in liquor, having no idea of chastity or purity, nor of cleanly ways and habits, believing in matter only, with a civilization resting on matter and its various applications, addicted to the aggrandizement of self by exploiting others' countries, others' wealth, by force, trick, and treachery, having no faith in the life hereafter, whose Atman, self, is the body, whose whole life is only in the senses and creature comforts. Thus, to the Indian, the Westerner is the veriest demon, Asura. These are the views of observers on both sides, views born of mutual indiscrimination and superficial knowledge or ignorance. The foreigners, the Europeans, come to India, live in palatial buildings in the perfectly clean and healthy quarters of our towns and compare our native quarters with their neat and beautifully laid out cities at home. The Indians with whom they come in contact are only of one class, those who hold some sort of employment under them. And, indeed, distress and poverty are nowhere else to be met with as in India. Besides that, there is no gainsaying that dirt and filth are everywhere. To the European mind, it is inconceivable that anything good can possibly be amidst such dirt, such slavery, and such degradation. We, on the other hand, see that the Europeans eat without discrimination whatever they get, have no idea of cleanliness as we have, do not observe caste distinctions, freely mix with women, drink wine, and shamelessly dance at a ball, men and women held in each other's arms, and we ask ourselves in amazement, what good can there be in such a nation? Both these views are derived from without, and do not look within and below the surface. We do not allow foreigners to mix in our society, and we call them lechhas. They also in their turn hate us as slaves and call us niggers. In both of these views there must be some truth, though neither of the parties has seen the real thing behind the other. With every man, there is an idea, the external man is only the outward manifestation, the mere language of this idea within. Likewise, every nation has a corresponding national idea. This idea is working for the world and is necessary for its preservation. The day when the necessity of an idea as an element for the preservation of the world is over, that very day the receptacle of that idea, whether it be an individual or a nation, will meet destruction. The reason that we Indians are still living, in spite of so much misery, distress, poverty, and oppression from within and without, is that we have a national idea, which is yet necessary for the preservation of the world. The Europeans too have a national idea of their own, without which the world will not go on, therefore they are so strong. Does a man live a moment, if he loses all his strength? A nation is the sum total of so many individual men. Will a nation live if it has utterly lost all its strength and activity? Why did not this Hindu race die out, in the face of so many troubles and tumults of 1,000 years? If our customs and manners are so very bad, how is it that we have not been effaced from the face of the earth by this time? Have the various foreign conquerors spared any pains to crush us out? Why, then, were not the Hindus blotted out of existence, as happened with men in other countries which are uncivilized? Why was not India depopulated and turned into a wilderness? Why, then foreigners would have lost no time to come and settle in India, and till her fertile lands in the same way as they did and are still doing in America, Australia, and Africa? Well, then, my foreigner, you are not so strong as you think yourself to be, it is a vain imagination. First understand that India has strength as well, has a substantial reality of her own yet. Furthermore, understand that India is still living, because she has her own quota yet to give to the general store of the world's civilization. And you too understand this full well, I mean those of our countrymen who have become thoroughly Europeanized both in external habits and in ways of thought and ideas, and who are continually crying their eyes out and praying to the European to save them. We are degraded, we have come down to the level of brutes. Oh yeah, European people, you are our saviors, have pity on us and raise us from this fallen state. And you too understand this, who are singing Te Deums and raising a hue and cry that Jesus is come to India, and are seeing the fulfillment of the divine decree in the fullness of time. Oh, dear! No. Neither Jesus is come nor Jehovah, nor will they come, they are now busy in saving their own hearths and homes and have no time to come to our country. Here is the self-same old Shiva seated as before, the bloody Mother Kali worshipped with the self-same paraphernalia, the pastoral shepherd of love, Sri Krishna, playing on his flute. Once this old Shiva, riding on his bull and laboring on his damaru travelled from India, on the one side, to Sumatra, Borneo, Celebes, Australia, as far as the shores of America, and on the other side, this old Shiva battened his bull in Tibet, China, Japan, and as far up as Siberia, and is still doing the same. The Mother Kali is still exacting her worship even in China and Japan. It is she whom the Christians metamorphosed into the Virgin Mary, and worship as the mother of Jesus the Christ. Behold the Himalayas. There to the north is Kailas, the main abode of the old Shiva. That throne the 10-headed, 20-armed, mighty Ravana could not shake now for the missionaries to attempt the task. Bless my soul! Here in India will ever be the old Shiva laboring on his damaru, the Mother Kali worshipped with animal sacrifice, and the lovable Sri Krishna playing on his flute. Firm as the Himalayas they are, and no attempts of anyone, Christian or other missionaries, will ever be able to remove them. If you cannot bear them, avaunt! For a handful of you, shall a whole nation be wearied out of all patience and bored to death? Why don't you make your way somewhere else where you may find fields to graze upon freely? The wide world is open to you. But no, that they won't do. Where is that strength to do it? They would eat the salt of that old Shiva and play him false, slander him, and sing the glory of a foreign savior. Dear me! To such of our countrymen who go whimpering before foreigners, we are very low, we are mean, we are degraded, everything we have is diabolical. To them we say, yes, that may be the truth, forsooth, because you profess to be truthful and we have no reason to disbelieve you, but why do you include the whole nation in that we? Pray, sirs, what sort of good manner is that? First, we have to understand that there are not any good qualities which are the privileged monopoly of one nation only. Of course, as with individuals, so with nations, there may be a prevalence of certain good qualities, more or less in one nation than in another. With us, the prominent idea is mukti, with the Westerners, it is dharma. What we desire is mukti, what they want is dharma. Here the word dharma is used in the sense of the Mimamsakas. What is dharma? Dharma is that which makes man seek for happiness in this world or the next. Dharma is established on work, dharma is impelling man day and night to run after and work for happiness. What is mukti? That which teaches that even the happiness of this life is slavery, and the same is the happiness of the life to come, because neither this world nor the next is beyond the laws of nature, only, the slavery of this world is to that of the next as an iron chain is to a golden one. Again, happiness, wherever it may be, being within the laws of nature, is subject to death and will not last ad infinitum. Therefore man must aspire to become mukta, he must go beyond the bondage of the body, slavery will not do. This moksha path is only in India and nowhere else. Hence is true the oft-repeated saying that mukta souls are only in India and in no other country. but it is equally true that in future they will be in other countries as well. That is well and good, and a thing of great pleasure to us. There was a time in India when Dharma was compatible with Mukti. There were worshippers of Dharma, such as Yudhishthira, Arjuna, Duryodhana, Bhishma and Karna, side by side with the aspirants of Mukti, such as Vyasa, Shaka and Janaka. On the advent of Buddhism, Dharma was entirely neglected, and the path of moksha alone became predominant. Hence, we read in the Agni Purana, in the language of similes, that the demon Gayasura, that is, Buddha, Swamiji afterwards changed this view with reference to Buddha, as is evident from the letter dated Varanasi, the February 9, 1902, in this volume. Tried to destroy the world by showing the path of moksha to all, and therefore the Devas held a council and by stratagem set him at rest forever. However, the central fact is that the fall of our country, of which we hear so much spoken, is due to the utter want of this dharma. If the whole nation practices and follows the path of moksha, that is well and good, but is that possible? Without enjoyment, renunciation can never come. First enjoy and then you can renounce. Otherwise, if the whole nation, all of a sudden, takes up sannyasa, it does not gain what it desires, but it loses what it had. Into the bargain the bird in the hand is fled, nor is that in the bush caught. When, in the heyday of Buddhistic supremacy, thousands of sannyasins lived in every monastery, then it was that the country was just on the verge of its ruin. The Bauddhas, the Christians, the Musulmans and the Jains prescribe, in their folly, the same law and the same rule for all. That is a great mistake. Education, habits, customs, laws and rules should be different for different men and nations, in conformity with their difference of temperament. What will it avail, if one tries to make them all uniform by compulsion? The Bauddhas declared, nothing is more desirable in life than moksha. Whoever you are, come one and all to take it. I ask, is that ever possible? You are a householder, you must not concern yourself much with things of that sort, you do your svadharma, natural duty, thus say the Hindu scriptures. Exactly so. He who cannot leap 1 foot, is going to jump across the ocean to Lanka in 1 bound. Is it reason? You cannot feed your own family or dole out food to 2 of your fellow men, you cannot do even an ordinary piece of work for the common good, in harmony with others, and you are running after mukti. The Hindu scriptures say, no doubt, moksha is far superior to dharma, but dharma should be finished first of all. The Bauddhas were confounded just there and brought about all sorts of mischief. Non-injury is right, resist not evil is a great thing. These are indeed grand principles, but the scriptures say, thou art a householder, if anyone smites thee on thy cheek, and thou dost not return him an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, thou wilt verily be a sinner. Manu says, when one has come to kill you, there is no sin in killing him, even though he be a Brahmin. Manu 8:350. This is very true, and this is a thing which should not be forgotten. Heroes only enjoy the world. Show your heroism, apply, according to circumstances, the fourfold political maxims of conciliation, bribery, sowing dissensions, and open war, to win over your adversary and enjoy the world. Then you will be dharmika, righteous. Otherwise, you live a disgraceful life if you pocket your insults when you are kicked and trodden down by anyone who takes it into his head to do so. Your life is a veritable hell here, and so is the life hereafter. This is what the Shastras say. Do your svadharma, this is truth, the truth of truths. This is my advice to you, my beloved co-religionists. Of course, do not do any wrong, do not injure or tyrannize over anyone, but try to do good to others as much as you can. But passively to submit to wrong done by others is a sin with the householder. He must try to pay them back in their own coin then and there. The householder must earn money with great effort and enthusiasm, and by that must support and bring comforts to his own family and to others, and perform good works as far as possible. If you cannot do that, how do you profess to be a man? You are not a householder, even what to talk of moksha for you. We have said before that Dharma is based on work. The nature of the Dharmika is constant performance of action with efficiency. Why, even the opinion of some Mimamsakas is that those parts of the Vedas which do not enjoin work are not, properly speaking, Vedas at all. One of the aphorisms of Jaimini runs the purpose of the Vedas being work, those parts of the Vedas that do not deal with work miss the mark. By constant repetition of the syllable Om and by meditating on its meaning, everything can be obtained, all sins are washed away by uttering the name of the Lord, he gets all, who resigns himself to the will of God. Yes, these words of the Shastras and the sages are, no doubt, true. But, do you see, thousands of us are, for our whole life, meditating on Om, are getting ecstatic in devotion in the name of the Lord, and are crying, Thy will be done, I am fully resigned to Thee. And what are they actually getting in return? Absolutely nothing. How do you account for this? The reason lies here, and it must be fully understood. Whose meditation is real and effective? Who can really resign himself to the will of God? Who can utter with power irresistible, like that of a thunderbolt, the name of the Lord? It is he who has earned Chittasiddhi, that is, whose mind has been purified by work, or in other words, he who is the Dharmika. Every individual is a center for the manifestation of a certain force. This force has been stored up as the resultant of our previous works, and each one of us is born with this force at his back. So long as this force has not worked itself out, who can possibly remain quiet and give up work? Until then, he will have to enjoy or suffer according to the fruition of his good or bad work and will be irresistibly impelled to do work. Since enjoyment and work cannot be given up till then, is it not better to do good rather than bad works, to enjoy happiness rather than suffer misery? Sri Ramaprasad, a Bengali saint, devotee of Kali, and an inspired poet who composed songs in praise of the deity, expressing the highest truths of religion in the simplest words, used to say, they speak of two works, good and bad, of them, it is better to do the good. Now what is that good which is to be pursued? The good for him who desires moksha is one, and the good for him who wants dharma is another. This is the great truth which the Lord Sri Krishna, the revealer of the Gita, has tried therein to explain, and upon this great truth is established the Varnashrama, 4 castes and 4 stages of life, system and the doctrine of Svadharma etc. of the Hindu religion. He who has no enemy, and is friendly and compassionate towards all, who is free from the feelings of me and mine, even-minded in pain and pleasure, and forbearing, these and other epithets of like nature are for him whose one goal in life is moksha. Gita, 12:13. Yield not to unmanliness, O son of Parita. Ill doth it befit thee. Cast off this mean faint-heartedness and arise, O scorcher of thine enemies. Gita, 2:3. Therefore do thou arise and acquire fame. After conquering thy enemies, enjoy unrivaled dominion. Verily, by myself have they been already slain, be thou merely the instrument, O Savyasachin, Arjuna. Gita, 11:33. In these and similar passages in the Gita the Lord is showing the way to Dharma. Of course, work is always mixed with good and evil, and to work, one has to incur sin, more or less. But what of that? Let it be so. Is not something better than nothing? Is not insufficient food better than going without any? Is not doing work, though mixed with good and evil, better than doing nothing and passing an idle and inactive life, and being like stones? The cow never tells a lie, and the stone never steals, but, nevertheless, the cow remains a cow and the stone a stone. Man steals and man tells lies, and again it is man that becomes a god. With the prevalence of the sattvika essence, man becomes inactive and rests always in a state of deep dhyana or contemplation. With the prevalence of the rajas, he does bad as well as good works, and with the prevalence of the tamas again, he becomes inactive and inert. Now, tell me, looking from outside, how are we to understand, whether you are in a state wherein the sattva or the tamas prevails? Whether we are in the state of sattvika calmness, beyond all pleasure and pain, and past all work and activity, or whether we are in the lowest tamasika state, lifeless, passive, dull as dead matter, and doing no work, because there is no power in us to do it, and are, thus, silently and by degrees, getting rotten and corrupted within. I seriously ask you this question and demand an answer. Ask your own mind, and you shall know what the reality is. But, what need to wait for the answer? The tree is known by its fruit. The sattva prevailing, the man is inactive, he is calm, to be sure, but that inactivity is the outcome of the centralization of great powers, that calmness is the mother of tremendous energy. That highly sattvika man, that great soul, has no longer to work as we do with hands and feet by his mere willing only, all his works are immediately accomplished to perfection. That man of predominating sattva is the Brahmin, the worshipped of all. Has he to go about from door to door, begging others to worship him? The Almighty Mother of the Universe writes with her own hand, in golden letters on his forehead, "Worship ye all, this great one, this son of mine," and the world reads and listens to it and humbly bows down its head before him in obedience. That man is really he who has no enemy, and is friendly and compassionate towards all, who is free from the feelings of me and mine, even-minded in pain and pleasure, and forbearing. Gita, 12:13, and mark you, those things which you see in pusillanimous, effeminate folk who speak in a nasal tone chewing every syllable, whose voice is as thin as of one who has been starving for a week, who are like a tattered wet rag, who never protest or are moved even if kicked by anybody. Those are the signs of the lowest tamas, those are the signs of death, not of sattva, all corruption and stench. It is because Arjuna was going to fall into the ranks of these men that the Lord is explaining matters to him so elaborately in the Gita. Is that not the fact? Listen to the very first words that came out of the mouth of the Lord: yield not to unmanliness, O Parth. Ill, doth it befit thee? And then later, therefore do thou arise and acquire fame. Coming under the influence of the Jains, Buddhas, and others, we have joined the lines of those Tamasika people. During these last 1,000 years, the whole country is filling the air with the name of the Lord and is sending its prayers to him, and the Lord is never lending his ears to them. And why should he? When even man never hears the cries of the fool, do you think God will? Now the only way out is to listen to the words of the Lord in the Gita: yield not to unmanliness, O Parth. Therefore do thou arise and acquire fame. Now let us go on with our subject matter, the East and the West. First, see the irony of it. Jesus Christ, the God of the Europeans, has taught, have no enemy, bless them that curse you, whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also, stop all your work and be ready for the next world, the end of the world is near at hand. And our Lord in the Gita is saying, always work with great enthusiasm, destroy your enemies and enjoy the world. But, after all, it turned out to be exactly the reverse of what Christ or Krishna implied. The Europeans never took the words of Jesus Christ seriously. Always of active habits, being possessed of a tremendous Rajasika nature, they are gathering with great enterprise and youthful ardor the comforts and luxuries of the different countries of the world and enjoying them to their heart's content. And we are sitting in a corner, with our bag and baggage, pondering on death day and night, and singing, very tremulous and unsteady is the water on the lotus leaf, so is the life of man frail and transient, with the result that it is making our blood run cold and our flesh creep with the fear of Yama, the god of death, and Yama, too, alas, has taken us at our word, as it were plague and all sorts of maladies have entered into our country. Who are following the teachings of the Gita? The Europeans. And who are acting according to the will of Jesus Christ? The descendants of Sri Krishna. This must be well understood. The Vedas were the first to find and proclaim the way to moksha, and from that one source, the Vedas, was taken whatever any great teacher, say, Buddha or Christ, afterwards taught. Now, they were sannyasins, and therefore they had no enemy and were friendly and compassionate towards all. That was well and good for them. But why this attempt to compel the whole world to follow the same path to moksha? Can beauty be manufactured by rubbing and scrubbing? Can anybody's love be won by threats or force? What does Buddha or Christ prescribe for the man who neither wants moksha nor is fit to receive it? Nothing. Either you must have moksha or you are doomed to destruction. These are the only two ways held forth by them, and there is no middle course. You are tied hand and foot in the matter of trying for anything other than moksha. There is no way shown how you may enjoy the world a little for a time. Not only all openings to that are hermetically sealed to you, but, in addition, there are obstructions put at every step. It is only the Vedic religion which considers ways and means and lays down rules for the fourfold attainment of man, comprising dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Buddha ruined us, and so did Christ ruin Greece and Rome. Then, in due course of time, fortunately, the Europeans became Protestants, shook off the teachings of Christ as represented by papal authority, and heaved a sigh of relief. In India, Kumarila again brought into currency the karma marga, the way of karma only, and Shankara and Ramanuj firmly re-established the eternal Vedic religion, harmonizing and balancing in due proportions dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Thus the nation was brought to the way of regaining its lost life, but India has 300 million souls to wake, and hence the delay. To revive 300 millions, can it be done in a day? The aims of the Buddhistic and the Vedic religions are the same, but the means adopted by the Buddhistic are not right. If the Buddhistic means were correct, then why have we been thus hopelessly lost and ruined? It will not do to say that the efflux of time has naturally wrought this. Can time work, transgressing the laws of cause and effect? Therefore, though the aims are the same, the Bodhas for want of right means have degraded India. Perhaps my Bodha brothers will be offended at this remark, and fret and fume, but there's no help for it. The truth ought to be told, and I do not care for the result. The right and correct means is that of the Vedas, the Jati Dharma, that is, the Dharma enjoined according to the different castes, the Svadharma, that is, one's own Dharma, or set of duties prescribed for man according to his capacity and position, which is the very basis of Vedic religion and Vedic society. Again, perhaps, I am offending many of my friends, who are saying, I suppose, that I am flattering my own countrymen. Here let me ask them once for all, what do I gain by such flattery? Do they support me with any money or means? On the contrary, they try their best to get possession of money which I secure by begging from outside of India for feeding the famine-stricken and the helpless, and if they do not get it, they abuse and slander. Such then, O my educated countrymen, are the people of my country. I know them too well to expect anything from them by flattery. I know they have to be treated like the insane, and anyone who administers medicine to a madman must be ready to be rewarded with kicks and bites, but he is the true friend who forces the medicine down the throats of such and bears with them in patience. Now, this Jati Dharma, this Svadharma, is the path of welfare of all societies in every land, the ladder to ultimate freedom. With the decay of this Jati Dharma, this Svadharma, has come the downfall of our land. But the Jati Dharma or Svadharma as commonly understood at present by the higher castes is rather a new evil, which has to be guarded against. They think they know everything of Jati Dharma, but really they know nothing of it. Regarding their own village customs as the eternal customs laid down by the Vedas, and appropriating to themselves all privileges, they are going to their doom. I am not talking of caste as determined by qualitative distinction, but of the hereditary caste system. I admit that the qualitative caste system is the primary one, but the pity is qualities yield to birth in 2 or 3 generations. Thus the vital point of our national life has been touched, otherwise, why should we sink to this degraded state? Read in the Gita, I should then be the cause of the admixture of races, and I should thus ruin these beings. How came this terrible Varnasamkarya, this confounding mixture of all castes and disappearance of all qualitative distinctions? Why has the white complexion of our forefathers now become black? Why did the Sattvaguna give place to the prevailing tamas with a sprinkling, as it were, of rajas in it? That is a long story to tell, and I reserve my answer for some future occasion. For the present, try to understand this, that if the Jati Dharma be rightly and truly preserved, the nation shall never fall. If this is true, then what was it that brought our downfall? That we have fallen is the sure sign that the basis of the Jati Dharma has been tampered with. Therefore, what you call the Jati Dharma is quite contrary to what we have in fact. First, read your own Shastras through and through, and you will easily see that what the Shastras define as caste dharma, has disappeared almost everywhere from the land. Now try to bring back the true Jati Dharma, and then it will be a real and sure boon to the country. What I have learned and understood, I am telling you plainly. I have not been imported from some foreign land to come and save you, that I should countenance all your foolish customs and give scientific explanations for them. It does not cost our foreign friends anything, they can well afford to do so. You cheer them up and heap applause upon them, and that is the acme of their ambition. But if dirt and dust be flung at your faces, it falls on mine too. Don't you see that? I have said elsewhere that every nation has a national purpose of its own. Either in obedience to the law of nature, or by virtue of the superior genius of the great ones, the social manners and customs of every nation are being molded into shape, so as to bring that purpose to fruition. In the life of every nation, besides that purpose and those manners and customs that are essentially necessary to effect that purpose, all others are superfluous. It does not matter much whether those superfluous customs and manners grow or disappear, but a nation is sure to die when the main purpose of its life is hurt. When we were children, we heard the story of a certain ogress who had her soul living in a small bird, and unless the bird was killed, the ogress would never die. The life of a nation is also like that. Again, another thing you will observe, that a nation will never greatly grudge if it be deprived of these rights which have not much to do with its national purpose, nay, even if all of such are wrested from it, but when the slightest blow is given to that purpose on which rests its national life, that moment it reacts with tremendous power. Take for instance the case of the three living nations, of whose history you know more or less, viz. The French, the English, and the Hindu. Political independence is the backbone of the French character. French subjects bear calmly all oppressions. Burden them with heavy taxes, they will not raise the least voice against them, compel the whole nation to join the army, they never complain, but the instant anyone meddles with that political independence, the whole nation will rise as one man and madly react. No one man shall be allowed to usurp authority over us, whether learned or ignorant, rich or poor, of noble birth or of the lower classes. We have equal share in the government of our country, and in the independent control of our society. This is the root principle of the French character. He must suffer who will try to interfere with this freedom. In the English character, the give and take policy, the business principle of the trader, is principally inherent. To the English, just and equitable distribution of wealth is of essential interest. The Englishman humbly submits to the king and to the privileges of the nobility, only if he has to pay a farthing from his pocket, he must demand an account of it. There is the king, that is all right, he is ready to obey and honor him, but if the king wants money, the Englishman says, all right, but first let me understand why it is needed, what good it will bring, next, I must have my say in the matter of how it is to be spent, and then I shall part with it. The king, once trying to exact money from the English people by force, brought about a great revolution. They killed the king. The Hindu says that political and social independence are well and good, but the real thing is spiritual independence, mukti. This is our national purpose, whether you take the Vedika, the Jaina, or the Bauddha, the Advaita, the Vishishtadvaita, or the Dvaita, they are all of one mind. Leave that point untouched and do whatever you like. The Hindu is quite unconcerned and keeps silence, but if you run foul of him there, beware, you court your ruin. Rob him of everything he has, kick him, call him a nigger or any such name, he does not care much, only keep that one gate of religion free and unmolested. Look here, how in the modern period the Pathan dynasties were coming and going, but could nor get a firm hold of their Indian empire, because they were all along attacking the Hindus' religion. And see, how firmly based, how tremendously strong was the Mughal Empire. Why? Because the Mughals left that point untouched. In fact, Hindus were the real prop of the Mughal Empire. Do you not know that Jahangir, Shah Jahan, and Dara Shikoh were all born of Hindu mothers? Now then observe, as soon as the ill-fated Aurangzeb again touched that point, the vast Mughal Empire vanished in an instant like a dream. Why is it that the English throne is so firmly established in India? Because it never touches the religion of the land in any way. The sapient Christian missionaries tried to tamper a little with this point, and the result was the mutiny of 1857. So long as the English understand this thoroughly and act accordingly, their throne in India will remain unsullied and unshaken. The wise and far-seeing among the English also comprehend this and admit it. Read Lord Roberts's 41 Years in India. Vide 30th and 31st chapters. Now you understand clearly where the soul of this ogress is. It is in religion. Because no one was able to destroy that, therefore the Hindu nation is still living, having survived so many troubles and tribulations. Well, one Indian scholar asks, what is the use of keeping the soul of the nation in religion? Why not keep it in social or political independence, as is the case with other nations? It is very easy to talk like that. If it be granted, for the sake of argument, that religion and spiritual independence, and soul, God, and mukti are all false, even then see how the matter stands. As the same fire is manifesting itself in different forms, so the same one great force is manifesting itself as political independence with the French, as mercantile genius and expansion of the sphere of equity with the English, and as the desire for mukti or spiritual independence with the Hindu. Be it noted that by the impelling of this great force, has been molded the French and the English character, through several centuries of vicissitudes of fortune, and also by the inspiration of that great force, with the rolling of thousands of centuries, has been the present evolution of the Hindu national character. I ask in all seriousness, which is easier, to give up our national character evolved out of thousands of centuries, or your grafted foreign character of a few hundred years? Why do not the English forget their warlike habits and give up fighting and bloodshed, and sit calm and quiet, concentrating their whole energy on making religion the sole aim of their life? The fact is, that the river has come down 1,000 miles from its source in the mountains. Does it, or can it go back to its source? If it ever tries to trace back its course, it will simply dry up by being dissipated in all directions. Anyhow, the river is sure to fall into the ocean, sooner or later, either by passing through open and beautiful plains or struggling through grimy soil. If our national life of these 10,000 years has been a mistake, then there is no help for it, and if we try now to form a new character, the inevitable result will be that we shall die. But, excuse me if I say that it is sheer ignorance and want of proper understanding to think like that, namely, that our national ideal has been a mistake. First go to other countries and study carefully their manners and conditions with your own eyes, not with others, and reflect on them with a thoughtful brain. If you have it, then read your own scriptures, your ancient literature, travel throughout India, and mark the people of her different parts and their ways and habits with the wide awake eye of an intelligent and keen observer, not with a fool's eye, and you will see as clear as noonday that the nation is still living intact and its life is surely pulsating. You will find there also that, hidden under the ashes of apparent death, the fire of our national life is yet smoldering, and that the life of this nation is religion, its language religion, and its idea religion, and your politics, society, municipality, plague prevention work, and famine relief work, all these things will be done as they have been done all along here, viz. only through religion. Otherwise all your frantic yelling and bewailing will end in nothing, my friend. Besides, in every country, the means is the same after all, that is, whatever only a handful of powerful men dictate becomes the fait accompli, the rest of the men only follow like a flock of sheep, that's all. I have seen your parliament, your senate, your vote, majority, ballot, it is the same thing everywhere, my friend. The powerful men in every country are moving society whatever way they like, and the rest are only like a flock of sheep. Now the question is this: who are these men of power in India? They who are giants in religion. It is they who lead our society, and it is they again who change our social laws and usages when necessity demands, and we listen to them silently and do what they command. The only difference with ours is, that we have not that superfluous fuss and bustle of the majority, the vote, ballot, and similar concomitant tugs of war as in other countries. That is all. Of course we do not get that education which the common people in the West do, by the system of vote and ballot etc., but, on the other hand, we have not also amongst us that class of people who, in the name of politics, rob others and fatten themselves by sucking the very lifeblood of the masses in all European countries. If you ever saw, my friend, that shocking sight behind the scene of acting of these politicians, that revelry of bribery, that robbery in broad daylight, that dance of the devil in man, which are practiced on such occasions, you would be hopeless about man. Milk goes a-begging from door to door, while the grog shop is crowded. The chaste woman seldom gets the wherewithal to hide her modesty, while the woman of the town flutters about in all her jewelry. They that have money have kept the government of the land under their thumb, are robbing the people and sending them as soldiers to fight and be slain on foreign shores, so that, in case of victory, their coffers may be full of gold bought by the blood of the subject people on the field of battle. And the subject people? Well, theirs is only to shed their blood. This is politics. Don't be startled, my friend, don't be lost in its mazes. First of all, try to understand this: does man make laws, or do laws make man? Does man make money, or does money make man? Does man make name and fame, or name and fame make man? Be a man first, my friend, and you will see how all those things and the rest will follow of themselves after you. Give up that hateful malice, that dog-like bickering and barking at one another, and take your stand on goal purpose, right means, righteous courage, and be brave. When you are born a man, leave some indelible mark behind you. When you first came to this world, O Tulsi, a poet and a devotee, the author of the Ramcharitmanasa. Here the poet is addressing himself. The world rejoiced and you cried, now live your life in doing such acts that when you will leave this world, the world will cry for you and you will leave it laughing. If you can do that, then you are a man, otherwise, what good are you? Next, you must understand this, my friend, that we have many things to learn from other nations. The man who says he has nothing more to learn is already at his last grasp. The nation that says it knows everything is on the very brink of destruction. As long as I live, so long do I learn. But one point to note here is that when we take anything from others, we must mold it after our own way. We shall add to our stock what others have to teach, but we must always be careful to keep intact what is essentially our own. For instance, suppose I want to have my dinner cooked in the European fashion. When taking food, the Europeans sit on chairs, and we are accustomed to squat on the floor. To imitate the Europeans, if I order my dinner to be served on a table and have to sit on a chair more than an hour, my feet will be in a fair way of going to Yama's door, as they say, and I shall writhe in torture. What do you say to that? So I must squat on the floor in my own style, while having their dishes. Similarly, whenever we learn anything from others, we must mold it after our own fashion, always preserving in full our characteristic nationality. Let me ask, does man wear clothes or do clothes make the man? The man of genius in any dress commands respect, but nobody cares for fools like me, though carrying, like the washerman's ass, a load of clothes on my back. 2 customs, Eastern and Western. Bengali. The foregoing, by way of an introduction, has come to be rather long, but after all this talk it will be easier for us to compare the two nations. They are good, and we are also good. You can neither praise the one nor blame the other, both the scales are equal. Of course, there are gradations and varieties of good, this is all. According to us, there are three things in the makeup of man. There is the body, there is the mind, and there is the soul. First let us consider the body, which is the most external thing about man. First, see how various are the differences with respect to the body. How many varieties of nose, face, hair, height, complexion, breadth, etc., there are. The modern ethnologists hold that variety of complexion is due to intermixture of blood. Though the hot or cold climate of the place to a certain extent affects the complexion, no doubt, yet the main cause of its change is heredity. Even in the coldest parts of the world, people with dark complexions are seen, and again in the hottest countries white men are seen to live. The complexion of the Aboriginal tribes of Canada, in America, and of the Eskimos of the northern polar regions, is not white. While islands, such as Borneo, Celebes, etc., situated in the equatorial regions are peopled by white aborigines. According to the Hindu Shastras, the three Hindu castes, Brahmana, Kshatriya, and Vaishya, and the several nations outside India, to wit, Chin, Hun, Darod, Pallava, Yavana, and Kash are all Aryas. This Chin of our Shastras is not the modern Chinaman. Besides, in those days, the Chin men did not call themselves Chin at all. There was a distinct, powerful nation, called Chin, living in the northeastern parts of Kashmir, and the Darods lived where are now seen the hill tribes between India and Afghanistan. Some remnants of the ancient Chin are yet to be found in very small numbers, and Darodistan is yet in existence. In the Rajatarnjani, the history of Kashmir, references are often made to the supremacy of the powerful Darod Raj. An ancient tribe of Huns reigned for a long period in the northwestern parts of India. The Tibetans now call themselves Hun, but this Hun is perhaps Hune. The fact is, that the Huns referred to in Manu are not the modern Tibetans, but it is quite probable that the modern Tibetans are the product of a mixture of the ancient Aryan Huns and some other Mughal tribes that came to Tibet from Central Asia. According to Przhevalsky and the Duc d'Orléans, the Russian and French travelers, there are still found in some parts of Tibet tribes with faces and eyes of the Aryan type. Yavana was the name given to the Greeks. There has been much dispute about the origin of this name. Some say that the name Yavana was first used to designate a tribe of Greeks inhabiting the place called Ionia, and hence, in the Pali writs of the Emperor Asoka, the Greeks are named Yonas, and afterwards from this Yona the Sanskrit word Yavana was derived. Again, according to some of our Indian antiquarians, the word Yavana does not stand for the Greeks. But all these views are wrong. The original word is Yavana itself, for not only the Hindus but the ancient Egyptians and the Babylonians as well called the Greeks by that name. By the word Pallava is meant the ancient Parsis, speaking the Pahlavi tongue. Even now, Kash denotes the semi-civilist Aryan tribes living in mountainous regions and in the Himalayas, and the word is still used in this sense. In that sense, the present Europeans are the descendants of the Kash, in other words, those Aryan tribes that were uncivilized in ancient days are all Kash. In the opinion of modern savants, the Aryans had reddish-white complexion, black or red hair, straight noses, well-drawn eyes, etc., and the formation of the skull varied a little according to the color of the hair. Where the complexion is dark, there the change has come to pass owing to the mixture of the pure Aryan blood with black races. They hold that there are still some tribes to the west of the Himalayan borders who are of pure Aryan blood, and that the rest are all of mixed blood, otherwise, how could they be dark? But the European pundits ought to know by this time that, in the southern parts of India, many children are born with red hair, which after 2 or 3 years changes into black, and that in the Himalayas many have red hair and blue or grey eyes. Let the pundits fight among themselves, it is the Hindus who have all along called themselves Aryas. Whether of pure or mixed blood, the Hindus are Aryas, there it rests. If the Europeans do not like us, Aryas, because we are dark, let them take another name for themselves. What is that to us? Whether black or white, it does not matter, but of all the nations of the world, the Hindus are the handsomest and finest in feature. I am not bragging nor saying anything in exaggeration because they belong to my own nationality, but this fact is known all over the world. Where else can one find a higher percentage of fine-featured men and women than in India? Besides, it has to be taken into consideration how much more is required in our country to make us look handsome than in other countries, because our bodies are so much more exposed. In other countries, the attempt is always to make ugly persons appear beautiful under cover of elaborate dresses and clothes. Of course, in point of health, the Westerners are far superior to us. In the West, men of 40 years and women of 50 years are still young. This is, no doubt, because they take good food, dress well and live in a good climate, and above all, the secret is that they do not marry at an early age. Ask those few strong tribes among ourselves and see what their marriageable age is. Ask the hill tribes, such as the Gorkhas, the Punjabis, the Jats, and the Afridis, what their marriageable age is. Then read your own Shastras. 30 is the age fixed for the Brahmana, 25 for the Kshatriya, and 20 for the Vaishya. In point of longevity and physical and mental strength, there is a great difference between the Westerners and ourselves. As soon as we attain to 40, our hope and physical and mental strength are on the decline. While, at that age, full of youthful vigor and hope, they have only made a start. We are vegetarians. Most of our diseases are of the stomach. Our old men and women generally die of stomach complaints. They of the West take meat. Most of their diseases are of the heart. Their old men and women generally die of heart or lung diseases. A learned doctor of the West observes that the people who have chronic stomach complaints generally tend to a melancholy and renouncing nature, and the people suffering from complaints of the heart and the upper parts of the body have always hope and faith to the last. The cholera patient is from the very beginning afraid of death, while the consumptive patient hopes to the last moment that he will recover. Is it owing to this, my doctor friend may with good reasoning ask, that the Indians always talk and think of death and renunciation? As yet I have not been able to find a satisfactory answer to this, but the question seems to have an air of truth about it, and demands serious consideration. In our country, people suffer little from diseases of the teeth and hair. In the West, few people have natural, healthy teeth, and baldness is met with everywhere. Our women bore their noses and ears for wearing ornaments. In the West, among the higher classes, the women do not do those things much, nowadays, but by squeezing the waist, making the spine crooked, and thus displacing the liver and spleen and disfiguring the form, they suffer the torment of death to make themselves shapely in appearance, and added to that is the burden of dress, over which they have to show their features to the best advantage. Their Western dress is, however, more suited for work. With the exception of the dress worn in society by the ladies of the wealthy classes, the dress of the women in general is ugly. The sari of our women, and the choga, chapkan, and turban of our men defy comparison as regards beauty in dress. The tight dresses cannot approach in beauty the loose ones that fall in natural folds. But all our dresses being flowing, and in folds, are not suited for doing work. In doing work, they are spoiled and done for. There is such a thing as fashion in the West. Their fashion is in dress, ours in ornaments, though nowadays it is entering a little into clothes also. Paris is the center of fashion for ladies' dress and London for men's. The actresses of Paris often set the fashions. What new fashion of dress a distinguished actress of the time would wear, the fashionable world would greedily imitate. The big firms of dressmakers set the fashions nowadays. We can form no idea of the millions of pounds that are spent every year in the making of dress in the West. The dressmaking business has become a regular science. What color of dress will suit with the complexion of the girl and the color of her hair, what special feature of her body should be disguised, and what displayed to the best advantage, these and many other like important points, the dressmakers have seriously to consider. Again, the dress that ladies of very high position wear, others have to wear also, otherwise they lose their caste. This is fashion. Then again, this fashion is changing every day, so to say, it is sure to change 4 times with the 4 seasons of the year, and, Besides, many other times as well. The rich people have their dresses made after the latest fashion by expert firms, those who belong to the middle classes have them often done at home by women tailors, or do them themselves. If the new fashion approaches very near to their last one, then they just change or adjust their clothes accordingly, otherwise, they buy new ones. The wealthy classes give away their dresses which have gone out of fashion to their dependents and servants. The ladies' maids and valets sell them, and those are exported to the various colonies established by the Europeans in Africa, Asia, and Australia, and there they are used again. The dresses of those who are immensely rich are all ordered from Paris, the less wealthy have them copied in their own country by their own dressmakers. But the ladies' hats must be of French make. As a matter of fact, the dress of the English and the German women is not good, they do not generally follow the Paris fashions except, of course, a few of the rich and the higher classes. So, the women of other countries indulge in jokes at their expense. But men in England mostly dress very well. The American men and women, without distinction, wear very fashionable dress. Though the American government imposes heavy duties on all dresses imported from London or Paris, to keep out foreign goods from the country, yet, all the same, the women order their dress from Paris, and men, from London. Thousands of men and women are employed in daily introducing into the market woolen and silk fabrics of various kinds and colors, and thousands, again, are manufacturing all sorts of dresses out of them. Unless the dress is exactly up to date, ladies and gentlemen cannot walk in the street without being remarked upon by the fashionable. Though we have not all this botheration of the fashion in dress in our country, we have, instead, a fashion in ornaments, to a certain extent. The merchants dealing in silk, woolen, and other materials in the West have their watchful eyes always fixed on the way the fashion changes, and what sort of things people have begun to like, or they hit upon a new fashion, out of their own brain, and try to draw the attention of the people thereto. When once a merchant succeeds in gaining the eyes of the people to the fashion brought into the market by him, he is a made man for life. At the time of the Emperor Napoleon III of France, his wife, the Empress Eugenie, was the universally recognized avatar of fashion of the West. The shawl, of cashmere were her special favorites, and therefore shawls worth millions of rupees used to be exported every year, in her time, from Kashmir to Europe. With the fall of Napoleon III, the fashion has changed, and cashmere shawls no longer sell. And as for the merchants of our country, they always walk in the old rut. They could not opportunely hit upon any new style to catch the fancy of the West under the altered circumstances, and so the market was lost to them. Kashmir received a severe shock and her big and rich merchants all of a sudden failed. This world, if you have the eyes to see, is yours, if not, it is mine. Do you think that anyone waits for another? The Westerners are devising new means and methods to attract the luxuries and the comforts of different parts of the world. They watch the situation with 10 eyes and work with 200 hands, as it were, while we will never do what the authors of Shastras have not written in books, and thus we are moving in the same old groove, and there is no attempt to seek anything original and new, and the capacity to do that is lost to us now. The whole nation is rending the skies with the cry for food and dying of starvation. Whose fault is it? Ours. What means are we taking in hand to find a way out of the pitiable situation? 0. Only making great noise by our big and empty talk. That is all that we are doing. Why not come put of your narrow comber and see, with your eyes open, how the world is moving onwards? Then the mind will open and the power of thinking and of timely action will come of itself. You certainly know the story of the Devas and the Asuras. The Devas have faith in their soul, in God, and in the afterlife, while the Asuras give importance to this life, and devote themselves to enjoying this world and trying to have bodily comforts in every possible way. We do not mean to discuss here whether the Devas are better than the Asuras, or the Asuras than the Devas, but, reading their descriptions in the Puranas, the Asuras seem to be, truth to tell, more like men, and far more manly than the Devas. The Devas are inferior, without doubt, to the Asuras, in many respects. Now, to understand the East and the West, we cannot do better than interpret the Hindus as the sons of the Devas and the Westerners as the sons of the Asuras. First, let us see about their respective ideas of cleanliness of the body. Purity means cleanliness of mind and body, the latter is affected by the use of water etc. No nation in the world is as cleanly in the body as the Hindu, who uses water very freely. Taking a plunge bath is well nigh scarce in other nations, with a few exceptions. The English have introduced it into their country after coming in contact with India. Even now, ask those of our students who have resided in England for education, and they will tell you how insufficient the arrangements for bathing are there. When the Westerners bathe, and that is once a week, they change their inner clothing. Of course, nowadays, among those who have means, many bathe daily, and among Americans the number is larger, the Germans once in a week, the French and others very rarely. Spain and Italy are warm countries, but there it is still less. Imagine their eating of garlic in abundance, profuse perspiration day and night, and yet no bath. Ghosts must surely run away from them. What to say of men? What is meant by bath in the West? Why, the washing of face, head, and hands, i.e. only those parts which are exposed. A millionaire friend of mine once invited me to come over to Paris, which is the capital of modern civilization. Paris, the heaven of luxury, fashion, and merriment on earth, the center of arts and sciences. My friend accommodated me in a huge palatial hotel, where arrangements for meals were in a right royal style, but, for bath, well, no name of it. 2 days I suffered silently till at last I could bear it no longer, and had to address my friend thus: "Dear brother, let this royal luxury be with you and yours. I am panting to get out of this situation. Such hot weather, and no facility of bathing. If it continues like this, I shall be in imminent danger of turning mad like a rabid dog." Hearing this, my friend became very sorry for me and annoyed with the hotel authorities, and said, "I won't let you stay here any more, let us go and find out a better place." 12 of the chief hotels were seen, but no place for bathing was there in any of them. There are independent bathing houses, where one can go and have a bath for 4 or 5 rupees. Good heavens! That very afternoon I read in a paper that an old lady entered into the bathtub and died then and there. Whatever the doctors may say, I am inclined to think that perhaps that was the first occasion in her life to come into contact with so much water, and the frame collapsed by the sudden shock. This is no exaggeration. Then, the Russians and some others are awfully unclean in that line. Starting from Tibet, it is about the same all over those regions. In every boarding house in America, of course, there is a bathroom, and an arrangement of pipe water. See, however, the difference here. Why do we Hindus bathe? Because of the fear of incurring sin. The Westerners wash their hands and face for cleanliness' sake. Bathing with us means pouring water over the body, though the oil and the dirt may stick on and show themselves. Again, our southern Indian brothers decorate themselves with such long and wide cast marks that it requires, perchance, the use of a pumice stone to rub them off. Our bath, on the other hand, is an easy matter to have a plunge in, anywhere, but not so, in the West. There they have to put off a load of clothes, and how many buttons and hooks and eyes are there? We do not feel any delicacy to show our body, to them it is awful, but among men, say, between father and son, there is no impropriety, only before women you have to cover yourself cap a pie. This custom of external cleanliness, like all other customs, sometimes turns out to be, in the long run, rather a tyranny or the very reverse of a kara, cleanliness. The European says that all bodily matters have to be attended to in private. Well and good. It is vulgar to spit before other people. To rinse your mouth before others is disgraceful. So, for fear of censure, they do not wash their mouth after meals, and the result is that the teeth gradually decay. Here is non-observance of cleanliness for fear of society or civilization. With us, it is the other extreme to rinse and wash the mouth before all men, or sitting in the street, making a noise as if you were sick. This is rather tyranny. Those things should, no doubt, be done privately and silently, but not to do them for fear of society is also equally wrong. Again, society patiently bears and accommodates itself to those customs which are unavoidable in particular climates. In a warm country like ours, we drink glass after glass of water. Now, how can we help eructating? But in the West, that habit is very ungentlemanly. But there, if you blow the nose and use your pocket handkerchief at the time of eating, that is not objectionable, but with us, it is disgusting. In a cold country like theirs, one cannot avoid doing it now and then. We Hindus hold dirt in abomination very much, but, all the same, we are, in point of fact, frequently dirty ourselves. Dirt is so repugnant to us that if we touch it we bathe, and so to keep ourselves away from it, we leave a heap of it to rot near the house. The only thing to be careful about is not to touch it, but, on the other hand, do we ever think that we are living virtually in hell? To avoid one uncleanliness, we court another and a greater uncleanliness. To escape from one evil, we follow on the heels of another and a greater evil. He who keeps dirt heaped in his house is a sinner, no doubt about that. And for his retribution he has not to wait for the next life, it recoils on his head betimes in this very life. The grace of both Lakshmi, goddess of fortune, and Sarasvati, goddess of learning, now shines on the peoples of the Western countries. They do not stop at the mere acquisition of the objects of enjoyment, but in all their actions they seek for a sort of beauty and grace. In eating and drinking, in their homes and surroundings, in everything, they want to see an all-round elegance. We also had that trait once when there was wealth and prosperity in the land. We have now too much poverty, but, to make matters worse, we are courting our ruin in two ways, namely, we are throwing away what we have as our own, and laboring in vain to make others' ideals and habits ours. Those national virtues that we had are gradually disappearing, and we are not acquiring any of the Western ones either. In sitting, walking, talking, etc., there was in the olden days a traditional, specific trait of our own, that is now gone, and withal we have not the ability to take in the Western modes of etiquette. Those ancient religious rites, practices, studies, etc., that were left to us, you are consigning to the tide waters to be swept away, and yet something new and suitable to the exigencies of the time, to make up for them, is not striking its roots and becoming stable with us. In oscillating between these two lines, all our present distress lies. The Bengal that is to be has not as yet got a stable footing. It is our arts that have fared the worst of all. In the days gone by, our old women used to paint the floors, doors, and walls of their houses with a paste of rice powder, drawing various beautiful figures. They used to cut plantain leaves in an artistic manner, to serve the food on. They used to lavish their art in nicely arranging the different comestibles on the plates. Those arts, in these days, have gradually disappeared or are doing so. Of course new things have to be learned, have to be introduced and worked out, but is that to be done by sweeping away all that is old, just because it is old? What new things have you learned? Not any, save and except a jumble of words. What really useful science or art have you acquired? Go, and see, even now in the distant villages, the old woodwork and brickwork. The carpenters of your towns cannot even turn out a decent pair of doors. Whether they are made for a hut or a mansion is hard to make out. They are only good at buying foreign tools, as if that is all of carpentry. Alas! That state of things has come upon all matters in our country. What we possessed as our own is all passing away, and yet, all that we have learned from foreigners is the art of speechifying. Merely reading and talking. The Bengalis, and the Irish in Europe, are races cast in the same mold, only talking, and bandying words. These two nations are adepts in making grandiloquent speeches. They are nowhere, when a jot of real practical work is required. Over and above that, they are barking at each other and fighting among themselves all the days of their life. In the West, They have a habit of keeping everything about themselves neat and clean, and even the poorest have an eye towards it. And this regard for cleanliness has to be observed, for, unless the people have clean suits of clothes, none will employ them in their service. Their servants, maids, cooks, etc., are all dressed in spotlessly clean clothes. Their houses are kept trim and tidy by being daily brushed, washed, and dusted. A part of good breeding consists in not throwing things about, but keeping them in their proper places. Their kitchens look clean and bright. Vegetable peelings and such other refuse are placed, for the time being, in a separate receptacle, and taken, later on, by a scavenger to a distance and thrown away in a proper place set apart for the purpose. They do not throw such things about in their yards or on the roads. The houses and other buildings of those who are wealthy are really a sight worth seeing. These are, night and day, a marvel of orderliness and cleanliness. Over and above that, they are in the habit of collecting art treasures from various countries, and adorning their rooms with them. As regards ourselves, we need not, of course, at any rate for the present, go in for collecting works of art as they do, but should we, or should we not, at least preserve those which we possess from going to ruin? It will take up a long time yet to become as good and efficient as they are in the arts of painting and sculpture. We were never very skillful in those two departments of art. By imitating the Europeans, we at the utmost can only produce one or two Ravi Varmas among us. But far better than such artists are our Pachuas, painter, who do the chalkatras, arch-shaper frames over the images of deities, with Puranika pictures, of our goddesses, in Bengal. They display in their work at least a boldness in the brilliancy of their colors. The paintings of Ravi Varma and others make one hide one's face from shame. Far better are those gilded pictures of Jaipur and the Chalchitra of the goddess Durga that we have had from old times. I shall reserve my reflections on the European arts of sculpture and painting for some future occasion. That is too vast a subject to enter upon here. 3. Food and cooking. Bengali. Now hear something about the Western art of cooking. There is greater purity observed in our cooking than in any other country. On the other hand, we have not that perfect regularity, method, and cleanliness of the English table. Every day our cook first bathes and changes his clothes before entering the kitchen. He neatly cleanses all the utensils and the hearth with water and earth, and if he chances to touch his face, nose, or any part of his body, he washes his hands before he touches again any food. The Western cook scarcely bathes. Moreover, he tastes with a spoon the cooking he is engaged in, and does not think much of redipping the spoon into the pot. Taking out his handkerchief, he blows his nose vigorously, and again with the same hand he, perchance, kneads the dough. He never thinks of washing his hands when he comes from outside, and begins his cooking at once. But all the same, he has snow-white clothes and cap. Maybe, he is dancing on the dough. Why? Because he may knead it thoroughly well with the whole pressure of his body, no matter if the sweat of his brow gets mixed with it. Fortunately nowadays, machines are widely used for the task. After all this sacrilege, when the bread is finished, it is placed on a porcelain dish covered with a snow-white napkin and is carried by the servant dressed in a spotless suit of clothes with white gloves on. Then it is laid upon the table spread over with a clean tablecloth. Mark here, the gloves, lest the man touches anything with his bare fingers. Observe ours on the other hand. Our Brahmin cook has first purified himself with a bath, and then cooked the dinner in thoroughly cleansed utensils, but he serves it to you on a plate on the bare floor which has been pasted over with earth and cow dung, and his cloth, albeit daily washed, is so dirty that it looks as if it were never washed. And if the plantain leaf, which sometimes serves the purpose of a plate, is torn, there is a good chance of the soup getting mixed up with the moist floor and cow dung paste and giving rise to a wonderful taste. After taking a nice bath, we put on a dirty-looking cloth, almost sticky with oil, and in the West, they put on a perfectly clean suit on a dirty body, without having had a proper bath. Now, this is to be understood thoroughly, for here is the point of essential difference between the Orient and the Occident. That inward vision of the Hindu and the outward vision of the West, are manifest in all their respective manners and customs. The Hindu always looks inside, and the Westerner outside. The Hindu keeps diamonds wrapped in a rag, as it were, the Westerner preserves a lump of earth in a golden casket. The Hindu bathes to keep his body clean, he does not care how dirty his cloth may be, the Westerner takes care to wear clean clothes. What matters it if dirt remains on his body? The Hindu keeps neat and clean the rooms, doors, floors, and everything inside his house, what matters it if a heap of dirt and refuse lies outside his entrance door? The Westerner looks to covering his floors with bright and beautiful carpets, the dirt and dust under them is all right if concealed from view. The Hindu lets his drains run open over the road, the bad smell does not count much. The drains in the West are underground, a hotbed of typhoid fever. The Hindu cleanses the inside, the Westerner cleanses the outside. What is wanted is a clean body with clean clothes. Rinsing the mouth, cleansing the teeth and all that must be done but in private. The dwelling houses must be kept clean, as well as the streets and thoroughfares and all outlying places. The cook must keep his clothes clean as well as his body. Moreover, the meals must be taken of in spotless cups and plates, sitting in a neat and tidy place. Achara or observance of the established rules of conduct in life is the first step to religion, and of that again, cleanliness of body and mind, cleanliness in everything, is the most important factor. Will one devoid of achara ever attain to religion? Don't you see before your very eyes the miseries of those who are devoid of achara? Should we not, thus paying dearly for it, learn the lesson? Cholera, malaria, and plague have made their permanent home in India, and are carrying away their victims by millions. Whose fault is it? Ours, to be sure. We are sadly devoid of achara. All our different sects of Hinduism admit the truth of the celebrated saying of the Shruti, Chandogya Upanishad, 7xxvi. 2. When the food is pure, then the inner sense gets purified, on the purification of the inner sense, memory, of the soul's perfection, becomes steady. Only, according to Shankaracharya, the word ahara means the sense perceptions, and Ramanuj takes the word to mean food. But what is the solution? All sects agree that both are necessary, and both ought to be taken into account. Without pure food, how can the indriyas, organs, perform their respective functions properly? Everyone knows by experience that impure food weakens the power of receptivity of the indriyas or makes them act in opposition to the will. It is a well-known fact that indigestion distorts the vision of things and makes one thing appeal as another, and that want of food makes the eyesight and other powers of the senses dim and weak. Similarly, it is often seen that some particular kind of food brings on some particular state of the body and the mind. This principle is at the root of those many rules which are so strictly enjoined in Hindu society that we should take this sort and avoid that sort of food, though in many cases, forgetting their essential substance, the kernel, we are now busy only with quarreling about the shell and keeping watch and ward over it. Ramanujakarya asks us to avoid three sorts at defects which, according to him, make food impure. The first defect is that of the jati, i.e. the very nature or the species to which the food belongs, as onion, garlic, and so on. These have an exciting tendency and, when taken, produce restlessness of the mind, or in other words perturb the intellect. The next is that of ashraya, i.e. the nature of the person from whom the food comes. The food coming from a wicked person will make one impure and think wicked thoughts, while the food coming from a good man will elevate one's thoughts. Then the other is nimittadasa, i.e. impurity in food due to such agents in it as dirt and dust, worms, or hair. Taking such food also makes the mind impure. Of these three defects, anyone can eschew the jati and the nimitta, but it is not easy for all to avoid the ashraya. It is only to avoid this ashraya dasa, that we have so much of Dantidushaism amongst us nowadays. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. But in most cases, the cart is put before the horse, and the real meaning of the principle being misunderstood, it becomes in time a queer and hideous superstition. In these cases, the acharas of the great acharyas, the teachers of mankind, should be followed instead of the lokacharas. i.e. the customs followed by the people in general. One ought to read the lives of such great masters as Sri Chaitanya Deva and other similarly great religious teachers and see how they behaved themselves with their fellow men in this respect. As regards the jati dasa in food, no other country in the world furnishes a better field for its observation than India. The Indians, of all nations, take the purest of foods and, all over the world, there is no other country where the purity as regards the jati is so well observed as in India. We had better attend to the nimitadasa a little more now in India, as it is becoming a source of serious evil with us. It has become too common with us to buy food from the sweets vendor's shop in the bazaar, and you can judge for yourselves how impure these confections are from the point of view of the nimitadasa, for, being kept exposed, the dirt and dust of the roads as well as dead insects adhere to them, and how stale and polluted they must sometimes be. All this dyspepsia that you notice in every home and the prevalence of diabetes from which the townspeople suffer so much nowadays are due to the taking of impure food from the bazaars, and that the village people are not as a rule so subject to these complaints is principally due to the fact that they have not these bazaars near them, where they can buy at their will such poisonous food as alchi, kashuri, etc. I shall dwell on this in detail later on. This is, in short, the old general rule about food. But there were, and still are, many differences of opinion about it. Again, as in the old, so in the present day, there is a great controversy whether it is good or bad to take animal food or live only on a vegetable diet, whether we are benefited or otherwise by taking meat. Besides, the question whether it is right or wrong to kill animals has always been a matter of great dispute. One party says that to take away life is a sin, and on no account should it be done. The other party replies, a fig for your opinion. It is simply impossible to live without killing. The Shastras also differ, and rather confuse one, on this point. In one place the Shastra dictates, kill animals in yajanas, and again, in another place it says, never take away life. The Hindus hold that it is a sin to kill animals except in sacrifices, but one can with impunity enjoy the pleasure of eating meat after the animal is sacrificed in a yajna. Indeed, there are certain rules prescribed for the householder in which he is required to kill animals on occasions, such as Shraddha and so on, and if he omits to kill animals at those times, he is condemned as a sinner. Manu says that if those that are invited to Shraddha and certain other ceremonies do not partake of the animal food offered there, they take birth in an animal body in their next. On the other hand, the Jains, the Buddhists, and the Vaishnavas protest, saying, we do not believe in the dictates of such Hindu Shastras, on no account should the taking away of life be tolerated. Asoka, the Buddhist emperor, we read, punished those who would perform yajanas or offer meat to the invited at any ceremony. The position in which the modern Vaishnavas find themselves is rather one of difficulty. Instances are found in the Ramayana 1 and the Mahabharata 2 of the drinking of wine and the taking of meat by Rama and Krishna, whom they worship as God. Sita Devi vows meat, rice, and 1,000 jars of wine to the river goddess, Ganga. Yamuna. Point 3. In the West, the contention is whether animal food is injurious to health or not, whether it is more strengthening than vegetable diet or not, and so on. One party says that those that take animal food suffer from all sorts of bodily complaints. The other contradicts this and says, that is all fiction. If that were true, then the Hindus would have been the healthiest race, and the powerful nations, such as the English, the Americans, and others, whose principal food is meat, would have succumbed to all sorts of maladies and ceased to exist by this time. One says that the flesh of the goat makes the intellect like that of the goat, the flesh of the swine like that of the swine, and fish like that of the fish. The other declares that it can as well be argued then that the potato makes a potato-like brain, that vegetables make a vegetable-like brain resembling dull and dead matter. Is it not better to have the intelligence of a living animal than to have the brain dull and inert like dead matter? One party says that those things which are in the chemical composition of animal food are also equally present in the vegetables. The other ridicules it and exclaims, why, they are in the air too. Go then and live on air only. One argues that the vegetarians are very painstaking and can go through hard and long sustained labor. The other says, if that were true, then the vegetarian nations would occupy the foremost rank, which is not the case, the strongest and foremost nations being always those that take animal food. Those who advocate animal food contend, look at the Hindus and the Chin men, how poor they are. They do not take meat, but live somehow on the scanty diet of rice and all sorts of vegetables. Look at their miserable condition. And the Japanese were also in the same plight, but since they commenced taking meat, they turned over a new leaf. In the Indian regiments there are about 1.5 lakh of native sepoys, see how many of them are vegetarians. The best parts of them, such as the Sikhs and the Gorkhas, are never vegetarians. One party says, indigestion is due to animal food. The other says, that is all stuff and nonsense. It is mostly the vegetarians who suffer from stomach complaints. Again, it may be the vegetable food acts as an effective purgative to the system. But is that any reason that you should induce the whole world to take it? Whatever one or the other may say, the real fact, however, is that the nations who take the animal food are always, as a rule, notably brave, heroic and thoughtful. The nations who take animal food also assert that in those days when the smoke from yajnas used to rise in the Indian sky and the Hindus used to take the meat of animals sacrificed, then only great religious geniuses and intellectual giants were born among them, but since the drifting of the Hindus into the Babaji's vegetarianism, not one great, original man arose midst them. Taking this view into account, the meat-eaters in our country are afraid to give up their habitual diet. The Arya-Samajists are divided amongst themselves on this point, and a controversy is raging within their fold, one party holding that animal food is absolutely necessary, and the opposite party denouncing it as extremely wrong and unjust. In this way, discussions of a conflicting character, giving rise to mutual abuses, quarrels, and fights, are going on. After carefully scrutinizing all sides of the question and setting aside all fanaticism that is rampant on this delicate question of food, I must say that my conviction tends to confirm this view that the Hindus are, after all, right. I mean that injunction of the Hindu Shastras which lays down the rule that food, like many other things, must be different according to the difference of birth and profession. This is the sound conclusion. But the Hindus of the present day will neither follow their Shastras nor listen to what their great Acharyas taught. To eat meat is surely barbarous and vegetable food is certainly purer. Who can deny that? For him surely is a strict vegetarian diet whose one end is to lead solely a spiritual life. But he who has to steer the boat of his life with strenuous labor through the constant life and death struggles and the competition of this world must of necessity take meat. So long as there will be in human society such a thing as the triumph of the strong over the weak, animal food is required, otherwise, the weak will naturally be crushed under the feet of the strong. It will not do to quote solitary instances of the good effect of vegetable food on some particular person or persons, compare one nation with another and then draw conclusions. The vegetarians, again, are also divided amongst themselves. Some say that rice, potatoes, wheat, barley, maize, and other starchy foods are of no use. These have been produced by man, and are the source of all maladies. Starchy food which generates sugar in the system is most injurious to health. Even horses and cows become sickly and diseased if kept within doors and fed on wheat and rice, but they get well again if allowed to graze freely on the tender and growing herbage in the meadows. There is very little starchy substance in grass and nuts and other green edible herbs. The orangutan eats grass and nuts and does not usually eat potato and wheat, but if he ever does so, he eats them before they are ripe, i.e. when there is not much starch in them. Others say that taking roast meat and plenty of fruit and milk is best suited to the attainment longevity. More especially, they who take much fruit regularly, do not so soon lose their youth, as the acid of fruit dissolves the foul crust formed on the bones which is mainly the cause of bringing on old age. All these contentions have no end, they are going on unceasingly. Now the judicious view admitted by all in regard to this vexed question is, to take such food as is substantial and nutritious and at the same time, easily digested. The food should be such as contains the greatest nutriment in the smallest compass, and be at the same time quickly assimilable, otherwise, it has necessarily to be taken in large quantity, and consequently the whole day is required only to digest it. If all the energy is spent only in digesting food, what will there be left to do other works? All fried things are really poisonous. The sweets vendor's shop is death's door. In hot countries, the less oil and clarified butter, ghee, taken the better. Butter is more easily digested than ghee. There is very little substance in snow white flour, whole wheat flour is good as food. For Bengal, the style and preparation of food that are still in vogue in our distant villages are commendable. What ancient Bengali poet do you find singing the praise of Ilchi and Kashuri? These Ilchis and Kashuris have been introduced into Bengal from the northwestern provinces, but even there, people take them only occasionally. I have never seen even there anyone who lives mainly on things fried in ghee, day after day. The shobi wrestlers of Mathura are, no doubt, fond of ilchis and sweetmeats, but in a few years Shobji's power of digestion is ruined, and he has to drug himself with appetizing preparations called churans. The poor die of starvation because they can get nothing to eat, and the rich die of starvation because what they take is not food. Any and every stuff eaten is not food, that is real food which, when eaten, is well assimilated. It is better to fast rather than stuff oneself with anything and everything. In the delicacies of the sweetmeat shops there is hardly anything nourishing, on the other hand, there is poison. Of old, people used to take those injurious things only occasionally, but now, the townspeople, especially those who come from villages to live in towns, are the greatest sinners in this respect, as they take them every day. What wonder is there that they die prematurely of dyspepsia? If you are hungry, throw away all sweets and things fried in ghee into the ditch, and buy a piece worth of muri, popped rice, that will be cheaper and more nutritious food. It is sufficient food to have rice, dal, lentils, whole wheat chapatis, unfermented bread, fish, vegetables, and milk. But dal has to be taken as the southern Indians take it, that is, the soup of it only, the rest of the preparation give to the cattle. He may take meat who can afford it, but not making it too rich with heating spices, as the northwestern people do. The spices are no food at all, to take them in abundance is only due to a bad habit. Dal is a very substantial food but hard to digest. Pea soup prepared of tender peas is easily digested and pleasant to the taste. In Paris this pea soup is a favorite dish. First, boil the peas well, then make a paste of them and mix them with water. Now strain the soup through a wire strainer, like that in which milk is strained, and all the outer skin will be separated. Then add some spices, such as turmeric, black pepper, etc., according to taste, and broil it with a little ghee in the pan and you get a pleasant and wholesome dal. The meat eaters can make it delicious by cooking it with the head of a goat or fish. That we have so many cases of diabetes in India is chiefly due to indigestion. Of course there are solitary instances in which excessive brain work is the cause, but with the majority it is indigestion. Potbelly is the foremost sign of indigestion. Does eating mean stuffing oneself? That much which one can assimilate is proper food for one. Growing thin or fat is equally due to indigestion. Do not give yourself up as lost because some symptoms of diabetes are noticeable in you. Those are nothing in our country and should not be taken seriously into account. Only, pay more attention to your diet so that you may avoid indigestion. Be in the open air as much as possible, and take good long walks and work hard. The muscles of the leg should be as hard as iron. If you are in service, take leave when possible and make a pilgrimage to the Badarikashrama in the Himalayas. If the journey is accomplished on foot through the ascent and descent of 200 miles in the hills, you will see that this ghost of diabetes will depart from you. Do not let the doctors come near you, most of them will harm you more than do any good, and so far as possible, never take medicines, which in most cases kill the patient sooner than the illness itself. If you can, walk all the way from town to your native village every year during the puja vacation. To be rich in our country has come to be synonymous with being the embodiment of laziness and dependence. One who has to walk being supported by another, or one who has to be fed by another, is doomed to be miserable, is a veritable invalid. He who eats cautiously only the finer coating of the lychee, for fear that the whole will not agree with him, is already dead in life. Is he a man or a worm who cannot walk 20 miles at a stretch? Who can save one who invites illness and premature death of his own will? And as for fermented bread, it is also poison, do not touch it at all. Flour mixed with yeast becomes injurious. Never take any fermented thing. In this respect the prohibition in our Shastras of partaking of any such article of food is a fact of great importance. Any sweet thing which has turned sour is called in the Shastras Shuddha, and that is prohibited to be taken, excepting curd, which is good and beneficial. If you have to take bread, toast it well over the fire. Impure water and impure food are the cause of all maladies. In America, nowadays, it has become a craze to purify the drinking water. The filter has had its day and is now discredited, because it only strains the water through, while all the finer germs of diseases such as cholera, plague, remain intact in it. Moreover, the filter itself gradually becomes the hotbed of these germs. When the filter was first introduced in Calcutta, for 5 years, it is said there was no outbreak of cholera. Since then it has become as bad as ever, for the reason that the huge filter itself has now come to be the vehicle of cholera germs of all kinds. The simple method that we have of placing 3 earthen jars one over another on a 3-footed bamboo frame, is the best, but every second or third day the sand and charcoal should be changed, or used again after heating them. The method of straining water through a cloth containing a lump of alum in it, that we find in vogue in the villages along the banks of the Ganga in the vicinity of Calcutta, is the best of all. The particles of alum, taking with them all earth and impurities and the disease germs, gradually settle at the bottom of the deep jar as sediment. This simple system brings into disrepute pipe water and excels all your foreign filters. Moreover, if the water is boiled it becomes perfectly safe. Boil the water when the impurities are settled down by the alum, and then drink it, and throw away filters and such other things into the ditch. Now in America, the drinking water is first turned into vapor by means of huge machines, then the vapor is cooled down into water again, and through another machine pure air is pressed into it to substitute that air which goes out during the process of vaporization. This water is very pure and is used in every home. In our country, he who has some means, feeds his children with all sorts of sweets and ghee-fried things, because, perchance, it is a shame. Just think what the people will say. To let them have only rice and chapatis. What can you expect children fed like that to be but disproportionate in figure, lazy, worthless idiots, with no backbone of their own? The English people, who are so strong a race, who work so hard day and night, and whose native place is a cold country, even they hold in dread the very name of sweetmeats and food fried in butter. And we, who live in the zone of fire, as it were, who do not like to move from one place to another, what do we eat? Lychees, kashuris, sweets, and other things, all fried in ghee or oil. Formerly, our village zemindars in Bengal would think nothing of walking 20 or 30 miles, and would eat twice 20 koi fish, bones and all, and they lived to 100 years. Now their sons and grandsons come to Calcutta and put on airs, wear spectacles, eat the sweets from the bazaars, hire a carriage to go from one street to another, and then complain of diabetes, and their life is cut short. This is the result of their being civilized, Calcuttaized people. And doctors and vaidyas hasten their ruin too. They are all-knowing, they think they can cure anything with medicine. If there is a little flatulence, immediately some medicine is prescribed. Alas, it never enters into the heads of these vaidyas to advise them to keep away from medicine, and go and have a good walk of 4 or 5 miles, or so. I am seeing many countries, and many ways and preparations of food, but none of them approaches the admirable cooking of our various dishes of Bengal, and it is not too much to say that one should like to take rebirth for the sake of again enjoying their excellence. It is a great pity that one does not appreciate the value of teeth when one has them. Why should we imitate the West as regards food, and how many can afford to do so? The food which is suitable in our part of the country is pure Bengali food, cheap, wholesome, and nourishing, like that of the people of eastern Bengal. Imitate their food as much as you can. The more you lean westwards to copy the modes of food, the worse you are, and the more uncivilized you become. You are Calcuttaites, civilized, forsooth. Carried away by the charm of that destructive net which is of your own creation, the bazaar sweets, Bankara has consigned its popped rice to the river Damodar, its Kali dal has been cast into the ditch, and Dhaka and Vikrampur have thrown to the dogs their old dishes, or in other words, they have become civilized. You have gone to rack and ruin, and are leading others in the same path, told townspeople, and you pride yourselves on your being civilized. And these provincial people are so foolish that they will eat all the refuse of Calcutta and suffer from dyspepsia and dysentery, but will not admit that it is not suiting them, and will defend themselves by saying that the air of Calcutta is damp and saline. They must by all means be townspeople in every respect. So far, in brief, about the merits of food and other customs. Now I shall say something in the matter of what the Westerners generally eat, and how by degrees it has changed. The food of the poor in all countries is some species of corn, herbs, vegetables, and fish and meat fall within the category of luxuries and are used in the shape of chutney. The crop which grows in abundance and is the chief produce of a country is the staple food of its poorer classes, as in Bengal, Orissa, Madras, and the Malabar coasts. The prime food is rice, pulse, and vegetables, and sometimes, fish and meat are used for chutney only. The food of the well-to-do class in other parts of India is chapatis, unfermented bread, of wheat, and rice, of the people in general, mainly chapatis of Basra, Marhwa, Jannar, Yingara, and other corns. All over India, herbs, vegetables, pulse, fish, and meat are used only to make tasteful the roti, unfermented bread, or the rice, as the case may be, and hence they are called in Sanskrit, Vyanjana, i.e. that which seasons food. In the Punjab, Rajputana, and the Deccan, though the rich people and the princes take many kinds of meat every day, yet with them even, the principal food is roti or rice. He who takes daily 1 pound of meat, surely takes 2 pounds of chapatis along with it. Similarly in the West, the chief foods of the people in poor countries, and especially of the poor class in the rich parts, are bread and potatoes. Meat is rarely taken, and, if taken, is considered as a chutney. In Spain, Portugal, Italy, and in other comparatively warm countries, grapes grow profusely, and the wine made of grapes is very cheap. These wines are not intoxicating, i.e. unless one drinks a great quantity, one will not get intoxicated, and are very nutritious. The poor of those countries, therefore, use grape juice as a nourishment instead of fish and meat. But in the northern parts of Europe, such as Russia, Sweden, and Norway, bread made of rye, potatoes, and a little dried fish form the food of the poor classes. The food of the wealthy classes of Europe, and of all the classes of America is quite different, that is to say, their chief food is fish and meat, and bread, rice, and other things are taken as chutney. In America, bread is taken very little. When fish is served, it is served by itself, or when meat is served, it is served by itself and is often taken without bread or rice. Therefore the plate has to be changed frequently. If there are 10 sorts of food, the plate has to be changed as many times. If we were to take our food in this way, we should have to serve like this. Suppose the shutta, bitter curry, is first brought, and, changing that plate, dal is served on another. In the same way the soup arrives, and again a little rice by itself, or a fuel cheese, and so on. One benefit of this way of serving is that a little only of many varieties is taken, and it saves one from eating too much of anything. The French take coffee, and 1 or 2 slices of bread and butter in the morning, fish and meat, etc., in a moderate way about midday, and the principal meal comes at night. With the Italians and Spaniards, the custom is the same as that of the French. The Germans eat a good deal, 5 or 6 times a day, with more or less meat every time, the English, 3 times, the breakfast being rather small, but tea or coffee between, and the Americans also 3 times, but the meal is rather large every time, with plenty of meat. In all these countries, the principal meal is, however, dinner. The rich have French cooks and have food cooked after the French fashion. To begin with, a little salted fish or roe, or some sort of chutney or vegetable. This is by way of stimulating the appetite. Soup follows, then, according to the present-day fashion, fruit, next comes fish, then a meat curry, after which a joint of roast meat, and with it some vegetables, afterwards game birds or venison, etc., then sweets, and finally, delicious ice cream. At the table of the rich, the wine is changed every time the dish changes, and hock, claret, and iced champagne are served with the different courses. The spoon and knife and fork are also changed each time with the plate. After dinner, coffee without milk and liqueurs in very tiny glasses are brought in, and smoking comes last. The greater the variety of wines served with the various dishes, the greater will the host be regarded as a rich and wealthy man of fashion. As much money is spent over there in giving a dinner as would ruin a moderately rich man of our country. Sitting cross-legged on a wooden seat on the ground, with a similar one to lean his back against, the Arya used to take his food on a single metal plate, placed on a slightly raised wooden stool. The same custom is still in vogue in the Punjab, Rajputana, Maharashtra, and Gujarat. The people of Bengal, Orissa, Telangana, and Malabar, etc., do not use wooden stools to put the plates on, but take their food on a plate or a plantain leaf placed on the ground. Even the Maharaja of Mysore does the same. The Musalmans sit on a large, white sheet, when taking their food. The Burmese and the Japanese place their plates on the ground and sit supporting themselves on their knees and feet only, and not flat on their haunches like the Indians. The Chinese men sit on chairs, with their dishes placed on a table, and use spoons and wooden chopsticks in taking their food. In the olden times, the Romans and Greeks had a table before them and, reclining on a couch, used to eat their food with their fingers. The Europeans also, sitting on chairs, used to take their food with their fingers from the table. Now they have spoons and forks. The Chinese mode of eating is really an exercise requiring skill. As our pan, beetle, vendors make, by dexterity of hand, 2 separate pieces of thin iron sheets work like scissors in the trimming of pan leaves, so the Chinese manipulate 2 sticks between 2 fingers and the palm of the right hand, in such a way as to make them act like tongs to carry the vegetables up to their mouths. Again, putting the 2 together, and holding a bowl of rice near the mouth, they push the rice in with the help of those sticks formed like a little shovel. The primitive ancestors of every nation used to eat, it is said, whatever they could get. When they killed a big animal, they would make it last for a month and would not reject it even after it got rotten. Then gradually they became civilized and learned cultivation. Formerly, they could not get their food every day by hunting and would, like the wild animals, gorge themselves one day and then starve 4 or 5 days in the week. Later they escaped that, for they could get their food every day by cultivation, but it remained a standing custom to take with food something like rotten meat or other things of the old days. Primarily, rotten meat was an indispensable article of food. Now that or something else in its place became, like the sauce, a favorite relish. The Eskimos live in the snowy regions, where no kind of corn can be produced. Their daily food is fish and flesh. Once in a way, when they lose their appetite, they take just a piece of rotten flesh to recover their lost appetite. Even now, Europeans do not immediately cook wild birds, game, and venison, while fresh, but they keep them hanging till they begin to smell a little. In Calcutta, the rotten meat of a deer is sold out as soon as brought to the market, and people prefer some fish when slightly rotten. In some parts of Europe, the cheese which smells a little is regarded as very tasty. Even the vegetarians like to have a little onion and garlic. The southern Indian Brahmin must have them in his cooking. But the Hindu Shastras prohibited that too, making it a sin to take onions, garlic, domestic fowl, and pork to one caste, the Brahmin. They that would take them would lose their caste. So the orthodox Hindus gave up onions and garlic, and substituted in their place asafoetida, a thing which is more strikingly offensive in smell than either of the other two. The orthodox Brahmins of the Himalayas similarly took to a kind of dried grass smelling just like garlic. And what harm in that? The scriptures do not say anything against taking these things. Every religion contains some rules regarding the taking of certain foods, and the avoiding of others. Only Christianity is an exception. The Jains and the Bauddhas will by no means take fish or meat. The Jains, again, will not even eat potatoes, radishes, or other vegetable roots, which grow underground, lest in digging them up worms are killed. They will not eat at night lest some insect get into their mouths in the dark. The Jews do not eat fish that have no scales, do not eat pork, nor the animals that are not cloven-hoofed, and do not ruminate. Again, if milk or any preparation of milk be brought into the kitchen where fish or flesh is being cooked, the Jews will throw away everything cooked there. For this reason, the Orthodox Jews do not eat the food cooked by other nations. Like the Hindus, too, they do not take flesh which is simply slaughtered and not offered to God. In Bengal and the Punjab, another name of flesh that is offered to the goddess is Mahaprasada, lit, the great offering. The Jews do not eat flesh, unless it is Mahaprasada, i.e. unless it is properly offered to God. Hence, they, like the Hindus, are not permitted to buy flesh at any and every shop. The Musulmans obey many rules similar to the Jews, but do not, like them, go to extremes. They do not take milk and fish or flesh at the same meal, but do not consider it so much harmful if they are in the same kitchen or if one touches another. There is much similarity respecting food between the Hindus and the Jews. The Jews, however, do not take wild boar, which the Hindus do. In the Punjab, on account of the deadly animosity between the Hindus and the Musulmans, the former do what the latter will not, and the wild boar has come to be one of the very essential articles of food with the Hindus there. With the Rajputs, hunting the wild boar and partaking of its flesh is rather an act of dharma. The taking of the flesh of even the domesticated pig prevails to a great extent in the Deccan among all castes except the Brahmins. The Hindus eat the wild fowl, cock or hen, but not domesticated fowls. The people of India from Bengal to Nepal and in the Himalayas as far as the borders of Kashmir, follow the same usages regarding food. In these parts, the customs of Manu are enforced to a large extent even up to this day. But they obtain more especially in the parts from Kumaon to Kashmir than in Bengal, Bihar, Allahabad, or Nepal. For example, the Bengalis do not eat fowl or fowl's eggs, but they eat duck's eggs, so do the Nepalese, but from Kumaon upwards, even that is not allowed. The Kashmiris eat with pleasure eggs of the wild duck, but not of the domesticated bird. Of the people of India, beginning from Allahabad, excepting in the Himalayas, they who take the flesh of goat take fowl as well. All these rules and prohibitions with respect to food are for the most part meant, no doubt, in the interests of good health. Of course, in each and every instance, it is difficult accurately to determine which particular food is conducive to health and which is not. Again, swine and fowls eat anything and everything and are very unclean, so they are forbidden. No one sees what the wild animals eat in the forest, so they are not disallowed. Besides, the wild animals are healthier and less sickly than the domesticated ones. Milk is very difficult of digestion, especially when one is suffering from acidity, and cases have happened when even by gulping down a glass of milk in haste, life has been jeopardized. Milk should be taken as a child does from its mother's breast. If it is sucked or sipped by degrees, it is easily digestible, otherwise not. Being itself hard of digestion, it becomes the more so when taken with flesh, so the Jews are prohibited from taking flesh and milk at the same meal. The foolish and ignorant mother who forces her baby to swallow too much milk beats her breast in despair within a few months, on seeing that there is little hope of her darling's life. The modern medical authorities prescribe only a pint of milk even for an adult, and that is to be taken as slowly as possible, and for babies a feeding bottle is the best means. Our mothers are too busy with household duties, so the maidservant puts the crying baby in her lap and not unfrequently holds it down with her knee, and by means of a spoon makes it gulp down as much milk as she can. And the result is that generally it is afflicted with liver complaint and seldom grows up. That milk proves to be its doom. Only those that have sufficient vitality to survive this sort of dangerous feeding attain a strong and healthy manhood. And think of our old-fashioned confinement rooms, of the hot fomentations given to the baby, and treatments of like nature. It was indeed a wonder and must have been a matter of special divine grace that the mother and the baby survived these severe trials and could become strong and healthy. 4. Civilization in dress. Bengali. In every country the respectability of a person is determined, to a certain extent, by the nature of the dress he wears. As our village folk in Bengal say in their patwa, how can a gentleman be distinguished from one of low birth unless his income is known? And not only income, unless it is seen how one dresses oneself, how can it be known if one is a gentleman? This is the same all over the world, more or less. In Bengal, no gentleman can walk in the streets with only a loincloth on, while in other parts of India, no one goes out of doors but with a turban on his head. In the West, the French have all along taken the lead in everything. Their food and their dress are imitated by others. Even now, though different parts of Europe have got different modes of clothes and dress of their own, yet when one earns a good deal of money and becomes a gentleman, he straightway rejects his former native dress and substitutes the French mode in its place. The Dutch farmer whose native dress somewhat resembles the pyjamas of the Kabyles, the Greek clothed in full skirts, the Russ dressed somewhat after the Tibetan fashion. As soon as they become genteel, they wear French coats and pantaloons. Needless to speak of women, no sooner do they get rich than they must by any means have their dresses made in Paris. America, England, France, and Germany are now the rich countries in the West, and the dress of the people of these countries, one and all, is made after the French fashion, which is slowly and surely making its way into every part of Europe. The whole of Europe seems to be an imitation of France. However, men's clothes are better made nowadays in London than Paris, so men have them London made, and women in the Parisian style. Those who are very rich have their dresses sent from those two places. America enforces an exorbitant tax upon the importation of foreign dresses, notwithstanding that, the American women must have them from Paris and London. This, only the Americans can afford to do, for America is now the chief home of Kubra, the god of wealth. The ancient Aryans used to put on the dhoti and chador. Dhoti is a piece of cloth about 4 or 5 yards long, worn by the Indians round the loins instead of breeches, and chador is a piece of cloth 3 yards long, used as a loose upper garment. The Kshatriyas used to wear trousers and long coats when fighting. At other times they would use only the dhoti and chador, and they wore the turban. The same custom is still in vogue, except in Bengal. Among the people in all parts of India, they are not so particular about the dress for the rest of the body, but they must have a turban for the head. In former times, the same was also the custom for both the man and the women. In the sculptured figures of the Buddhistic period, the men and the women are seen to wear only a piece of kopan. Even Lord Buddha's father, though a king, is seen in some sculptures, sitting on a throne, dressed in the same way. So also the mother, only has, in addition, ornaments on her feet and arms, but they all have turbans. The Buddhist emperor, Dharmashoka, is seen sitting on a drum-shaped seat with only a dhoti on, and a chador round his neck, and looking at damsels performing a dance before him. The dancing girls are very little clothed, having only short pieces of loose material hanging from the waist, but the glory is that the turban is there, and it makes the principal feature of their dress. The high officials of the state who attended the royal court, are, however, dressed in excellent trousers and chogas, or long coats. When the king Nala was disguised as a charioteer into service of the king Rituparna, he drove the chariot at such a tremendous speed that the chador of the king Rituparna was blown away to such a distance that it could not be recovered, and as he had set out to marry, or join a svayavara, he had to do so, perchance, without a chatter. The dhoti and the chatter are the time-honored dress of the Aryans. Hence, at the time of the performance of any religious ceremony, the rule among the Hindus even now is to put on the dhoti and chatter only. The dress of the ancient Greeks and Romans was dhoti and chatter, one broad piece of cloth and another smaller one made in the form of the toga, from which the word choga is derived. Sometimes they used also a shirt, and at the time of fighting, trousers and coats. The dress of the women was a long and sufficiently broad, square-shaped garment, similar to that formed by sewing two sheets lengthwise, which they slipped over the head and tied round, once under the breast and again round the waist. Then they fastened the upper parts, which were open, over both the arms by means of large pins, in much the same way as the hill tribes of the northern Himalayas still wear their blankets. There was a chatter over this long garment. This dress was very simple and elegant. From the very old days, only the Iranians used shaped dresses. Perhaps they learned it from the Chinese. The Chinese were the primeval teachers of civilization in dress and other things pertaining to various comforts and luxuries. From time immemorial, the Chinese took their meals at a table, sitting on chairs, with many elaborate auxiliaries, and wore shaped dresses of many varieties: coat, cap, trousers, and so on. On conquering Iran, Alexander gave up the old Greek dhoti and chatter and began using trousers. At this, his Greek soldiers became so disaffected towards him that they were on the point of mutiny. But Alexander was not the man to yield, and by the sheer force of his authority he introduced trousers and coats as a fashion in dress. In a hot climate, the necessity of clothes is not so much felt. A mere kopan is enough for the purpose of decency, other clothes serve more as embellishments. In cold countries, as a matter of unavoidable necessity, the people, when uncivilized, clothe themselves with the skins of animals, and when they gradually become civilized, they learn the use of blankets, and by degrees, shaped dresses, such as pantaloons, coats, and so on. Of course it is impossible in cold countries to display the beauty of ornaments, which have to be worn on the bare body, for if they did so they would suffer severely from cold. So the fondness for ornaments is transferred to, and is satisfied by, the niceties of dress. As in India the fashions in ornaments change very often, so in the West the fashions in dress change every moment. In cold countries, therefore, it is the rule that one should not appear before others without covering oneself from head to foot. In London, a gentleman or a lady cannot go out without conforming himself or herself exactly to what society demands. In the West, it is immodest for a woman to show her feet in society, but at a dance it is not improper to expose the face, shoulders, and upper part of the body to view. In our country, on the other hand, for a woman to show her face is a great shame, hence that rigorous drawing of the veil, but not so the feet. Again, in Rajputana and the Himalayas they cover the whole body except the waist. In the West, actresses and dancing girls are very thinly covered, to attract men. Their dancing often means exposing their limbs in harmonious movements accompanied by music. In our country, the women of gentle birth are not so particular in covering themselves thoroughly, but the dancing girls are entirely covered. In the West, women are always completely clothed in the daytime, so attraction is greater in their being thinly covered. Our women remain in the house most of the time, and much dressing themselves is unusual, so with us, attraction is greater in their fully covering themselves. In Malabar, men and women have only a piece of cloth round their loins. With the Bengalis it is about the same, and before men, the women scrupulously draw their veils, and cover their bodies. In all countries except China, I notice many queer and mysterious ideas of propriety. In some matters they are carried too far, in others again, what strikes one as being very incorrect is not felt to be so at all. The Chinese of both sexes are always fully covered from head to foot. The Chinese are the disciples of Confucius, are the disciples of Buddha, and their morality is quite strict and refined. Obscene language, obscene books, or pictures, any conduct the least obscene and the offender is punished then and there. The Christian missionaries translated the Bible into the Chinese tongue. Now, in the Bible there are some passages so obscene as to put to shame some of the Puranas of the Hindus. Reading those indecorous passages, the Chin men were so exasperated against Christianity that they made a point of never allowing the Bible to be circulated in their country. Over and above that, missionary women wearing evening dress and mixing freely with men invited the Chinese to their parties. The simple-minded Chinese were disgusted, and raised a cry, saying, "Oh, horror! This religion is come to us to ruin our young boys, by giving them this Bible to read, and making them fall an easy prey to the charms of these half-clothed wily women." This is why the Chinese are so very indignant with the Christians. Otherwise, the Chinese are very tolerant towards other religions. I hear that the missionaries have now printed an edition, leaving out the objectionable parts, but this step has made the Chinese more suspicious than before. V. Etiquette and Manners. Bengali. Again, in the West, ideas of decency and etiquette vary in accordance with the different countries. With the English and Americans they are of one type, is with the French of another, with the Germans again different. The Russians and the Tibetans have much in common, and the Turks have their own quite distinct customs, and so on. In Europe and America, the people are extremely particular in observing privacy, much more than we are. We are vegetarians, and so eat a quantity of vegetables etc., and living in a hot country we frequently drink 1 or 2 glasses of water at a time. The peasant of the upper provinces eats 2 pounds of powdered barley, and then sets to drawing and drinking water from the shell every now and again, as he feels so thirsty. In summer we keep open places in our house for distributing water to the thirsty, through a hollowed bamboo stem. These ways make the people not so very particular about privacy, they cannot help it. Compare cows' heads and horses' stables with lions' and tigers' cages. Compare the dog with the goat. The food of the Westerners is chiefly meat, and in cold countries they hardly drink any water. Gentlemen take a little wine in small glasses. The French detest water, only Americans drink it in great quantities, for their country is very warm in summer. New York is even hotter than Calcutta. The Germans drink a good deal of beer, but not with their meals. In cold countries, men are always susceptible to catching cold, so they cannot help sneezing. In warm countries people have to drink much water at meals, consequently we cannot help eructating. Now note the etiquette. If you do that in a Western society, your sin is unpardonable, but if you bring out your pocket handkerchief and blow your nose vigorously, it will see nothing objectionable in that. With us, the host will not feel satisfied, so to say, unless he sees you doing the former, as that is taken as a sign of a full meal, but what would you think of doing the latter when having a meal in the company of others? In England and America, no mention of indigestion or any stomach complaints you may be suffering from, should be made before women. It is a different matter, of course, if your friend is an old woman, or if she is quite well known to you. They are not so sensitive about these things in France. The Germans are even less particular. English and American men are very guarded in their conversation before women, you cannot even speak of a leg. The French, like us, are very free in conversation. The Germans and the Russians will use vulgar terms in the presence of anybody. But conversations on being in love are freely carried on between mother and son, between brothers and sisters, and between them and their fathers. The father asks the daughter many questions about her lover, the future bridegroom, and cuts all sorts of jokes about her engagement. On such occasions, the French maiden modestly laughs down her head, the English maiden is bashful, and the American maiden gives him sharp replies to his face. Kissing and even embrace are not so very objectionable, these things can be talked of in society. But in our country, no talk, nor even all indirect hint of love affairs, is permissible before superior relations. The Westerners are now rich people. Unless one's dress is very clean and in conformity with strict etiquette, one will not be considered a gentleman and cannot mix in society. A gentleman must change his collar and shirt twice or thrice every day. The poor people, of course, cannot do this. On the outer garment there must not be stains or even a crease. However much you may suffer from heat, you must go out with gloves for fear of getting your hands dirty in the streets, and to shake hands with a lady with hands that are not clean is very ungentlemanlike. In polite society, if the act of spitting or rinsing the mouth or picking the teeth be ever indulged in, the offender will be marked as a Chandala, a man of low caste, and shunned. The dharma of the Westerners is worship of Shakti, the creative power regarded as the female principle. It is with them somewhat like the Vimakaris' worship of woman. As the Tantrika says, on the left side the women, on the right, the cup full of wine, in short, warm meat with ingredients. The Tantrika religion is very mysterious, inscrutable even to the yogis. It is this worship of Shakti that is openly and universally practiced. The idea of motherhood, i.e. the relation of a son to his mother, is also noticed in great measure. Protestantism as a force is not very significant in Europe, where the religion is, in fact, Roman Catholic. In the religion, Jehovah, Jesus, and the Trinity are secondary. There, the worship is for the mother, she, the mother, with the child Jesus in her arms. The emperor cries mother, the field marshal cries mother, the soldier with the flag in his hand cries mother, the seaman at the helm cries mother, the fisherman in his rags cries mother, the beggar in the street cries mother. A million voices in a million ways, from a million places, from the palace, from the cottage, from the church, cry mother, mother, mother. Everywhere is the cry Ave Maria, day and night, Ave Maria, Ave Maria. Next is the worship of the woman. This worship of Shakti is not lust, but is that Shakti Puja, that worship of the Kumari, virgin, and the Sadhava, the married woman whose husband is living, which is done in Varanasi, Kalighat, and other holy places. It is the worship of the Shakti, not in mere thought, not in imagination, but in actual, visible form. Our Shakti worship is only in the holy places, and at certain times only is it performed, but theirs is in every place and always, for days, weeks, months, and years. Foremost is the woman's state, foremost is her dress, her seat, her food, her wants, and her comforts. The first honors in all respects are accorded to her. Not to speak of the noble born, not to speak of the young and the fair, it is the worship of any and every woman, be she an acquaintance or a stranger. This Shakti worship the Moors, the mixed Arab race, Mohammedan in religion, first introduced into Europe when they conquered Spain and ruled her for 8 centuries. It was the Moors who first sowed in Europe the seeds of Western civilization and Shakti worship. In course of time, the Moors forgot this Shakti worship and fell from their position of strength, culture, and glory, to live scattered and unrecognized in an unnoticed corner of Africa, and their power and civilization passed over to Europe. The mother, leaving the Moors, smiled her loving blessings on the Christians and illumined their homes. 6 France, Paris. Bengali. What is this Europe? Why are the black, the bronze, the yellow, the red inhabitants of Asia, Africa, and America bent low at the feet of the Europeans? Why are they the sole rulers in this Kali Yuga? To understand this Europe one has to understand her through France, the fountainhead of everything that is highest in the West. The supreme power that rules the world is Europe, and of this Europe the great center is Paris. Paris is the center of Western civilization. Here, in Paris, matures and ripens every idea of Western ethics, manners, and customs, light or darkness, good or evil. This Paris is like a vast ocean, in which there is many a precious gem, coral, and pearl, and in which, again, there are sharks and other rapacious sea animals as well. Of Europe, the central field of work, the Karmakshetra, is France. A picturesque country, neither very cold nor very warm, very fertile, weather neither excessively wet nor extremely dry, sky clear, sun sweet, elms and oaks in abundance, grasslands charming, hills and rivers small, springs delightful. Excepting some parts of China, no other country in the world have I seen that is so beautiful as France. That play of beauty in water and fascination in land, that madness in the air, that ecstasy in the sky. Nature so lovely, the men so fond of beauty. The rich and the poor, the young and the old, keep their houses, their rooms, the streets, the fields, the gardens, the walks, so artistically neat and clean the whole country looks like a picture. Such love of nature and art have I seen nowhere else, except in Japan. The palatial structures, the gardens resembling Indra's paradise, the groves, even the farmers' fields, everywhere and in everything there is an attempt at beauty, an attempt at art, remarkable and effected with success, too. From ancient times, France has been the scene of conflict among the Gauls, the Romans, the Franks, and other nations. After the destruction of the Roman Empire, the Franks obtained absolute dominion over Europe. Their king, Charlemagne, forced Christianity into Europe, by the power of the sword. Europe was made known in Asia by these Franks. Hence we still call the Europeans Franki, Ferengi, Planki, or Philinga, and so on. Ancient Greece, the fountainhead of Western civilization, sank into oblivion from the pinnacle of her glory. The vast empire of Rome was broken into pieces by the dashing waves of the barbarian invaders. The light of Europe went out. It was at this time that another barbarous race rose out of obscurity in Asia, the Arabs. With extraordinary rapidity, that Arab tide began to spread over the different parts of the world. Powerful Persia had to kiss the ground before the Arabs and adopt the Mohammedan religion, with the result that the Mussulman religion took quite a new shape. The religion of the Arabs and the civilization of Persia became intermingled. With the sword of the Arabs, the Persian civilization began to disseminate in all directions. That Persian civilization had been borrowed from ancient Greece and India. From the east and from the west, the waves of Mussulman invaders dashed violently on Europe, and along them also, the light of wisdom and civilization began dispersing the darkness of blind and barbarous Europe. The wisdom, learning, and arts of ancient Greece entered into Italy, overpowered the barbarians, and with their quickening impulse, life began to pulsate in the dead body of the world capital of Rome. The pulsation of this new life took a strong and formidable shape in the city of Florence. Old Italy began showing signs of new life. This is called Renaissance, the new birth. But this new birth was for Italy only a rebirth, while for the rest of Europe, it was the first birth. Europe was born in the 16th century AD, i.e. about the time when Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, and other Mughal emperors firmly established their mighty empire in India. Italy was an old nation. At the call of the Renaissance, she woke up and gave her response, but only to turn over on her side in bed, as it were, and fall fast asleep again. For various reasons, India also stirred up a little at this time. For 3 ruling generations from Akbar, learning, wisdom, and arts came to be much esteemed in India. But India was also a very old nation, and for some reason or other, she also did the same as Italy and slept on again. In Europe, the tide of revival in Italy struck the powerful, young, and new nation, the Franks. The torrent of civilization, flowing from all quarters to Florence and there uniting, assumed a new form, but Italy had not the power within herself to hold that stupendous mass of fresh energy. The revival would have, as in India, ended there, had it not been for the good fortune of Europe that the new nation of the Franks gladly took up that energy, and they in vigor of their youthful blood boldly floated their national ship on the tide, and the current of that progress gradually gathered in volume and strength. From one it swelled into 1,000 courses. The other nations of Europe greedily took the water of that tide into their own countries by cutting new channels, and increased its volume and speed by pouring their own lifeblood into it. That tidal wave broke, in the fullness of time, on the shores of India. It reached as far as the coast of Japan, and she became revitalized by bathing in its water. Japan is the new nation of Asia. Paris is the fountainhead of European civilization, as Gamukhi is of the Ganga. This huge metropolis is a vision of heaven on earth, the city of constant rejoicing. Such luxury, such enjoyments, such mirthfulness are neither in London nor in Berlin nor anywhere else. True, There is wealth in London and in New York, in Berlin there is learning and wisdom, but nowhere is that French soil, and above all, nowhere is that genius of the French man. Let there be wealth in plenty, let there be learning and wisdom, let there be beauty of nature also, elsewhere but where is the man? This remarkable French character is the incarnation of the ancient Greek, as it were, that had died to be born again, always joyful, always full of enthusiasm, very light and silly, yet again exceedingly grave, prompt, and resolute to do every work, and again despondent at the least resistance. But that despondency is only for a moment with the Frenchman, his face soon after glowing again with fresh hope and trust. The Paris University is the model of European universities. All the academies of science that are in the world are imitations of the French Academy. Paris is the first teacher of the founding of colonial empires. The terms used in military art in all languages are still mostly French. The style and diction of French writings are copied in all the European languages. Of science, philosophy, and art, this Paris is the mine. Everywhere, in every respect, there is imitation of the French. As if the French were the townspeople, and the other nations only villagers compared with them. What the French initiate, the Germans, the English, and other nations imitate, maybe 50 or 25 years later, whether it be in learning, or in art, or in social matters. This French civilization reached Scotland, and when the Scottish king became the King of England, it awoke and roused England. It was during the reign of the Stuart dynasty of Scotland that the Royal Society and other institutions were established in England. Again, France is the home of liberty. From here, the city of Paris, traveled with tremendous energy the power of the people, and shook the very foundations of Europe. From that time the face of Europe has completely changed and a new Europe has come into existence. Liberté, equalite, fraternite is no more heard in France, she is now pursuing other ideas and other purposes, while the spirit of the French Revolution is still working among the other nations of Europe. One distinguished scientist of England told me the other day that Paris was the center of the world, and that the more a nation would succeed in establishing its connection with the city of Paris, the more would that nation's progress in national life be achieved. Though such assertion is a partial exaggeration of fact, yet it is certainly true that if anyone has to give to the world any new idea, this Paris is the place for its dissemination. If one can gain the approbation of the citizens of Paris, that voice the whole of Europe is sure to echo back. The sculptor, the painter, the musician, the dancer, or any artist, if he can first obtain celebrate in Paris, acquires very easily the esteem and eulogy of other countries. We hear only of the darker side of this Paris in our country, that it is a horrible place, a hell on earth. Some of the English hold this view, and the wealthy people of other countries, in whose eyes no other enjoyment is possible in life except the gratification of the senses, naturally see Paris as the home of immorality and enjoyments. But it is the same in all big cities of the West, such as London, Berlin, Vienna, New York. The only difference is, in other countries the means of enjoyment are commonplace and vulgar, but the very dirt of civilized Paris is coated over with gold leaf. To compare the refined enjoyments of Paris with the barbarity, in this respect, of other cities is to compare the wild boars wallowing in the mire with the peacock's dance spreading out its feathers like a fan. What nation in the world has not the longing to enjoy and live a life of pleasure? Otherwise, why should those who get rich hasten to Paris of all places? Why do kings and emperors, assuming other names, come to Paris and live incognito and feel themselves happy by bathing in this whirlpool of sense enjoyment? The longing is in all countries, and no pains are spared to satisfy it. The only difference is, the French have perfected it as a science, they know how to enjoy, they have risen to the highest rung of the ladder of enjoyment. Even then, most of the vulgar dances and amusements are for the foreigner. The French people are very cautious, they never waste money for nothing. All those luxuries, those expensive hotels and cafes, at which the cost of a dinner is enough to ruin one, are for the rich foolish foreigner. The French are highly refined, profuse in etiquette, polished and suave in their manners, clever in drawing money from one's pocket, and when they do, they laugh in their sleeve. Besides, there is another thing to note. Society, as it is among the Americans, Germans, and the English, is open to all nations, so the foreigner can quickly see the ins and outs of it. After an acquaintance of a few days, the American will invite one to live in his house for a while, the Germans also do the same, and the English do so after a longer acquaintance. But it is very different with the French. A Frenchman will never invite one to live with his family unless he is very intimately acquainted with him. But when a foreigner gets such all opportunity and has occasion and time enough to see and know the family, he forms quite a different opinion from what he generally hears. Is it not equally foolish of foreigners to venture an opinion on our national character, as they do, by seeing only the low quarters of Calcutta? So with Paris. The unmarried women in France are as well guarded as in our country, they cannot even mix flatly in society, only after marriage can they do so in company with their husbands. Like us, their negotiations for marriage are carried on by their parents. Being a jolly people, none of their big social functions will be complete without professional dancers, as with us performances of dancing girls are given on the occasions of marriage and puja. Living in a dark foggy country, the English are gloomy, make long faces and remark that such dances at one's home are very improper, but at a theater they are all right. It should lie noted here that their dances may appear improper to our eyes, but not so with them, they being accustomed to them. The girl may, at a dance, appear in a dress showing the neck and shoulders, and that is not taken as improper, and the English and Americans would not object to attending such dances, but on going home, might not refrain from condemning the French customs. Again, the idea is the same everywhere regarding the chastity of women, whose deviation from it is fraught with danger, but in the case of men it does not matter so much. The Frenchman is, no doubt, a little freer in this respect, and like the rich men of other countries cares not for criticism. Generally speaking, in Europe, the majority of men do not regard a little lax conduct as so very bad, and in the West, the same is the case with bachelors. The parents of young students consider it rather a drawback if the latter fight shy of women, lest they become effeminate. The one excellence which a man must have, in the West, is courage. Their word virtue and our word viritva, heroism, are one and the same. Look to the derivation of the word virtue and see what they call goodness in man. For women, they hold chastity as the most important virtue, no doubt. One man marrying more than one wife is not so injurious to society as a woman having more than one husband at the same time, for the latter leads to the gradual decay of the race. Therefore, in all countries good care is taken to preserve the chastity of women. Behind this attempt of every society to preserve the chastity of women is seen the hand of nature. The tendency of nature is to multiply the population, and the chastity of women helps that tendency. Therefore, in being more anxious about the purity of women than of men, every society is only assisting nature in the fulfillment of her purpose. The object of my speaking of these things is to impress upon you the fact that the life of each nation has a moral purpose of its own, and the manners and customs of a nation must be judged from the standpoint of that purpose. The Westerners should be seen through their eyes, to see them through our eyes, and for them to see us with theirs. Both these are mistakes. The purpose of our life is quite the opposite of theirs. The Sanskrit name for a student, Brahmacharin, is synonymous with the Sanskrit word kamajith. One who has full control over his passions. Our goal of life is moksha. How can that be ever attained without brahmacharya or absolute continence? Hence it is imposed upon our boys and youth as an indispensable condition during their studentship. The purpose of life in the West is bhaga, enjoyment, hence much attention to strict brahmacharya is not so indispensably necessary with them as it is with us. Now, to return to Paris. There is no city in the world that can compare with modern Paris. Formerly it was quite different from what it is now. It was somewhat like the Bengali quarters of Varanasi, with zigzag lanes and streets, two houses joined together by an arch over the lane here and there, wells by the side of walls, and so on. In the last exhibition they showed a model of old Paris, but that Paris has completely disappeared by gradual changes. The warfare and revolutions through which the city has passed have, each time, caused ravages in one part or another, razing everything to the ground, and again, new Paris has risen in its place, cleaner and more extensive. Modern Paris is, to a great extent, the creation of Napoleon III. He completed that material transformation of the city which had already been begun at the fall of the ancient monarchy. The student of the history of France need not be reminded how its people were oppressed by the absolute monarchs of France prior to the French Revolution. Napoleon III caused himself to be proclaimed emperor by sheer force of arms, wading through blood. Since the first French Revolution, the French people were always fickle and thus a source of alarm to the empire. Hence the emperor, in order to keep his subjects contented and to please the ever unstable masses of Paris by giving them work, went on continually making new and magnificent public roads and embankments and building gateways, theaters, and many other architectural structures, leaving the monuments of old Paris as before. Not only was the city traversed in all directions by new thoroughfares, straight and wide, with sumptuous houses raised or restored, but a line of fortification was built doubling the area of the city. Thus arose the boulevards, and the fine quarters of D'Antin and other neighborhoods, and the avenue of the Champs-Élysées, which is unique in the world, was reconstructed. This avenue is so broad that down the middle and on both sides of it run gardens all along, and in one place it has taken a circular shape which comprises the city front, toward the west, called Place de la Concorde. Round this Place de la Concorde are statues in the form of women representing the 8 chief towns of France. One of these statues represents the district of Strasbourg. This district was wrested from the hands of the French by the Germans after the Battle of 1870. The pain of this loss the French have not yet been able to get over, and that statue is still covered with flowers and garlands offered in memory of its dead spirit, as it were. As men place garlands over the tombs of their dead relations, so garlands are placed on that statue, at one time or another. It seems to me that the Chandani Chowk of Delhi might have been at one time somewhat like this Place de la Concorde. Here and there columns of victory, triumphal arches, and sculptural art in the form of huge statues of men and women, lions, etc., adorn the square. A very big triumphal column in imitation of Trajan's column, made of gunmetal, procured by melting 1,200 guns, is erected in Place Vendôme in memory of the great hero, Napoleon I. On the sides are engraved the victories of his reign, and on the top is the figure of Napoleon Bonaparte. In the Place de la Bastille stands the column of July, in memory of the Revolution of July 1789, on the side of the old fortress, the Bastille, afterwards used as a state prison. Here were imprisoned those who incurred the king's displeasure. In those old days, without any trial or anything of the kind, the king would issue a warrant bearing the royal seal, called lettre de cachet. Then, without any inquiry as to what good acts the victim had done for his country, or whether he was really guilty or not, without even any question as to what he actually did to incur the king's wrath, he would be at once thrown into the Bastille. If the fair favorites of the king's were displeased with anyone, they could obtain by request a lettre de cachet from the king against that man, and the poor man would at once be sent to the Bastille. Of the unfortunate who were imprisoned there, very few ever came out. When, afterwards, the whole country rose as one man in revolt against such oppression and tyranny and raised the cry of individual liberty, all are equal, no one is high or low, the people of Paris in their mad excitement attacked the king and queen. The very first thing the mob did was to pull down the Bastille, the symbol of extreme tyranny of man over man, and passed the night in dancing, singing, and feasting on the spot. The king tried to escape, but the people managed to catch him, and hearing that the father-in-law of the king, the Emperor of Austria, was sending soldiers to aid his son-in-law, became blind with rage and killed the king and the queen. The whole French nation became mad in the name of liberty and equality. France became a republic. They killed all the nobility whom they could get hold of, and many of the nobility gave up their titles and rank and made common cause with the subject people. Not only so, they called all the nations of the world to rise awake, kill the kings who are all tyrants, let all be free and have equal rights. Then all the kings of Europe began to tremble in fear lest this fire might spread into their countries, lest it might burn their thrones, and hence, determined to put it down, they attacked France from all directions. On the other side, the leaders of the French Republic proclaimed, "Our native land is in peril, come one and all," and the proclamation soon spread like the flames of a conflagration throughout the length and breadth of France. The young, the old, the men, the women, the rich, the poor, the high, the low, singing their martial song, La Marseillaise, the inspiring national song of France, came out crowds of the poor French people, in rags, barefooted, in that severe cold, and half-starved came out with guns on their shoulders. For the destruction of the wicked and the salvation of their homes, and boldly faced the vast united force of Europe. The whole of Europe could not stand the onrush of that French army. At the head and front of the French army, stood a hero at the movement of whose finger the whole world trembled. He was Napoleon. With the edge of the sword and at the point of the bayonet, he thrust liberty, equality, and fraternity into the very bone and marrow of Europe, and thus the victory of the tricolored cocarde was achieved. Later, Napoleon became the Emperor of France and successfully accomplished the consolidation of the French Empire. Subsequently, not being favored with an heir to the throne, he divorced the partner of his life in weal and woe, the guiding angel of his good fortune, the Empress Josephine, and married the daughter of the Emperor of Austria. But the wheel of his luck turned with his desertion of Josephine. His army died in the snow and ice during his expedition against Russia. Europe, getting this opportunity, forced him to abdicate his throne, sent him as an exile to an island, and put on the throne one of the old royal dynasty. The wounded lion escaped from the island and presented himself again in France. The whole of France welcomed him and rallied under his banner, and the reigning king fled. But this luck was broken once for all, and it never returned. Again the whole of Europe united against him and defeated him at the Battle of Waterloo. Napoleon boarded an English man of war and surrendered himself. The English exiled him and kept him as a lifelong prisoner in the distant island of St. Helena. Again a member of the old royal family of France was reinstated as king. Later on, the French people became restless under the old monarchy, rose in rebellion, drove away the king and his family and re-established the republic. In the course of time a nephew of the great Napoleon became a favorite with the people, and by means of intrigues he proclaimed himself emperor. He was Napoleon III. For some time his reign was very powerful, but being defeated in conflict with the Germans he lost his throne, and France became once more a republic, and since then down to the present day she has continued to be republican. 7. Progress of civilization. Bengali. The theory of evolution, which is the foundation of almost all the Indian schools of thought, has now made its way into the physical science of Europe. It has been held by the religions of all other countries except India that the universe in its entirety is composed of parts distinctly separate from each other. God, nature, man each stands by itself, isolated from one another. Likewise, beasts, birds, insects, trees, the earth, stones, metals, etc., are all distinct from one another. God created them separate from the beginning. Knowledge is to find unity in the midst of diversity, to establish unity among things which appear to us to be different from one another. That particular relation by which man finds the sameness is called law. This is what is known as natural law. I have said before that our education, intelligence, and thought are all spiritual, all find expression in religion. In the West, their manifestation is in the external, in the physical and social planes. Thinkers in ancient India gradually came to understand that that idea of separateness was erroneous, that there was a connection among all those distinct objects, there was a unity which pervaded the whole universe: trees, shrubs, animals, men, devas, even God himself. The Advaita, in reaching the climax in this line of thought, declared all to be but the manifestations of the One. In reality, the metaphysical and the physical universe are one, and the name of this one is Brahman, and the perception of separateness is an error. They called it Maya, avidya or nescience. This is the end of knowledge. If this matter is not comprehended at the present day by anyone outside India, for India we leave out of consideration, how is one to be regarded as a pundit? However, most of the erudite men in the West are coming to understand this, in their own way through physical science. But how that one has become the many neither do we understand, nor do they. We, too, have offered the solution of this question by saying that it is beyond our understanding, which is limited. They, too, have done the same. But the variations that the one has undergone, the different sorts of species and individuality it is assuming that can be understood, and the inquiry into this is called science. So almost all are now evolutionists in the West. As small animals through gradual steps change into bigger ones, and big animals sometimes deteriorate and become smaller and weaker, and in the course of time die out, so also, man is not born into a civilized state all on a sudden. In these days an assertion to the contrary is no longer believed in by anybody among the thoughtful in the West, especially because the evidence that their ancestors were in a savage state only a few centuries ago, and from that state such a great transformation has taken place in so short a time. So they say that all men must have gradually evolved, and are gradually evolving from the uncivilized state. Primitive men used to mange their work with implements of wood and stone, they wore skins and leaves, and lived in mountain caves or in huts thatched with leaves made somewhat after the fashion of birds' nests, and thus somehow passed their days. Evidence in proof of this is being obtained in all countries by excavating the earth, and also in some few places, men at that same primitive stage are still living. Gradually men learned to use soft metals such as tin and copper, and found out how to make tools and weapons by fusing them. The ancient Greeks, the Babylonians, and the Egyptians did not know the use of iron for a long time, even when they became comparatively civilized and wrote books and used gold and silver. At that time, the Mexicans, the Peruvians, the Mayas, and other races among the aborigines of the New World were comparatively civilized and used to build large temples. The use of gold and silver was quite common amongst them. In fact, the greed for their gold and silver led the Spaniards to destroy them. But they managed to make all these things, toiling very hard with flint instruments. They did not know iron even by name. In the primitive stage, man used to kill wild animals and fish by means of bows and arrows, or by the use of a net, and live upon them. Gradually, he learned to till the ground and tend the cattle. Taming wild animals, he made them work for him or reared them for his own eating when necessary. The cow, horse, hog, elephant, camel, goat, sheep, fowls, birds, and other animals became domesticated. Of all these, the dog is the first friend of man. So, in course of time, the tilling of the soil came into existence. The fruits, roots, herbs, vegetables, and the various cereals eaten by man are quite different now from what they were when they grew in a wild state. Through human exertion and cultivation, wild fruits gained in size and acquired toothsomeness, and wild grass was transformed into delicious rice. Constant changes are going on, no doubt, in nature, by its own processes. Few species of trees and plants, birds and beasts are being always created in nature through changes, brought about by time, environment, and other causes. Thus before the creation of man, nature was changing the trees, plants, and other animals by slow and gentle degrees, but when man came on the scene, he began to effect changes with rapid strides. He continually transported the native fauna and flora of one country to another, and by crossing them various new species of plants and animals were brought into existence. In the primitive stage there was no marriage, but gradually matrimonial relations sprang up. At first, the matrimonial relation depended, amongst all communities, on the mother. There was not much fixity about the father, the children were named after the mother, all the wealth was in the hands of the women, for they were to bring up the children. In the course of time, wealth, the women included, passed into the hands of the male members. The male said, "All this wealth and grain are mine, I have grown these in the fields or got them by plunder and other means, and if anyone dispute my claims and want to have a share of them, I will fight him. In the same way he said, all these women are exclusively mine, if anyone encroach upon my right in them, I will fight him. Thus there originated the modern marriage system. Women became as much the property of man as his slaves and chattels. The ancient marriage custom was that the males of one tribe married the women of another, and even then the women were snatched away by force. In course of time, this business of taking away the bride by violence dropped away, and marriage was contracted with the mutual consent of both parties. But every custom leaves a faint trace of itself behind, and even now we find in every country a mock attack is made on such occasions upon the bridegroom. In Bengal and Europe, handfuls of rice are thrown at the bridegroom, and in northern India the bride's women friends abuse the bridegroom's party, calling them names, so on. Society began to be formed, and it varied according to different countries. Those who lived on the seashore mostly earned their livelihood by fishing in the sea, those on the plains by agriculture. The mountaineers kept large flocks of sheep, and the dwellers in the desert tended goats and camels. Others lived in the forests and maintained themselves by hunting. The dwellers on the plain learned agriculture, their struggle for existence became less keen, they had time for thought and culture, and thus became more and more civilized. But with the advance of civilization their bodies grew weaker and weaker. The difference in physique between those who always lived in the open air and whose principal article of food was animal diet, and others who dwelt in houses and lived mostly on grains and vegetables, became greater and greater. The hunter, the shepherd, the fisherman turned robbers or pirates whenever food became scarce and plundered the dwellers in the plains. These, in their turn, united themselves in bands of large numbers for the common interest of self-preservation, and thus little kingdoms began to be formed. The Devas lived on grains and vegetables, were civilized, dwelt in villages, towns, and gardens, and wore woven clothing. The Asuras, the terms Devas and Asuras are used here in the sense in which they occur in the Gita, 16, i.e. races in which the Devi, divine, or the Asuri, non-divine, traits preponderate, dwelt in the hills and mountains, deserts, or on the sea shores, lived on wild animals, and the roots and fruits of the forests, and on what cereals they could get from the Devas in exchange for these or for their cows and sheep, and wore the hides of wild animals. The Devas were weak in body and could not endure hardships. The Asuras, on the other hand, were hardy with frequent fasting and were quite capable of suffering all sorts of hardships. Whenever food was scarce among the Asuras, they set out from their hills and seashores to plunder towns and villages. At times they attacked the Devas for wealth and grains, and whenever the Devas failed to unite themselves in large numbers against them, they were sure to die at the hands of the Asuras. But the Devas, being stronger in intelligence, commenced inventing all sorts of machines for warfare. The Brahmastra, Garudastra, Vaishnavastra, Shivastra, all these weapons of miraculous power belonged to the Devas. The Asuras fought with ordinary weapons, but they were enormously strong. They defeated the Devas repeatedly, but they never cared to become civilized, or learn agriculture, or cultivate their intellect. If the victorious Asuras tried to reign over the vanquished Devas in Svarga, they were sure to be outwitted by the Devas' superior intellect and skill, and, before long, turned into their slaves. At other times, the Asuras returned to their own places after plundering. The Devas, whenever they were united, forced them to retire, mark you, either into the hills or forests, or to the seashore. Gradually each party gained in numbers and became stronger and stronger, millions of Devas were united, and so were millions of Asuras. Violent conflicts and fighting went on, and along with them, the intermingling of these two forces. From the fusion of these different types and races our modern societies, manners, and customs began to be evolved. New ideas sprang up and new sciences began to be cultivated. One class of men went on manufacturing articles of utility and comfort, either by manual or intellectual labor. A second class took upon themselves the charge of protecting them, and all proceeded to exchange these things. And it so happened that a band of fellows who were very clever undertook to take these things from one place to another, and on the plea of remuneration for this, appropriated the major portion of their profit as their due. One tilled the ground, a second guarded the produce from being robbed, a third took it to another place, and a fourth bought it. The cultivator got almost nothing, he who guarded the produce took away as much of it as he could by force, the merchant who brought it to the market took the lion's share, and the buyer had to pay out of all proportion for the things, and smarted under the burden. The protector came to be known as the king, he who took the commodities from one place to another was the merchant. These two did not produce anything, but still snatched away the best part of things and made themselves fat by virtually reaping most of the fruits of the cultivator's toil and labor. The poor fellows who produced all these things had often to go without his meals and cry to God for help. Now, with the march of events, all these matters grew more and more involved, knots upon knots multiplied, and out of this tangled network has evolved our modern complex society. But the marks of a bygone character persist and do not die out completely. Those who in their former births tended sheep or lived by fishing or the like take to habits of piracy, robbery, and similar occupations in their civilized incarnation also. With no forests to hunt in, no hills or mountains in the neighborhood on which to tend the flocks by the accident of birth in a civilized society, he cannot get enough opportunity for either hunting, fishing, or grazing cattle. He is obliged therefore to rob or steal, impelled by his own nature. What else can he do? And the worthy daughters of those far-famed ladies, Aholya, Tara, Mandodari, Kunti, and Draupadi, of the Puranika age, whose names we are to repeat every morning, they can no longer marry more than one husband at a time, even if they want to, and so they turn unchanged est. In these and other ways, men of different types and dispositions, civilized and savage, born with the nature of the Devas and the Asuras, have become fused together and form modern society. And that is why we see, in every society, God plating in these various forms the Sadhu Narayana, the robber Narayana, and so on. Again, the character of any particular society came to be determined as Devi, divine, or Asuri, non-divine, quality, in proportion as one or the other of these two different types of persons preponderated within it. The whole of the Asian civilization was first evolved on the plains near large rivers and on fertile soils on the banks of the Ganga, the Yangtze-Kiang, and the Euphrates. The original foundation of all these civilizations is agriculture, and in all of there the Devi nature predominates. Most of the European civilization, on the other hand, originated either in hilly countries or on the sea coasts. Piracy and robbery form the basis of this civilization, there the Asuri nature is preponderant. So far as can be inferred in modern times, Central Asia and the deserts of Arabia seem to have been the home of the Asuras. Issuing from their fastnesses, these shepherds and hunters, the descendants of the Asuras, being united in hordes after hordes, chased the civilized Devas and scattered them all over the world. Of course there was a primitive race of aborigines in the continent of Europe. They lived in mountain caves, and the more intelligent among them erected platforms by planting sticks in the comparatively shallow parts of the water and built houses thereon. They used arrows, spearheads, knives, and axes, all made of flint, and managed every kind of work with them. Gradually the current of the Asian races began to break forth upon Europe, and as its effects, some parts became comparatively civilized. The language of a certain people in Russia resembles the languages of southern India. But for the most part these barbarians remained as barbarous as ever, till a civilized race from Asia Minor conquered the adjacent parts of Europe and founded a high order of new civilization. To us they are known as Yavnas, to the Europeans as Greeks. Afterwards, in Italy, a barbarous tribe known as the Romans conquered the civilized Etruscans, assimilated their culture and learning, and established a civilization of their own on the ruins of that of the conquered race. Gradually, the Romans carried their victorious arms in all directions. All the barbarous tribes in the southwest of Europe came under the suzerainty of Rome, only the barbarians of the forests living in the northern regions retained independence. In the efflux of time, however, the Romans became enervated by being slaves to wealth and luxury, and at that time Asia again let loose her armies of Asuras on Europe. Driven from their homes by the onslaught of these Asuras, the barbarians of northern Europe fell upon the Roman Empire, and Rome was destroyed. Encountered by the force of this Asian invasion, a new race sprang up through the fusion of the European barbarians with the remnants of the Romans and Greeks. At that time, the Jews being conquered and driven away from their homes by the Romans, scattered themselves throughout Europe, and with them their new religion, Christianity, also spread all over Europe. All these different races and their creeds and ideas, all these different hordes of Asuras, heated by the fire of constant struggle and warfare, began to melt and fuse in Mahamaya's crucible, and from that fusion the modern European race has sprung up. Thus a barbarous, very barbarous European race came into existence, with all shades of complexion from the swarthy color of the Hindus to the milk-white color of the north, with black, brown, red, or white hair, black, gray, or blue eyes, resembling the fine features of face, the nose and eyes of the Hindus, or the flat faces of the Chinese. For some time they continued to fight among themselves, those of the north leading the life of pirates harassed and killed the comparatively civilized races. In the meantime, however, the two heads of the Christian churches, the Pope, in French and Italian, Pape, pronounced as Pap, of Italy and the Patriarch of Constantinople, insinuating themselves, began to exercise their authority over these brutal barbarian hordes, over their kings, queens, and peoples. On the other side, again Mohammedanism arose in the deserts of Arabia. The wild Arabs, inspired by the teachings of a great sage, bore down upon the earth with all irresistible force and vigor. That torrent, carrying everything before it, entered Europe from both the east and the west, and along with this tide the learning and culture of India and ancient Greece were carried into Europe. A tribe of Asuras from Central Asia known as the Seljuk Tartars accepted Mohammedanism and conquered Asia Minor and other countries of Asia. The various attempts of the Arabs to conquer India proved unsuccessful. The wave of Mohammedan conquest, which had swallowed the whole earth, had to fall back before India. They attacked Sind once, but could not hold it, and they did not make any other attempt after that. But a few centuries afterwards, when the Turks and other Tartar races were converted from Buddhism to Mohammedanism, at that time they conquered the Hindus, Persians, and Arabs, and brought all of them alike under their subjection. Of all the Mohammedan conquerors of India, none was an Arab or a Persian, they were all Turks and Tartars. In Rajputana, all the Mohammedan invaders were called Turks, and that is a true and historical fact. The Charuns of Rajputana sang to Raganko Bodhi Jor, the Turks are very powerful, and that was true. From Kutubuddin down to the Mughal emperors, all of them are Tartars. They are the same race to which the Tibetans belong, only they have become Mohammedans and changed their flat round faces by intermarrying with the Hindus and Persians. They are the same ancient races of Asuras. Even today they are reigning on the thrones of Kabul, Persia, Arabia, and Constantinople, and the Gandharas, natives of Kandahar, and Persians are still the slaves of the Turks. The vast empire of China, too, is lying at the feet of the Manchurian Tartars, only these Manchus have not given up their religion, have not become Mohammedans, they are disciples of the Grand Lama. These Asuras never care for learning and cultivation of the intellect, the only thing they understand is fighting. Very little of the warlike spirit is possible without a mixture of that blood, and it is that Tartar blood which is seen in the vigorous, martial spirit of Northern Europe, especially in the Russians, who have 3/4 of Tartar blood in their veins. The fight between the Devas and the Asuras will continue yet for a long time to come. The Devas marry the Asura girls and the Asuras snatch away Deva brides. It is this that leads to the formation of powerful mongrel races. The Tartars seized and occupied the throne of the Arabian Caliph, took possession of Jerusalem, the great Christian place of pilgrimage, and other places, would not allow pilgrims to visit the Holy Sepulchre, and killed many Christians. The heads of the Christian churches grew mad with rage and roused their barbarian disciples throughout Europe, who in their turn inflamed the kings and their subjects alike. Hordes of European barbarians rushed towards Asia Minor to deliver Jerusalem from the hands of the infidels. A good portion of them cut one another's throats, others died of disease, while the rest were killed by the Mohammedans. However, the blood was up of the wild barbarians, and no sooner had the Mohammedans killed them than they arrived in fresh numbers with that clogged obstinacy of a wild savage. They thought nothing even of plundering their own men, and making meals of Mohammedans when they found nothing better. It is well known that the English King Richard had a liking for Mohammedan flesh. Here the result was the same, as usually happens in a war between barbarians and civilized men. Jerusalem and other places could not be conquered. But Europe began to be civilized. The English, French, German, and other savage nations who dressed themselves in hides and ate raw flesh, came in contact with Asian civilization. An order of Christian soldiers of Italy and other countries, corresponding to our Nagas, began to learn philosophy, and one of their sects, the Knights Templars, became confirmed Advaita Vedantists, and ended by holding Christianity up to ridicule. Moreover, as they had amassed enormous riches, the kings of Europe, at the orders of the Pope, and under the pretext of saving religion, robbed and exterminated them. On the other side, a tribe of Mohammedans, called the Moors, established a civilized kingdom in Spain, cultivated various branches of knowledge, and founded the first university in Europe. Students flocked from all parts, from Italy, France, and even from far-off England. The sons of royal families came to learn manners, etiquette, civilization, and the art of war. Houses, temples, edifices, and other architectural buildings began to be built after a new style. But the whole of Europe was gradually transformed into a vast military camp, and this is even now the case. When the Mohammedans conquered any kingdom, their king kept a large part for himself, and the rest he distributed among his generals. These men did not pay any rent but had to supply the king with a certain number of soldiers in time of need. Thus the trouble of keeping a standing army always ready was avoided, and a powerful army was created which served only in time of war. This same idea still exists to a certain extent in Rajputana, and it was brought into the West by the Mohammedans. The Europeans took this system from the Mohammedans. But whereas with the Mohammedans there were the king and his groups of feudatory chiefs and their armies, and the rest, the body of the people, were ordinary subjects who were left unmolested in time of war in Europe, on the other hand, the king and his groups of feudatory chiefs were on one side, and they turned all the subject people into their slaves. Everyone had to live under the shelter of a military feudatory chief, as his man, and then only was he allowed to live. He had to be always ready to fight at any time, at the word of command. What is the meaning of the progress of civilization which the Europeans boast so much about? The meaning of it is the successful accomplishment of the desired object by the justification of wrong means, i.e. by making the end justify the means. It makes acts of theft, falsehood, and hanging appear proper under certain circumstances. It vindicates Stanley's whipping of the hungry Mohammedan guards who accompanied him, for stealing a few mouthfuls of bread. It guides and justifies the well-known European ethics which says, "Get out from this place, I want to come in and possess it," the truth of which is borne out by the evidence of history, that wherever the Europeans have gone, there has followed the extinction of the aboriginal races. In London, this progress of civilization regards unfaithfulness in conjugal life, and, in Paris, the running away of a man, leaving his wife and children helpless and committing suicide as a mistake and not a crime. Now compare the first 3 centuries of the quick spread of the civilization of Islam with the corresponding period of Christianity. Christianity, during its first 3 centuries, was not even successful in making itself known to the world, and since the day when the sword of Constantine made a place for it in his kingdom, what support has Christianity ever lent to the spread of civilization, either spiritual or secular? What reward did the Christian religion offer to that European pundit who sought to prove for the first time that the earth is a revolving planet? What scientist has ever been hailed with approval and enthusiasm by the Christian Church? Can the literature of the Christian flock consistently meet the requirements of legal jurisprudence, civil or criminal, or of arts and trade policies. Even now the Church does not sanction the diffusion of profane literature. Is it possible, still, for a man who has penetrated deep into modern learning and science to be an absolutely sincere Christian? In the New Testament there is no covert or overt praise of any arts and sciences. But there is scarcely any science or branch of art that is not sanctioned and held up for encouragement, directly or indirectly, in the Quran, or in the many passages of the Hadiths, the traditional sayings of Mohammed. The greatest thinkers of Europe, Voltaire, Darwin, Buchner, Flammarion, Victor Hugo, and a host of others like them are in the present times denounced by Christianity and are victims of the vituperative tongues of its orthodox community. On the other hand, Islam regards such people to be believers in the existence of God, but only wanting in faith in the Prophet. Let there be a searching investigation into the respective merits of the two religions as regards their helpfulness, or the throwing of obstacles in the path of progress, and it will be seen that wherever Islam has gone, there it has preserved the aboriginal inhabitants, there those races still exist, their language and their nationality abide even to the present day. Where can Christianity show such an achievement? Where are, today, the Arabs of Spain, and the aboriginal races of America? What treatment are the Christians according to the European Jews? With the single exception of charitable organizations, no other line of work in Europe is in harmony with the teachings of the Gospel. Whatever heights of progress Europe has attained, every one of them has been gained by its revolt against Christianity, by its rising against the Gospel. If Christianity had its old paramount sway in Europe today, it would have lighted the fire of the Inquisition against such modern scientists as Pasteur and Koch, and burnt Darwin and others of his school at the stake. In modern Europe, Christianity and civilization are two different things. Civilization has now girded up her loins to destroy her old enemy, Christianity, to overthrow the clergy, and to wring educational and charitable institutions from their hands. But for the ignorance-ridden rustic masses, Christianity would never have been able for a moment to support its present despised existence, and would have been pulled out by its roots, for the urban poor are, even now, enemies of the Christian Church. Now compare this with Islam. In the Mohammedan countries, all the ordinances are firmly established upon the Islamic religion, and its own preachers are greatly venerated by all the officials of the state, and teachers of other religions also are respected. The European civilization may be likened to a piece of cloth, of which these are the materials. Its loom is a vast temperate hilly country on the seashore, its cotton, a strong warlike mongrel race formed by the intermixture of various races, its warp is warfare in defense of oneself and one's religion. The one who wields the sword is great, and the one who cannot, gives up his independence and lies under the protection of some warrior's sword. Its woof is commerce. The means to this civilization is the sword, its auxiliary courage and strength, its aim enjoyment here and thereafter. And how is it with us? The Aryans are lovers of peace, cultivators of the soil, and are quite happy and contented if they can only rear their families undisturbed. In such a life they have ample leisure, and therefore greater opportunity of being thoughtful and civilized. Our King Janaka tilled the soil with his own hands, and he was also the greatest of the knowers of truth, of his time. With us, rishis, munis, and yogis have been born from the very beginning. They have known from the first that the world is a chimera. Plunder and fight as you may, the enjoyment that you are seeking is only in peace, and peace, in the renunciation of physical pleasures. Enjoyment lies not in physical development, but in the culture of the mind and the intellect. It was the knowers who reclaimed the jungles for cultivation. Then, over that cleared plot of land was built the Vedic altar, in that pure sky of Bharata, uprose the sacred smoke of yajnas, in that air-breathing peace, the Vedic mantras echoed and re-echoed, and cattle and other beasts grazed without any fear of danger. The place of the sword was assigned at the feet of learning and dharma. Its only work was to protect dharma and save the lives of men and cattle. The hero was the protector of the weak in danger, the kshatriya. Ruling over the plough and the sword was dharma, the protector of all. He is the king of kings, he is ever awake even while the world sleeps. everyone was free under the protection of Dharma. And what your European pundits say about the Aryans swooping down from some foreign land, snatching away the lands of the Aborigines and settling in India by exterminating them, is all pure nonsense, foolish talk. Strange, that our Indian scholars, too, say amen to them, and all these monstrous lies are being taught to our boys. This is very bad indeed. I am an ignoramus myself, I do not pretend to any scholarship, but with the little that I understand, I strongly protested against these ideas at the Paris Congress. I have been talking with the Indian and European savants on the subject, and hope to raise many objections to this theory in detail, when time permits. And this I say to you, to our pundits also, you are learned men, hunt up your old books and scriptures, please, and draw your own conclusions. Whenever the Europeans find an opportunity, they exterminate the Aborigines and settle down in ease and comfort on their lands, and therefore they think the Aryans must have done the same. The Westerners would be considered wretched vagabonds if they lived in their native homes depending wholly on their own internal resources, and so they have to run wildly about the world seeking how they can feed upon the fat of the land of others by spoliation and slaughter, and therefore they conclude the Aryans must have done the same. But where is your proof? Guesswork. Then keep your fanciful guesses to yourselves. In what Veda, in what Sukta, do you find that the Aryans came into India from a foreign country? Where do you get the idea that they slaughtered the wild Aborigines? What do you gain by talking such nonsense? Vain has been your study of the Ramayana, why manufacture a big fine story out of it? Well, what is the Ramayana? The conquest of the savage Aborigines of southern India by the Aryans. Indeed. Ramachandra is a civilized Aryan king, and with whom is he fighting? With King Ravana of Lanka. Just read the Ramayana, and you will find that Ravana was rather more and not less civilized than Ramachandra. The civilization of Lanka was rather higher, and surely not lower, than that of Ayodhya. And then, when were these Vanaras, monkeys, and other southern Indians conquered? They were all, on the other hand, Ramachandra's friends and allies. Say which kingdoms of Vala and Guhaka were annexed by Ramachandra? It was quite possible, however, that in a few places there were occasional fights between the Aryans and the Aborigines, quite possible, that one or two cunning munis pretended to meditate with closed eyes before their sacrificial fires in the jungles of the Rakshasas, waiting, however, all the time to see when the Rakshasas would throw stones and pieces of bone at them. No sooner had this been done than they would go whining to the kings. The mail-clad kings armed with swords and weapons of steel would come on fiery steeds. But how long could the Aborigines fight with their sticks and stones? So they were killed or chased away, and the kings returned to their capital. Well, all this may have been, but how does this prove that their lands were taken away by the Aryans? Where in the Ramayana do you find that? The loom of the fabric of Aryan civilization is a vast, warm, level country, interspersed with broad, navigable rivers. The cotton of this cloth is composed of highly civilized, semi-civilist, and barbarian tribes, mostly Aryan. Its warp is Varnashramachara, the old Aryan institution of the four castes and stages of life. The former comprise the Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, and the latter, Brahmacharya, student life, Garhasthya, householder's life, Vanaprastha, hermit life, and Sannyasa, life of renunciation, and its woof, the conquest of strife and competition in nature. And may I ask you, Europeans, what country you have ever raised to better conditions? Wherever you have found weaker races, you have exterminated them by the roots, as it were. You have settled on their lands, and they are gone forever. What is the history of your America, your Australia and New Zealand, your Pacific Islands and South Africa? Where are those aboriginal races there today? They are all exterminated, you have killed them outright, as if they were wild beasts. It is only where you have not the power to do so, and there only, that other nations are still alive. But India has never done that. The Aryans were kind and generous, and in their hearts, which were large and unbounded as the ocean, and in their brains, gifted with superhuman genius, all these ephemeral and apparently pleasant but virtually beastly processes never found a place. And I ask you, fools of my own country, would there have been this institution of Varnashrama if the Aryans had exterminated the aborigines in order to settle on their lands? The object of the peoples of Europe is to exterminate all in order to live themselves. The aim of the Aryans is to raise all up to their own level, nay, even to a higher level than themselves. The means of European civilization is the sword, of the Aryans, the division into different Varnas. This system of division into different Varnas is the stepping stone to civilization, making one rise higher and higher in proportion to one's learning and culture. In Europe, it is everywhere victory to the strong and death to the weak. In the land of Bharata, every social rule is for the protection of the weak.